allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Secretary, would you please take roll call?
Ms. Kaminsky.
Present?
Ms. Lisa Wilson.
Present.
Mr. Powers, on the way. Ms. Valerio now present. Mr. Maynard.
Present.
Mr. Wilson.
Present.
And Ms. Diane Santini.
Present.
Thank you. Let the record reflect 6 board members are present. Also in attendance this evening, I see our Vice Principal Maurice Woods. The Superintendent and the Board President recommend that the Board approve the agenda as submitted or amended. Board members, we have some addendums to our agenda. That being the addition of a new hire. And the resignation of number 18 on the page 4. So we will omit is that, no, I thought that was, it's deleted. Thank you, I apologize, board members. So
Madam President,
Yes, Ms.
I would like to move to add something to the agenda.
Yes?
I would like to have, for the record, I did put in an addition to the agenda 2 weeks ago, and I was told 2 days ago that it was not going to be on the agenda. I would like to have it considered to be on the agenda and have it voted upon by the board to say whether we have the discussion.
You would like a discussion item in regards to
The
a
procedure
presentation?
of how we ask for, or how the staff request a reimbursement, whether it's by travel or whether it's for anything that they do for Clintondale. I want to know the procedures, and I want to make sure that all our T's are crossed and all our I's are dotted. And I want to have that explanation, and I would like it tonight. And I would like to have that added to the agenda.
So you would like a presentation on the above mentioned, correct? On the procedure, the policies, on how we go through the check register?
This is where they.
Or the, I apologize.
I want it added to the agenda, and then, and we could, if they all agree to that, it's to be on the agenda, then fine. Yeah, I want it to be voted on.
Okay. Board members, I would like to motion for the addition.
Madam President?
Yes, Mr. Maynard.
So, just so I'm clear, you would like us to strike number 18 and make the old 19 number 18, make the old 20 number 19, make the old 21 20, or do you want to add the new 19 being this 180 for this teacher, number 1? Number 2, or that's somebody that's number 2. Number 3, Miss Valerio Noakes, discussion on the policy, adding it at the end after board comments or after board policy updates and new policies. And then I have one further one where I would like the policy taken off that refers to the employees recognition policy. I've identified some things that I want to discuss first
Okay.
Oh, I didn't
and go over.
put it
with it all.
I am informed by HR that 18 is not the person I thought was resigning, correct? No, so that person was removed from
She
the
is
agenda.
resigning, you just need to remove her. You
Okay.
don't have to vote on a resignation for her, just remove her.
Okay, remove her. So we need to remove 18.
Okay? And you just want it, just for clarity
And
then,
19 goes to 18.
okay?
And then the person we are hiring this evening would go to 20.
Okay? Or would be 19, actually.
Yes, you are correct, Mr.
Okay?
Maynard.
And then 20 would still remain pro care.
Correct.
21 would still be board policy.
And we want to remove the policy recognition.
Yes.
I also need to remove policy 2504 and refer that back to policy committee for further review.
Okay?
So that is my motion. And then 22 would be the discussion by Secretary Valerio Noak concerning reimbursement procedures.
I'm fine supporting your motion, now that I understand it.
Thank you. There's a motion and support. Is there further discussion?
Could you just also, right above, I want to add, right above this approval of the minutes, maybe explain why we're all rearranged for the 20th time?
I would be happy to.
I'm sorry, Mr. Maynard, could you please speak into your?
I'm sorry,
microphone?
I'm on an angle
Thank
here,
you.
I apologize. In addition to it, I just asked after the approval of the amended agenda, that one item before the approval of the minutes be added for an explanation for the public as to why we're all changed around again.
I am amenable to that motion, Mr. Maynard, and I do need to add, or actually remove, another item off of our agenda. That is the approval of the minutes for the August 18th, 2025 regular board meeting. There were several policy violations, and those minutes need review. And I need those minutes removed. Are you still in support of my motion, Mr. Maynard?
I have a point of order, Madam Chairman.
Yes, the chair recognizes Mr. Powers.
The trustee made a motion, and I think the next appropriate step is to entertain a second. But that didn't happen, and now I understand the chair is now interjecting a new item not related to Mr. Maynard's motion. So with all respect to the chair, I think that Mr. Maynard's motion takes precedence over the chair's motion. And if I may, I'd like to exercise the privilege of seconding Mr. Maynard's motion.
I made the motion with the revisions, and then Secretary Valerio Noak added, and then Mr. Maynard added, and then Mr. Maynard supported my motion.
But I understand the trustee's motion to add to the agenda the item of the movement of the chairs.
If I may, Madam President, I don't want to overstep.
Please, the floor recognizes Mr. Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Treasurer Powers. There were several things going on. The first motion was to add, an explanation to the public as to why this was changed. Now, Ms. Kaminsky is asking for those board minutes to be removed. I haven't agreed yet. The next item was to strike number 18 completely, because we no longer have to hire that teacher, so that 18 is removed. Then the old 19 on the agenda becomes 18, the old 20 becomes 19, the old 21 becomes 20, and then Lisa's discussion on the reimbursement became 21. That's the whole, plus striking of policy number 2504, and then the employee recognition policy. That's the whole motion, because we're still amending the agenda. That's where we're at. And Ms. Kaminsky asked if I would continue support when she added the August 18th minutes. And respectfully, Madam President, I ask you get a different motion, because I've done a lot of research on that, so I won't support that as being part of the motion.
Okay.
Again, Madam Chairman, excuse me for the interruption, but
The chair recognizes
my-
Mr. Powers.
Thank you. My point of order stands, and maybe I'm modifying it. Mr. Maynard just recited 6 different topics. And I think I understood the trustee to say that we're going to treat this as a composite motion. And I respectfully object to that. I'd like to address each one at a time. Because maybe I'm not as smart as everybody else here, but I can't hold all 6 concepts in my mind at the same time, and I don't know how it would be efficient. So I would suggest, if nobody has an objection, then why don't we do them seriatim, one at a time, and then we can address one at a time, I think. That would be better. So
Okay.
that's my point of order, if the chair would rule on that, or
Thank you, Mr. Powers. The chair rules since the original motion does not pass, because I no longer have support.
Oh, you have support, you just don't have support for your addition,
Okay.
the last addition.
forgive me, what is the original motion? I'm sorry, because I came in late.
I made the motion to amend the agenda, removing item number 18, as that person has resigned.
So was that the first motion?
Well, it was moving 19 to 18.
So could we address that one? If that's the first, we
Okay,
just take
so
them in the order that
we'll take
they're
them
in?
one at a time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powers.
So, Madam Chair, I move to amend the agenda to remove number 18 as requested by the administration.
Second.
So we got Maynard, Powers, Maynard. Board members, is there any further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing and seeing none, Madam Secretary, would you please take roll call?
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Trustee Lantini,
Yes.
Trustee Wilson.
Yes.
Thank you for saying that loudly. Now, Secretary Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Wilson, Vice President Wilson,
No.
and Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes no. Motion passes 5-7, or excuse me, 5-2.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Maynard.
I make a motion to add the requested addendum from the administration, 1AD speech and language pathologist, hiring to the board as number, I guess 19 would be now, right above ProCare Client Services Agreement.
That would be correct, Mr. Maynard. Thank you. Is there support for Mr. Maynard's motion?
Second.
Is there discussion on the addition of the speech and language pathologist as number 19? Hearing and seeing none. Madam Secretary, would you please take roll call?
Trustee Maynard,
Yes.
Treasurer Powers,
Yes.
Trustee Lantini,
Yes.
Trustee Wilson,
Yes.
Secretary Valerio Nauk, yes. Vice President Wilson,
Yes.
President Kaminsky.
Votes yes. Motion passes 7-0.
Madam President,
Yes, the chair recognizes Mr. Maynard.
I make a motion to add my colleague's discussion item, Ms. Lisa Valerio Noakes, the Secretary's discussion on the reimbursement policy, at what I believe now would be number 22.
Second.
Thank you, board members. The motion before the floor is to add a discussion concerning the reimbursement policies at Clintondale Community Schools. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Powers?
My understanding is that if a board member wants an item on the agenda, there's a deadline within which to make that request to the chair and or the superintendent or both. And that the chair can either require a second from another board member of the requesting board member's request for that item, or the chair could exercise the executive privilege of granting a second in her own right. And that Ms. Valerio Nauk's request that agenda item be placed for this meeting was timely made. Ms. Valerio Nauk asked me to second it, and I communicated that, I think, in a timely manner by appropriate procedure. And so my understanding is that then vests in the agenda, that there's no other operation of any rules or discretion at that point, so long as it is germane to the business of the board, and it's lawful. And I don't think that there's anything in the motion that was not germane to the business of the board or was not lawful. So that should have been a fait accompli, I believe, by operation of our rules and policies and bylaws. So I don't know why we have to burden the record this afternoon and this evening and the public and the taxpayers' expense to now do additional work that should have been entirely unnecessary, because the work that was necessary to get it on there was done. And somehow that agenda item did not get placed on the agenda, so I don't know why that happened. And my concern is that have we acquiesced in some sort of a amendment by consent to the policies that forever in the future, if I want to get an item on the agenda and it's properly seconded and it's timely made and it's germane, is it now up to the chair, working with or without the advice and consent of the superintendent, then to exercise the discretion unilaterally not to do that? Because that appears to be what has been done. And if that has been done, I would suggest Mr. Maynard perhaps modify his motion so that it be one not to add something to the agenda, but to correct an omission from the agenda. That it should have been on the agenda, and I'd like to, unless somebody can show cause why it was removed, why it wasn't placed on there. So it sounds technical, but I think it's important because it's an error in the agenda itself, not a motion to amend and add to the agenda. The agenda is defective. So that would be my observation. I leave it to Mr. Maynard if he wants to amend his motion to so provide, unless Mr. Maynard does not care if there's going to be a customary, we're going to set a precedent today that, you know, we're not going to follow our own procedures and policies, and we're just going to look the other way and let that happen, because this time it's Ms. Valerio Nauk. It may very well be Mr. Maynard next time. It may very well be Ms. Zontini the next time. It may very well me, and I'm concerned we're getting into more of a free-for-all and chaos and anarchy here, as opposed to just following what I think is a very uncontroversial rule. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Mr. Powers. The reason why the discussion item did not make it to the agenda is because it is not in our current policies as to if a board member wants something on the agenda and has support, we convene and put it on the agenda. It was at one time in the policy manual. According to our policy manual at this time, in our bylaws, it is not in our current policy book. The chair recognizes Secretary Valerio Nauk.
When I submitted the agenda request, you had no problem with it. It was, thank you, Lisa, for the information. Yes, it'll be on. You even sent out an email to everyone saying that I had asked for something to be on the agenda, and I had a second. So by that time, you were saying that you were going by the rules, and everything was just fine. Now, 2 days before, all of a sudden, it doesn't fit the narrative or the agenda or germane to the meeting. So I'm just as confused as my fellow board member here as why all of a sudden it's not important. I'm asking for clarification. I think everyone deserves to know how we do things, because we are responsible for every single penny that is spent. And I want to make sure that everyone knows that every person on this board takes the job seriously, and that we are doing our very best. So all our T's are going to be crossed, all our I's are going to be dotted, everything's going to be according to the way it should be by common practice in businesses and common practices by law, so then we are not held, then we will be held in esteem for doing what we're supposed to be doing. And sometimes we gotta double check our work because of certain situations. And right now, we have a certain situation that we have to do it. And it causes me a little bit of discomfort to say that, but I want to make sure that every T is crossed and every I is dotted. And I want to make sure that everyone knows that. Everyone has to follow the same rules, whether you're a janitor or whether you're the superintendent. End of story. So that's where my contention comes in.
Thank you, Secretary Valeria Noak. The chair recognizes Vice President Wilson and Ms. Zantini. Trustee Dunsby, you will be next.
Thank you, Madam President. As I understand it, you have the final decision whether something makes it to the agenda or not. Whether there's a first and a second, you have the final call, what makes it to the agenda. I know I have requested things that you didn't feel was necessary, and I went through the proper protocol that was necessary to make the agenda, so I respected that. But that is how I understand it. At the end of the day, you have the final call based on your leadership, what makes it to the agenda. I do respect, I respect what others are saying on the board, but that is what I have learned through my research. Now, maybe I'm wrong, maybe this is a time to understand what that does look like, since there isn't a process or a policy to put something together, but put it together by law, not based on, what our perception and things of that nature are, because I do think that we have misstepped on some policies and bylaws. So to me, it is important that we do follow what it should be. But again, from my research, that's what I've learned.
Thank you, Vice President Wilson. The chair recognizes Trustee Zantini.
Just for clarity, if I heard it right. If I didn't hear it right, please correct me and I'll stand corrected. But if the chair gets to decide what goes on the agenda, and we have a policy, and of course we need to follow a policy because rules are rules. But then how does one put something on? And indeed, if you want to put something on, then am I correct that the president decides whether it should have validity or truth to it or have exposure to it? So that part I don't understand, because, gee, I thought I lived in the United States of America. I didn't think I was in Venezuela, at least I don't think so, or China. So then who decides? Do you get to cherry pick whatever that you want to put on? So yes, if it's in the policy, we follow it, we respect it, and I have no problem with that. But I want clarity, how then does one board member put something on that's important to them, important to the public, important to the taxpayers for clarity and honesty and transparency? And if it's going to be taken off, then somebody is trying to prevent that information going out to the public, to the listening people on watching YouTube tonight and whatever. So please explain to me then, how does a board member get to put something on the agenda? And if I'm wrong, I will say I'm wrong, but otherwise what I'm hearing so far, that I guess it's decided. So if you don't like my proposal or what I want on the agenda, well, it just gets cut. So if I'm wrong, please, correct me and I'll stand corrected. But, this is not what I find is transparency for someone to be able to cherry pick whatever they decide that they want to put on the agenda. And I agree 100% with everything that Madam Secretary said, as well as Treasurer Powers. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Trustee Maynard.
So, thank you, Madam President. As the motion maker, when I was told about it, I wasn't exactly thrilled. When I sat in your chair, I had a standard policy that if a board member wanted something on the agenda, they could either have a second or they can come talk to me and I would be their automatic second and put it on. I would do my level-headed best to talk to each person about the agenda item that they were bringing forward, asking for the information, pulling this forward when we put it on the board. I didn't find an instance, and I don't recall an instance where I outright said no to being on the board, or to being an agenda item on the board. I may have a couple of times said, you need to have more information, get me more information, or give me time to go through it. And then when I got time to go through it, I'd work with the board member, and the board member would say, okay, you're right, we don't have to have an agenda, you satisfied my curiosity, and you satisfied the issue at hand. I made this motion because the reality is this: as the board president, both Mike Scott and myself operated. I remember the first time Barry wanted something on under the old policy. Him and I missed it by a day, and so my second wasn't any good to him. And then I made the personal policy of seconding what board members wanted to discuss. We're a board of 7. Now, to answer everybody's question here, this agenda is put out to the public. We have the right to amend the agenda here at the table under certain circumstances. Some added things require a 7-0 vote, others require a simple majority of 4 out of the 7. This is one of the things that adds the agenda 4 out of 7. So I made this motion because I think it needs to be talked about, and the only thing that I will say is that vetting it out before we say yes or no is a very good idea. And when, when I was president, I was asked, hey, can this get on the agenda? And I'd go through it and look at it, and then I'd have to go and talk to not only the board member who wanted it, but the board member who seconded it to explain the situation. And at both of them, there was a couple of times, if both of them felt the need for it to be on, then it went on. And we had a discussion here at the board. So I'm putting this on here with the hopes that, Madam President, that you will take my comments to heart and work to vet it out, and then have a discussion with the person before we outright say no to anything. And even if you feel like it shouldn't be on, I would ask that you err on the side of your fellow board members and put it on, and allow them to speak. Now, we may not like it. I may not agree with them, and I may agree with you depending on where this goes. But putting it on the discussion is the right of all 7 board members. And I believe you are right. We never pulled that policy over. Another policy we didn't follow was on January 6th, when we only allowed one person to be nominated for each office at a time. Well, that ain't true. The policy allows for multiple people to be nominated for the same position at the same time, and everybody vote. And there's a litany of things that we go on, and we just gotta be cognizant of everybody. We gotta show grace when needed, and I think that this is an appropriate item for him to come on. And I'd be willing to hear, I'm waiting to hear more about the discussion, because I have nothing written on it. I don't know what we're gonna talk about. I have nothing written on it. I would have preferred to have something at least in writing here at the table, but I'll defer to my brothers and sisters on the board. And I would just say for everybody here, maybe a little bit of grace, because we've been having some rough meetings. So maybe a little bit of grace, and if we think that we're straying from rules and policies, let's point of order it, let's ask, let's take our time, and let's get it right. And if there's other instances where things have been seconded and haven't put on the board, I apologize because I don't know about them. But rest assured, as long as it's not out there, that I'll be amenable to being a second to putting anything on the agenda. And I'd also be amenable to hearing what the president's opinion is as to whether or not it should be on the agenda. And finally, to Mr. Powers' question, or to Mr. Powers' statement, maybe I might amend my motion. Given the fact that the president has said that policy of one person and a second is not in the new bylaws, I would say that I'm not going to change my motion, but I certainly hope the policy committee goes and grabs that and adds that to the agenda at the earliest time. so that we can get back to operating the way we were customarily operating for, 60 years or something. So, Madam President, thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Trustee Maynard, in response, and to Mr. Powers as well, indeed, it is not in policy, but I do know that people could come, or the board members could come tonight and add to the agenda, which is what Secretary Valerio Noak did. So for tonight, this is how I ask to be done, and yes, it will be moved over to discussion to the policy committee for review. An email will be going out for policy committee to set up a meeting in the near future so we can get that approved. Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Yes, Treasurer Powers.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman said that there was a change, and then I think Trustee Maynard said that, quote, "we didn't pull that policy over," end quote. Now, I've been on this board since January of '22. I think I missed one meeting in its entirety. I missed 3 meetings?
No, January 23, sir.
January 23, I think. I know I missed at least one meeting since that time, but I don't recall missing any other meetings. And I don't recall the motion to amend the policy to revoke the right of a board member to ask that an item be placed on the agenda in advance. I don't remember any motion, I don't remember any debate, I certainly don't remember any vote, and I don't remember ever giving it any thought. So I gotta believe if it came up, I was either not at that meeting or it didn't happen. So just in terms of clarification, when and how did that policy change? And what were the reasons for it? Why would we want to preclude ourselves from putting items on the agenda? I don't know what purpose that serves. And because not only does it, I can't think of any purpose it serves, it actually creates a bad situation, because now, if we're not going to allow advance notice, but we're going to have a liberal, I think the trustee said grace, we're going to have a graceful approach to letting people add something on as of 6:30, the night of the meeting, well, then that doesn't serve the fairness and notice, because then we don't have an opportunity to know what it is we're supposed to be talking about at that meeting, to prepare for it, to be efficient. And again, I don't know how that's better than not doing it in advance, with also the opportunity to raise, an item, to move to amend the agenda, add to the agenda at that time, but maybe apply a more restrictive interpretation of that, saying, well, unless you had good cause or reasonable excuse not to bring it up previously, why did you wait to spring it on us? At that. So I don't know what purpose it served not to have that, and I'm quite frankly surprised that happened, because I don't recall that ever being coming. Now, I'm not challenging what the chair has said. I'm not challenging what Mr. Maynard has said. Did that happen before January 23? Because Mr. Davidson and former President Davidson, and I talked with him about it, and I talked with then President Michael Scott. And I know, at least as of March of 23, I was given to understand it was in place. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Trustee Maynard.
Mr. Powers, you are correct. I don't think you've missed too many meetings. But the policy change started because Clintondale Community Schools, when we were both brought in, we were given the blue binder. And I'll never forget it, one of the policies was written on a typewriter, or typed on a typewriter, and hadn't been updated since 80-something, okay? And the previous board to us, which was then chaired by President Beverly Lewis Moss, where Mike was secretary, purchased an entire new set of policies, because the Thrun company, as it was explained to me in the policy committee meeting, was that our policies were so completely inept and out of date that they were not done. Like, some of these have to be legally done every year when we're going through them. It had never been done. And then when I got on the board, then President Scott placed me on policy with himself, and then Miss Annika over here. And we began the work of reviewing every single policy. Lee was in a majority of those meetings, I believe. July of that year, if I'm not mistaken, July of that year, we brought the completed work, and the motion was to take down the old policies and put into place the new policies. So, I'm not perfect. Maybe I should have grabbed a few more policies that might have been off the book, but that's when July, August of '23 is when it first happened, I believe. I'd have to go back and watch tape, but I hope that answers your question, and I see Lee is nodding her head. And you are correct that it was my policy to just second it if it went on the agenda. I just felt that, who am I, one of 7, to deny one of you an agenda item? That's what I felt. And then, so, Madam President, and if I may, and the comment about grace is that one thing that I looked, while I'm incredibly furious over multiple instances, I don't want people to think my calm demeanor here would indicate that I am not furious. I certainly am on multiple levels. I think providing grace is something that, we're not all perfect, and people don't make decisions the way I would make them. I would lean with both ways, both ways my brother treasurer there, Mr. Powers, is talking about. If you want it on the agenda, you got to give us the stuff. I think that's fair. And, if you're denied, then we have the right to appeal to here. So I think that's the case, but, and by giving grace, everybody's going to make a bad decision. Lord knows I made 50 of them just today. And it's only 6:30, I've probably got another 5,000 to go. So, I don't want you to mistake the fact that I'm furious about multiple things. I'm just hoping that, we all move together forwardly. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Maynard. Yes, the chair recognizes Treasurer Powers.
This shines a light on the board being asked to adopt in gross a whole chunk of policy changes at one meeting. If there was a motion to modify the policy, okay, and here's the policy, okay? So, if you want to modify this thing and you throw in 50-odd things, it's almost an undue burden on each committee member. We have to rely on the policy committee or the superintendent or somebody to do this work for us, and if there's particularly surprising things, I would think it would be incumbent. So what I assume happened, if I look back at the minutes of when this change was effectuated, I assume it wasn't in isolation, because then we would have talked about it and I would have remembered it. So it must have been engrossed with at least one other grouping, okay? So I guess now I must blame myself for not seeking to split out and isolate each one of those things for discussion, because this is important stuff. I mean, it's not like we're changing the lunch menu from hamburgers to vegan burgers. Okay, this is it's so I wish somebody had said, by the way, just so that you know what you're voting on. One of those things is that, guess what, you're giving up the right to put stuff on the agenda. Had somebody been nice enough to mention that to me, that maybe so I guess blame me for not doing my homework. But I can do my homework right now, and if you look at item number 21 on tonight's agenda, apparently there's a suggestion that we're going to be doing the exact same thing. And the superintendent has made the decision, for reasons I suppose we're going to find out at the appropriate time, that the board approved the following updates to new policies. I'm not going to read them because it would take probably a half hour to read them all. Starts out with 2504, it ends with 5805, and then to boot we're going to do an employee recognition policy. I'm not going to count them, but there's got to be at least 20 different changes in there. So are we gonna stay here till 4 in the morning and go through each one of these things in our books and in the new ones and ask why and debate this? So I'm probably gonna have another motion, after this motion is decided, to remove this from the agenda for that very reason, but I have another reason that is germane to Mr. Maynard's motion that we're talking about right now. I'm not going to a new topic. But if the chairman did point out, and I did have an opportunity to read 2502 board meeting agenda. And that says, quote, meeting agendas will be prepared by the superintendent or designee. I assume that means the designee of the superintendent, in coordination with the president or designee. So, I'm not sure what designee means. I don't know if Ms. Valerio Nauk is a designee. I was a designee by being able to second that. I don't know what that means, but what's important is number 21, Mr. Maynard, if I could draw your attention to that. It says the superintendent makes a recommendation, but it's also the board policy committee makes a recommendation. Well, the board policy committee is made up, as I understand it, of members of this board. And we've already established that members of this board don't have the right to put something on the agenda, whether it's 1, 3, all 7 of us. If 7 of us join together and write an email to the president and superintendent and say, please put this on the agenda, we don't have the right to have that acknowledged. So, the board policy committee has no standing to put that item on the agenda. And this is conjunctive, superintendent and the board committee, so both of them must have the power to put it on the agenda. And so therefore, the board policy committee, which the chair has already established, does not have standing to put on the agenda. So this is an item not properly on the agenda. So my point is the agenda is defective in that it doesn't have Ms. Valerio Nauk's motion on it, which it should have. So if it's not defective for that omission, how can it not be defective also for this addition, which board members have already been established have no standing to do that? Who is on, may I ask, Madam Chair, who's on the policy committee?
The policy committee is, I am the chairperson, trustee Wilson, and trustee Zontini.
Which Wilson?
Kurt Wilson, the superintendent, and our director of HR, Lee Walmsley.
Okay, so now, are we saying then, by not putting Ms. Nauk's motion on here, but putting on the motion of Kaminsky, Wilson, Zontini, and the superintendent, and Ms. Walmsley, they're granted preference? So those people have the right to put something on the agenda? But Ms. Nauk, with my second, doesn't have the right to put it on the agenda? So how is that fair? What am I missing here? Isn't that a double standard? So trustee Kaminsky and let's say, I'm sorry, President Kaminsky and trustee Wilson want it on, so they can get it on, but if trustee Nauk and Powers want it on, they can't get it on? I'm not sure how that's consistent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powers.
Madam President,
Yes, Secretary.
I
Valerio
just wanted to respond to Mr. Powers. He was saying that he wasn't sure if there were 20 policies that we would be going over. It's actually 38. If you include the employee recognition policy, it would be 39,
Thank you.
just so you knew.
These policies were addressed. I apologize. Did you have your hand up, Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
I apologize. The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Madam President. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think these were the policies that were voted off the last agenda, August 18th?
You are correct, Mr. Wilson.
Okay, so I understand what everyone's saying. It's a lot of policies to look at in such a short time, but August 18th till now September 8th, we had that time because we voted them off. So when we voted them off, was there a reason we voted them off, to relook at them, to look at them? I don't remember.
You could have asked at the last meeting, but no one did.
Ask what, ma'am? Ask what?
The
Is
chair.
she talking?
I was
ask
going to
what?
say the chair has recognized trustee Wilson.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
will, I will let
I
Secretary
spoke up.
respond
So I
when
didn't,
the
no,
trustee.
My
I did not
Yep.
ask, but you know, once again, assumption is a bad thing, because once you request them to be off, I thought we would request them to be off so we could look at them. Because these policies, can you give me a little clarification on the policies from through? We have, Mr. Maynard said that we have policies that have to be updated every year, and there are policies that come in from our company, Mr. Through, that needs to be looked at and added to our policy book. So could you please clarify the policy? Because I know on the policy committee, we did not make a lot of changes to policies. Some policies stay the same. Could you please give me a clarification on when we do receive policies, what are we supposed to do? And also, if we take them off, and now 2 weeks later, we're still back at, it's too many policies, what are we supposed to do? I'm not sure. Do we take that 2 weeks to look over those policies, or do we trust our colleagues on the board? I don't know. I don't know what.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson, Trustee Wilson. It is my understanding that several years ago, we had a smaller binder with Clintondale Community Schools policies, bylaws. I believe at the time, Superintendent Van Sweden, under the direction of Beverly Lewis Moss, if you want to correct me, Mr. Maynard, please do so. What I essentially understood was scrapping the policies, and they were starting anew through. I remember at the time being a trustee, we took quite a few chunks voting through first review and second review, and we had many more policies that we approved at that time. And at that time, I believe Mr. Powers, Ms. Valeria Noak, Mr. Maynard, and I believe Ms. Zontini came a little bit later, but we had several readings of these policies, which then went to the big binder that we have. So now, last year, when you, Trustee Wilson, and Vice President Wilson were not on the board, we had an update. We went through that update from Throon. Some of these policies had the same numeric, but there were changes in the law, so they needed to be updated. So this past June, again, Throon sent up another booklet of policies, which a few of these are on. We still have more to review, and that's where we're at with the policies. So if I didn't answer your question in its entirety, okay.
Very good, thank you.
Madam President.
The chair recognizes Mr. Maynard, or Trustee Maynard.
First off, I apologize because I think Trustee Zontini had her hand up before me. Okay. With each of, you are correct. I've read your minutes. You do go over the same way that I went over in the policy committee, going policy by policy. So in this thick packet, board members, there's sheets called Policy Update Summary, Annual Through Policy Update for June 2025. Now, if you didn't bring your big stack from last week, that's where it would be. And what I managed to do, 2:30 in the morning, is I went across this document and went across what the committee's work has done. In case anybody is missing, these were given to us last meeting. They were not provided to us, again, this meeting because of the use of paper. But as you know, and as the other policy committee members know, we work from this document. For example, one of the things, if we get there, removing 2504, it says public participation at a board meeting. What they clarified was that the First Amendment rights inure to individuals. And I think I'm not saying that legal word right. But I went down each one of these and looked. Yep, yes, Mr. Powers, you are pointing to the right thing. It should be right on the second page, right after the top, or shortly thereafter.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I apologize, Madam President, for talking to my fellow board member out of turn and not going through to you.
And I apologize for interrupting, but you showed me something that didn't look like this.
Oh, that's because
So-
my page is, I separated already for
Oh,
myself
okay.
because I've
Thank-
gone
that was
through it
what I-
again.
okay.
Okay? And again, I apologize for addressing a board member and not through.
Thank you.
Okay. So I went down through all of these, and there are some that, there are a couple that I have questions on. And, you know, I've already asked before we went down this line to take a couple of them off, as did you. So, and you went through, and I looked at it all, and it's gone through the same method. And when we presented this, I gotta go back and watch the tape, and please don't hold me to this, but I'm pretty sure 31011, we changed this. Because there was one meeting where you had, Madam President, where you had questions on the policy changes, and I went through each policy that you had a question with, and I read into the record what was changed. I do remember that, because it was on, I saw it the other day on TV, or on the internet. So, as far as doing all of these massive ones, we've done it before, but we've always been provided this, and we've always worked from this. And then when the initial set came, Thrun gave us a huge section of this, and I have the initial set. It was given to Mike first, and then all the policy committee meetings. And then when Superintendent Van Sweden, his tenure was over, I inherited her file, as I do believe Lee inherited her file as well. And I inherited most of Mike's stuff. So I understand, but I apologize because I did not use my experience to explain, you know, how we look at this stuff for new board members. And because we don't do it as often, and it's usually one meeting, and it's usually wham, bam, quick. And 4 members of the body here haven't sat in a 3.5-hour policy committee meeting going over, which I do have to commend in my time, Mrs. Zontini and Mrs. Kaminsky, for their excellent effort when I chaired the policy committee. But that particular thing was there, and I dare say, Madam President, that I'm moving off of topic. And that topic was, should we or should we not add Lisa and, not Lisa, excuse me, the concern of Secretary Noak. And I am in favor of adding her concern and her discussion. And by way of the same thing, I think the 3 members of the policy committee have picked up that they want the meeting agenda section to be changed and go back to the way it was in the old bylaws and make necessary changes. I think that horse has been beaten here, quite obviously. And I thank my fellow board members for a great discussion on it, because I learned something new again today, and it's the 4th time today. And so both times came from, or 2 times came from Mr. Powers today. So with that, Madam President, I want to call the question. And I apologize, I'll withdraw my call the question because Mrs. Zontini was kind enough. I'm so sorry. So,
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, Mr. Maynard, for allowing that. And yes, the chair does recognize trustee Zontini.
Okay. First, before I speak, if everyone would be professional enough tonight to turn their mic on when they speak, and also pull the mic so that your voice can carry through, which is called a microphone. So, in saying that, if I can go back a little in time for the people that will relate to this, and I'm sure Mr. Maynard will, is that Superintendent Van Sweden, that I remember, actually put on policies online for us. That this is a suggestion for the current administration, was very helpful for, I know, for policy members, as well as anyone else that could tap into that resource. And it was simply just to go on your school computer. You didn't have to go through when we did have the smaller book, to the now the, the huge one that we have. It simply was online. So could we update things and maybe take an idea from someone else and think out of the box a little bit and return that, so that online, every member would have at their fingertips, rather than looking through a book, carrying that thing around or whatever. It was useful, it was helpful. I found it immensely helpful. I think other board members that I served on, policy helpful. And I think that would just be the suggestion that I would like to make at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Zantini.
Madam President,
The chair recognizes Mr. Maynard. Trustee Maynard.
I call the question.
Thank you. Board members, the motion on the floor. Madam Secretary?
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Zantini,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Lisa Wilson,
I need somebody to repeat what the motion is.
To add the discussion.
I have a point of order. We're voting right now, and I would like a ruling on that because I have my own questions, but I didn't believe I had the privilege to speak since the question's been called.
Correct.
Now, I don't know if there needs to be a vote on that motion to call the question.
Called question, I
I don't think
believe.
there was a vote on that. I don't know if there needs to be, but I can double check that. Forgive me, Vice
No,
President Wilson, for
I-
the interruption.
Have called the question.
Madam Chair,
Yes, trustee.
I believe call the question is a privileged motion, and that, yes, it does require a
A two-thirds vote.
two-thirds vote.
So we are voting to call the question, to move to the vote to stop the discussion.
Will the chair entertain discussion on the calling of the question?
Call the question. I believe stops discussion and moves to a vote, and then proceeds to, if it passes, the motion that was made.
Thank you.
And
I don't know if there's been a second. There's no second required on that?
oh,
Madam Secretary, could you recall?
okay, Vice President Wilson?
No.
Do I do the
We called, Mr. Maynard called to question. Was there a second to Mr. Maynard's call to question?
Was there a second? But there doesn't need to be. When someone says call to question, don't they just go to a vote? That was my understanding.
Madam President, point of order.
Your point of order, trustee Maynard?
I'll explain it. Yes, under Robert's Rules of Order, there needs to be a vote on calling the question, also known as a motion for the previous question. Because it requires a two-thirds majority to pass, a member must gain recognition, which I did from the chair, to make the formal motion, and another member must second it. If the motion receives two-thirds vote, debate ends, and the assembly immediately votes on the pending motion.
I was told there was going to be no math.
We're a school board.
So I believe we're at Vice President Wilson.
Voting on-
We are voting on call to question, to stop discussion,
Oh,
and then we will,
All right, thank you.
you're welcome.
I'm ready. Yes.
Yeah. And Ms. Kaminsky?
Votes,
I'm sorry, Mr. Maynard just said that the second is required. Ms. Valero Nauk said she doesn't believe a second's required. I don't have an opinion on it. But there has been no second, so is the chair ruling that a second is required or not required?
I'm sorry, I did not hear, okay. So, Mr. Maynard, could you please articulate once again?
Madam Chair, on the terms of my point of order I said yes, under Robert's Rule of Order, there needs to be a vote on calling the question, also known as the motion for the previous question, because it requires a two-thirds majority vote to pass. A member must gain recognition from the chair to make a formal motion, and another member must second it.
Support
If
it.
the motion receives the two-thirds vote, debate ends, and the assembly immediately votes on the pending motion.
Okay. So we need a support for Mr. Maynard's call to question.
So then I will take the vote.
That would be
Okay.
correct.
I support.
Vice President Wilson supports. Madam Secretary, please take the roll.
Trustee Maynard,
Yes.
Vice President Wilson,
Yes.
Trustee Zantini,
No.
Trustee Wilson,
Yes.
Treasurer Powers,
No.
Valerio Nauk, no. Ms. Kaminsky,
Madam Secretary, would you please recite the count?
there were 3 noes, 3 yeses. Did you,
66%, Madam Chair, is 5 votes. I believe.
President Kaminsky votes yes. 2/3 votes would be 5. Motion does not pass. We resume discussion on whether to put discussion on the agenda for a presentation or discussion on reimbursement of the checks. The chair recognizes Treasurer Powers.
First of all, I endorse Secretary Valerio Nauk's request to put the item on the agenda. I endorse Mr. Maynard's motion to facilitate Secretary Valerio Nauk's request. I can't remember whether I seconded it or not, but somebody seconded it, so I support that. My only pause was, could we please articulate what it is that will be, what is the item to be, I know what the motion is. The motion is to place our item on the agenda for tonight, and I agree with that. But I'd like somebody to articulate or state what that item is so that we have some definition to what it is we're going to be asked to do. Is there going to be a request that the board resolve to do something, such as, is the board going to resolve to put a request to the superintendent to give a presentation, answer questions, or that we have another meeting where Ms. Presley is here, or whomever the superintendent may want to do that, or next time for the next meeting, so that the superintendent can be prepared to do whatever it is we're going to do. So that the superintendent is respected with some notice too, you know, as opposed to just adding something to the agenda that is not on the agenda. We talked about that. So he can be efficient and he has some notice, because I don't know that we can compel him without notice to do something, you know. So, also I'm concerned about any agenda item that will be simply open-ended. I want to put on the agenda that we'd have a discussion about board decorum, or we have a quote-unquote discussion about Robert's Rules of Order, or how we're going to, I think it has to be focused on a specific question to be, of the member, to be answered by the board for corporate action. So, that would be my only suggestion, is that when it is articulated as an agenda item, you know, it's defined enough so that it's presented as a question for us to act on and rule on. And whether the question is tonight to command that the superintendent, you know, stand up and make a presentation, or that he compel Presley to be here to make a presentation, and we can each ask 23 questions, that's fine. Let's define it that way. But if we just define it to an open-ended discussion about expense reimbursements going back to the history of man, you know, I don't know what we're accomplishing, and we could be here all night wasting a lot of time for what good purpose. So that is why I would like that the item be articulated. And that's my general philosophy for everything. Because I know in the past we talked about having workshops where we would have a discussion. Or I know that the chair sent out a communication about having a discussion, you know. And I don't think that gives proper notice to us to prepare for what it could surprise us. I can see the discussions, I want to call Trustee Maynard out for doing something that he had no idea to prepare for example. So that's to me the mischief if we do keep it open-ended. Without, no disrespect to Ms. Lira now. It seems like she's got a valid purpose to put on there. I would just like to make sure we've got it defined and limited enough in scope so that we can actually have a productive discussion on whatever it is. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Secretary Valerio Noak.
Mr. Powers, you know that I always say brevity is the soul of wit, so I'm going to keep it to 3 questions. These questions can be answered tonight, I believe, because they're simple enough and they're easy enough. And if Mr. Zanzarek can answer them, that would be wonderful. The reason why I originally asked for Ms. Presley to be the presenter is because she is recognized in the community as our CFO, and she would be the expert on business practices and so forth. But if I can have these 3 questions answered, I would be really appreciative. Number 1, what is the process for putting in your reimbursements for anything? Gas mileage, you bought something for the school, you want your money back, that kind of thing. If it is not done correctly, what is done to rectify that or correct it? So then it is done correctly and we don't get called in on an audit or something. And number 3, I want to make sure we are complying with state laws and business protocols that are known throughout business world and education world, that we are doing things properly in the proper way. Like I said before in the beginning of this meeting, I want to make sure that all our T's are crossed and all our I's are dotted. I want to be able to go through any audit without having to blink our eyes and say that we've done it correctly and we have nothing to hide. That's what I want. Is that explicit for you?
Thank you.
Perfect? Okay.
I mean, I'm not expressing
Thank-
opinion.
No, I know, I understand, but
I
you
mean,
asked,
to be honest,
for
I'd like to know what's the corporate,
you asked for clarity, and I was hoping that I gave you that. That's all.
Thank you, Secretary Noak. Treasurer Powers, did you want to make a statement?
yeah, I mean, we have to be asked to vote on taking corporate action, okay? 7 people, 7 votes. To do what? Ask these questions of whom? Do we ask them of each other on the board? Do we ask the chair? Do we ask Mr. Janzarek? If the item is, be it hereby resolved that Mr. Janzarek be asked these questions tonight, then I know how to answer that, yes or no, if I want to vote yes or no on that.
Okay.
So as I understand it, the item would be to ask Mr. Janzarek items 1 and 2, which were phrased in the way of a question. Item 3 was to make sure we're complying with state law and business
Correct.
customs and propriety. So 3 is not really a question, but that's the reason for asking questions 1 and 2, is that I understand it. So if the questions 1 or 2 to ask Mr. Janzarek to respond to what is the process, and number 2, if it's not done correctly, then how do you rectify it, then at least I know what I'm voting for, so thank you.
Fair.
Board members, is there further discussion on the motion before us? Madam Secretary, please take roll call. Oh, Madam Secretary, I apologize.
I'm sorry.
The chair recognizes Vice President Wilson.
Thank you. Can we repeat what this motion is? Is it on just the single adding of what would be number 22 reimbursement procedure?
That is my understanding of what Ms. Valerio, or Secretary Valerio Noak is requesting.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Trustee Zontini.
Would you mind please repeating that again, your answer?
The motion before us is being a discussion concerning reimbursement procedures, specifically questions in regards to the process of reimbursement, if the reimbursement is not done correctly, what is the next step? And are we in compliance of the procedure? It is a discussion.
Okay, I don't know if you can answer this question or not. Is that going to entitle all of us and the folks that sit out and watch on TV? Will our CFO also be present when that takes place, or just wondering, is that part of what I'm voting on tonight?
Secretary Valerio Noak posed 3 questions. If these questions cannot be satisfactorily answered, we would need a motion on the floor to have a presentation.
So that would follow after? is
That
what
would
you're saying.
follow after
Okay.
the discussion.
Thank you for the clarity.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. Madam Secretary, please take roll call.
I originally had that, Mr. Maynard.
I show Mr. Maynard
Okay.
made the motion.
Just wanted to
and
make
Ms.
sure that I was going through the right roll
Yep,
call.
yep.
Okay. Trustee Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Zontini,
Yes,
Mr. Wilson,
Abstain.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Wilson,
No.
Ms. Kaminsky,
Votes yes. The motion passes 4 yea, 1 no, and 1 abstention.
So that's 4 yea is 6. It's 5 yeas.
Yes, thank you. Let the record reflect
Thank you.
that the motion passes 5 yea, 1 nay, 1 abstention. Board members, I would like to make the following amendment to this evening's agenda. I am motioning to omit policy number 2504, and I will even cover, as I understand it, Mr. Maynard, you would also like to remove 5805, the employee recognition policy. I would like to go ahead and make that motion. Is there someone willing to support that motion?
Support.
Board members, is there discussion? Yes, the chair recognizes Treasurer Powers.
So as I understand the motion, it relates to item number 21 on tonight's agenda. Because that's what I understand it, we're going to be asked to do, and that the chair moves to, of these itemized matters here, to isolate those as being taken out of 21.
That is correct, Mr. Powers.
So my reason to vote against, first of all, I don't know why. So nobody's said why. Nobody's made a presentation why we should do anything, okay? But my concern about 21, which is what I've already voiced, which is it's not even, the entirety of the item 21 is not even properly on the agenda. So the agenda is defective in as much as the Board Policy Committee has no standing, which we've already determined at the outset of this meeting, has no standing to put it on the agenda. So, I don't know if I could move, if I could file a motion that would take precedence over the chair's motion, which would be to strike the item from the agenda, so there's really nothing to discuss as to take piecemeal. I'm not making that motion, but I'm concerned because I would put it to the chair if the only way you can get the item on the agenda is, if you can't get the item on the agenda through 3 members of the board, and that's how it got on, if there's not, now couldn't get it on there, then I think there has to be a new motion. This is a defective itemization, and there has to be a new motion to amend the agenda to put it on, just as Ms. Nauk had to make an oral motion, or Mr. Trustee Maynard had to make the motion. So I think whoever the proponent of this is, I presume it's the superintendent, says the superintendent of the board policy committee. So, so it's not properly on there. And then beside that, I'm not sure what's special about 2504 or 5805, but this whole process is not fair, it's not sufficient, and it's not well-founded in as much as we're asked to review a summary by a lawyer of what changes have been made. And then we can look to the starting point. So, for example, 2504, the starting point is, well, okay, let me look at what it is today. I'm going to start 2504, I'm going to read that. And then it says here, the revision, the proposed revision, as it's stated here, is clarified that First Amendment rights inure to individuals. All right, so where's the text of the to be revised, the new policy, the new revised 2504? Okay, well, let me look at my package. Well, my package starts with Series 4000, district employment. So then it goes down to 4200, employee conduct, and 4203, corporal. Oh, so now we finally know what we're talking. Now it's corporal punishment. So that's 4203, but now we've got all these changes that we're being asked to vote on. 2504, we don't know what it is. We're being asked to vote in a vacuum on the come, on a wing and a prayer. What Mr. Trustee Maynard says should be grace. I'm not sure if that's what the trustee meant when he said, by grace, we should just adopt this, because I voted by grace on the motion to amend the policy before that took out my right to put my item on the agenda without knowing I did so. So let's make sure we don't do that again, shall we? All right, so let's look at the due process that we got tonight. 2504, not even in here, so I don't know what we're asked to vote on, because the text isn't in here. And is anybody here gonna articulate what that is? Do I know what the text is? And then why and why not? So why are we not going forward with it? But then let's talk about 3110, data breach. Well, we don't get the data breach. Well, here's one I thought was particularly interesting. 4105B, religious workplace accommodations for employees and applicants, added optional language that would require the use of the interactive process form, optional language. Reflects recent case law. Wow, that's something the lawyers can be interested in, on providing religious accommodations under the First Amendment. Well, let's look at 4105. We've got the 4000 series here, right? Oh, wait, it goes 4000 to 4200. So what's 41? So it's kind of silly, ladies and gentlemen, okay? What is it we're doing here? So why is this thing even on the agenda? What am I being asked to do? If somebody could explain that, please. I'm not going to belabor the record, but these are our policies. These are our bylaws. Apparently, it's more than that. It's the board policy manual. It's then we got administrative guidelines and forms. I'm not sure where those are. I'm not even sure if those are ever given to us. I don't even know if they're in here. I need a tutorial on this. And then, and then we got something here called Employee Years of Service Recognition Policy. Date, effective date 8/18/25. Well, who wrote this? It's not numbered. I got 2 pages stapled together. Does that mean I have both pages? Am I missing anything? Is this a 10-page document? I've only got pages 1 and 2. Doesn't somebody put numbers at least on the second page? Who wrote it? Did the lawyer write this? Did Mr. Janzarek write it? Don't know. Who's it to? It's not a memo. And then we talk about employee gifts. Apparently, this is going to be lumped in there too. I don't know how we're supposed to go through. Ms. Secretary Valerio Nauk was nice enough to point out there's 39 separate items. Okay, well, if Ms. Kaminsky's motion passes, well, we got down to 37. It's good news. We're only going to be here until 6 a.m. instead of until 6:30 a.m. this is quite frankly, I don't know how anybody could do his or her job based on what we're asked to do. And again, this is no disrespect to the policy committee, but maybe we have to have the members of the policy committee come up and explain. Could we please see members of the policy committee what the text is? I think Ms. Walmsley was trying to suggest something. I didn't mean to frustrate you. If the chair will recognize you, it's not my province to recognize you, but I'd like to hear what Ms. Walmsley has to say about that. Maybe somebody sent something to me, or I was supposed to look at it, or maybe I heard I have a mailbox somewhere. People used to deliver the materials to me at my house, and that just stopped. I don't get the materials anymore. Nobody even said why. Then somebody said, well, you got a mailbox. They're in your mailbox. I'm like, well, nobody even told me I had a mailbox. Do I have 20 things piled up in my mailbox? And then, so now I get stuff electronically submitted, but now if I have to print out the 500 pages at my office, do I get reimbursed for my toner and my time and my, 10 cents a page? So, was I supposed to have gone to the website and done my due diligence that way? I don't know. Ms. Zontini says maybe the stuff's not even on the website anymore. I don't know. So I don't know. Maybe I'm being unreasonable by asking what it is I'm supposed to be. By asking, should I know what it is I'm voting on before I vote? Maybe that's unreasonable. Maybe the reasonable thing is just to vote without knowing what we're voting on. But until somebody disabuses me of that concept, I have to stand by the way I see it.
Thank you. I will recognize you in one moment. I have a few response to Treasurer Powers. Before I start, though, Ms. Walmsley, did you indeed have something to say before?
The policies that Mr. Powers said that are not in the packet, they are in there, Mr. Powers. They're at the end because those policies were gone back to.
Mine starts with 4,000.
To the very back.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If it helps Treasurer Powers, these policies that are listed on tonight's agenda were also
Yeah, it would have been
included
nice to know that ahead of tonight's meeting.
in the board packet. And
Why does it start with 4,000? I don't know. Is that, I'm supposed to start at 4,000 and understand that it goes from 4,000 down to 3,000 down to 2,000? Is that how I'm supposed to read this?
If you look at I believe it's the second page of the Thrun book, it has them categorized by certain categories. But if you go into that Thrun packet, they're not in sequential order because they're going by certain categories, if I recall correctly. So as I understand it, Mr. Powers, you would like to scrub the whole item number 21 so that we could get a better understanding of the policies.
Well, I'm interested in 4105B. Can somebody point me to where 4105B is? I don't- I'm starting with Series 4,000, then it goes to Series 5,000. And these pages aren't numbered, so I'm not,
4103, 4105B.
then we go down to 3,000. I guess this is transparency, I don't know.
Well, as I stated, our Treasurer Powers, that these were included in the board packet, and please know that the majority of the board members do indeed get their packets electronically. There are a couple that do not. Our executive secretary has been out on leave, and I did not articulate that to who was covering her position, that you get your board packet delivered.
Well, this was what was handed out at the last meeting, and 4105 is not in here.
It's not on the agenda to be approved.
Madam President.
The chair will recognize trustee Maynard.
I think two things, and I don't speak for Mr. Powers, but I think he's saying because one policy referenced 4105, that we should probably have 4105 in the book, if I understand what he's saying. And I wanted to state the record, or state for the record, I did want this policy pulled, because there's a section on eligibility, and it states, the policy applies to all full-time and part-time employees of Clintondale Community Schools who meet the following criteria. The employee must be good standing at the time of recognition, and then the employee must have completed the specific years of continuous service. So my first question, and you guys can take your time and get back to me, is define good standing for me. I'd like to see it defined in here. Does that mean no write-ups? Does that mean, perfect, attendance, or, et cetera, okay? Just define what good standing is for me. And second, specified years of continuous service. I just want to make sure, that means if I teach here for 20 years, and I take 5 years off, and I come back and I teach another 5 years, that doesn't mean 25 years of service as to the category down here. It means 20, I'm done, I started over again, so I get 5. I just want to make sure that is my question here. And, I hear snickering in the audience, and, I just want to say this. Last August, not this past August, but the one before it, we had employee recognition. What many of the public doesn't know, I think all of you board members don't know. The gift cards that were given out to those employees came out of my own pocket. I gave them money for them. So I'm not pulling this because our employees don't deserve to be recognized. I'm pulling this so I can get my questions right together. And my money is where my mouth is. I gave what I could give that year. I worked with Mrs. Walmsley, I worked with Ken. What did I buy, Lee, 10? In various different amounts. The person of the year, or the person who had the most that year, I think was Ms. Wilkins. I even went above and beyond because I graduated with Ms. Wilkins' daughter. Talked to her on Facebook, on the phone, find out some interesting stuff about her. She's a gardener, for one thing, to see what I can do that would be interesting. Out of my own pocket. So, and I'm still hearing snickering, Madam Chair.
I apologize, I did not hear any,
So, just, it's not that I don't want to see you recognized, it's not that I don't think you deserve it, I just want this stuff spelled out, because I'm not gonna be here forever. None of us are gonna be here, and somewhere down the line, 15 years, if this policy is proceeded, is gonna be, interpreted one way, and I just want it as close to stone as possible. We've been going a long time, and this is a really neat idea, as long as we can legally do it. I'm good with it, but make sure we legally can do it, and make sure that those two things have been pointed out, and, so I just, I don't want any teacher leaving here thinking I don't think they do a great job, and they don't deserve some recognition, especially where I put my own money, where my mouth is.
Madam Chair, I believe I was missed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, I'm done.
Thank you, trustee Maynard. The chair recognizes Secretary Valeria Noak.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment with Mr. Powers here. I agree with you on that part, on number 21. One of the reasons why I asked last time to have it put off till today is because it is too much. And I have no idea what you guys are doing in policy committee. I have no, and I'm not trying to put you down, but I do believe there needs to be more communication of what's going on and what I am responsible for, because as Mr. Powers politely said, he didn't know he gave up his right to speak. I didn't know I gave up my right to speak either. So if I'm going to be following in this book, I want to know exactly what's in it. And I think we need something, if we were to have a workshop, like we were in the beginning, we should have had it on policy. We should have had it on, this is what we're all agreeing to be doing for the next year, because these are the rules that we could go by. But we didn't, and that's to all of our faults, let's put it that way. So if I am to agree with Mr. Powers, I think maybe what we need is to have a good, long discussion, not here, not now, I don't want to scare anyone out there, about what is in the policy, what we're agreeing to, and should the policy committee really be every one of us on that policy committee, not just 3, because we all have to be accountable to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Valerio Noak. Mr. Maynard, are you willing to amend your motion to remove in entirety the policies?
I thought it was your motion and I was seconding it.
Okay, well, I'm asking you, because I motioned, you supported.
Okay, I have no problem with the change. I would just point out one of the things that was added this time that wasn't added last time was the policy committee meeting minutes in our board packet. There was several items where you all did not, and there were several items where you did, and then there were several items where you sent it to somebody to review. And it was listed here as part of my discussion, or part of my education. But if it pleases the board, I'm happy to make that motion, and then, I'm happy to support that if that's your motion, Mrs. Kaminsky.
I am amenable to remove item number 21 off the agenda and clean that up a bit. So the motion is to amend.
Motion is to remove.
To remove the policies in the entirety. Mr. Maynard is supporting the motion. The chair recognizes Trustee Zantini. You have some discussion?
Yep. Just speaking for myself, that I'm on the policy committee, is that I don't feel that any board member should have to be unsure of something, that they're voting on something that they don't feel is sound and they understand it. And let's use some common sense. I don't remember us ever having this many policies and passing them through in one night, and it is. It's an awesome task. And how many people honestly have had time to really look every one of these up? So wouldn't common sense tell us to try to break it down a little bit, put a little at a time, and give people ample time to look at it? Or again, making it easier and putting it online for us on our school computers. But I don't think that our work in policy should be shielded in any way and make it difficult for people not to know and have the time to spend time going over it and understanding it, so when they do vote, they feel confident in their vote. And I think this was perhaps a bit overload of how many policies that we're passing through at one time. I don't remember, correct me other policy members if I am incorrect, but I don't remember ever us having this many going through at one time. So if, again, with common sense in mind, if we had smaller blocks of them and then there was a discussion, we wouldn't be here till 1 AM and have these folks out there ready to, want to scream or something. I mean, break it up into small blocks or something. But again, no one should feel frustrated, and I know what that feels like, that you want your vote to be a correct vote and think things through. And, I think I forgot what trustee brought up, that maybe it should be, scrapped for tonight and then brought back. Maybe that's not the right term I wanted to use, but that's okay. Because it is, it's too much. It's just too much at one time, and why couldn't we have broken it up? Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Zantini. I will recognize you and trustee Wilson. I cannot articulate the dates, trustee Zantini, but there were, I believe, if not 2 occasions when we approved 2 complete series of policies. I believe like the 4,000 series, the 5,000 series. We had previously done entire series. Let me recognize trustee Wilson, and then I will come back to you. Trustee Wilson?
Yes, ma'am. I just want to get some clarity, because I know it's been a long conversation about the policies. And, I want to commend Ms. Walmsley, because in our policy meeting, she really has a handle of the policies and the policy book and through, and she does a real good job with putting it together. And the policy committee, I know it looks like a lot of policies, and I agree, but I do, if you remember, Madam President, a lot of these policies are very short, and we can get through them real quick. But it is a lot of policies, but I do have a couple questions. Mr. Maynard was talking about the minutes. Who provides the minutes? Who provides the minutes after the meeting, after the committee meeting?
Trustee Wilson, how is this relating to?
Because he was saying the minutes, he didn't get the copy of the minutes, and I didn't understand.
Okay.
Yeah, what he was talking about, the minutes.
Okay. Then through the chair, Mr. Maynard, would you like to respond to Mr. Wilson's question?
Sure, Mr. Wilson, it was easy. This was not in last week's board packet, but
Yes,
it was
sir.
in on this week's agenda to be approved. Typically, unless otherwise stated, when I was chair, I couldn't take the notes. Ms. Kaminsky kept them.
Yes, sir.
For me. I don't know who does Ms. Kaminsky's notes, but the chairperson of each committee is responsible for turning in the minutes,
Okay.
and they're to be turned in to the executive secretary. Now, I would hope the rest of the committee would review before that happens, but either way, the chair or the chair's designee in that committee are supposed to send it to the executive assistant, and the executive assistant is putting it on the
Thank you.
agenda for review by whoever reviews the agenda.
Thank you. And Madam President, so am I understand what we're talking about now is taking item 21 off the agenda, and is there a recommendation for a solution? I mean, last time we just took it off just to take it off, and now it's on again. So do you have any instructions for the board, or do we have any instructions to do? If we take it off, are we supposed to, to be simple, to be really simple, are we supposed to go home and just read these policies and come back in 2 weeks or a month? So where do we go from here?
Thank you, trustee Wilson. I believe the chair has heard very clearly, they would like more descriptive answers in the body of the motion, or in the body of the statement. So I am amenable to providing that line by line, this policy, this is what would be changed, so that everybody has transparency, and it's very clear on the agenda, not only to the board members, but to the public as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Madam President,
The chair recognizes trustee Maynard.
I would also encourage the chairman to, not that I'm tooting my own horn, but take a picture out of what I used to do. And when you had questions, Board members, does anybody have any questions on 2504? And go through 2504, what you changed, so the board knows what we changed. And if they have any questions on 2405, and they say, or 2504, and they say, okay, Mr. Powers has, excuse me for referencing a board member. According to myself, Mr. Maynard has raised objections. I'd like to send that back to the policy committee for further discussion. And go down each one of these and highlight, and explain to everybody, we changed this for this, we changed this on this. So everybody has a complete and forwarded report. I did that for you once with your independent review, and I thought it went very, very well, and the board members had it. In addition, I contacted, at least for one of the updates, I think it was the initial one, I contacted all the board members to ask if they had any questions on it. That might be something else. I understand, and I have a little more leeway and free time to devote, but that might be something that you might consider talking to each board member. Do you have any questions on these policies? Let's go through them. Can I help you understand them? It's going to be laborious, but I think that would help us get through the next. Or if we can't do that, then you should consider asking the board to have a special meeting just on these policies alone, to go over each policy stem to stern. That way, anybody has any questions, they have it ready to go. Those are just my suggestions. I still maintain my support to remove this item and return it to whenever we're ready for it. But I just, Madam President, I think for my money, I would encourage you to do one, all three, one of them, two of them, however it is, and just read, go down and read. And it would, look, I think 2504, public participation at board meetings. Clarify that the First Amendment's rights inure to individuals. Okay, so Thrun probably made us put a sentence in there that said,
3 minutes.
Correct. And the other item, and maybe this is to the superintendent or to Mrs. Walmsley, the other item is that I have to go back and look at a board packet to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that I left the unedited copy. So there was a blue line with what we said we made a decision on in these, so it was more helpful to the board members to say, oh, line 5, got it, under B, perfect, understood it, let's roll. That might be something for you to also consider, because then it shows, then, Mr. Maynard doesn't have to look to, okay, what's the difference between left and right? He can just simply say, oh, there's the blue line, that's what they're proposing, oh, okay, look at the old one, move on. So, and because I'm getting a couple of puzzled looks, for those of you who have never been on the finance committee or policy committee, we get a copy of these that has every change highlighted in them. And that's given to the policy committee, and the policy committee does their work and then produces this document up to us for consideration. So it might be helpful for us to do the blue lined copy so everybody can see the changes, and that might get us through next meeting. As long as with a, 2504, the finance committee met, we reported it out because of X, Y, and Z board members, and then go down that way. Those are just, again, my suggestions. I think they might help you get this agenda item passed in a couple of weeks, and it might help board members have a better understanding of exactly what was changed, as opposed to just looking at a brand-new policy and going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes trustee Zantini.
Yeah, just for clarification, you had mentioned that we had put numerous amount of these in the past. Do you have the account of that, and around what year or what date that you made reference to?
Off the top of my head, trustee, I don't. I can get back to you as to the masses. I would ask trustee Maynard, do you recall, like off the top of your head, the date that we did those? I mean, if you don't know either, that's fine, but I know we several times, because I do recall Mr. Manning saying, I have to go through all these, this, and it was huge. It was a big packet. So I do recall,
So, Madam Chair,
yes,
to answer your question, I remember us doing it in July or August of '23. I remember us doing it down with one, up with another. And then I remember us breaking up based on Finance Committee meeting, or excuse me, not Finance, Policy Committee meeting, what we discussed, because as Mrs. Zontini knows, for 2.5 hours, we could get through 50 or we could get through 4, depending on what we were talking about.
conversation.
Yeah, on the conversation. So, you know, we would stop and say, we're only doing 3,000s today in the policy committee meeting. Okay, then we got the 3,000s done. And then now we're saying we're doing 4,000 to 6,000. Okay, in the policy committee, we took it. But when it came to the board, we did something very similar. When there were 39, I can't answer equivocally, but I do remember us, the first lot, pulling down the old, putting up the new. And, you know, obviously, there's a couple of things that should have been changed that I missed. But if that, Madam Chair, through you to Mrs. Zontini, I hope
Yes.
that helps answer some of the question. I just can't unequivocally answer it completely.
And if that's not suffice, I will get back to you with dates that we did that. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
ju-
Yes.
Just to finish my thought. So we don't have just even a ballpark figure of how many, okay?
I can't.
Okay, so, well, I guess I just want to mention to put it out there that we're talking about 37 tonight. So that if the audience is wondering, you know, how many were there, you know, that's a lot. There's 37. So that's why I was asking, I was just curious how many we put out in August 23. Were there 37? Were there 47? Was it 27? But still, it's causing confusion. So something's broke. We have to learn how to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the chair recognizes Treasurer Powers.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Trustee Maynard, I thought, made a very good, informative presentation for us. And while he was talking, I was being very rude to him because I'm holding this up. This is what we're talking about. And this is what I got at the last meeting, okay? This is the entirety, okay? I haven't changed it, I haven't put stuff in, I haven't taken anything out. And then I said, I was kind of motioning to him because he was showing me this. He held this thing up, which is I mean, we're 18 feet away, but I assume what he was taking was this is what's called the Policy Update Summary, Annual through Policy Update - June 2025, Board, next head, subtitle, Board Policy Manual, and it goes on. So then I thought I understood where we were. Now, okay, now I'm following the discussion, and I'm going through the summaries and so forth, and then Ms. Walmsley was good enough to say, so what I don't understand is if you look at what Thrun sent us, or what we were presented with at the last meeting, it says, Thrun Policy Update Guide, Table of Contents, 3 items. Number 1, cover letter. Okay, got that. I understand what that is, and that looks like what I would think is a cover letter. So far, so good. Then it says, number 2, Policy Update Summary. Okay, this is Policy Update Summary. Then it says, number 3, Instructions for Implementation. So now I'm looking through, and it's like, well, I don't have it in my packet. And I don't know if it's not there, or if I got, there's a copy machine error or whatever, so I don't have that. And then I look at the policy update summary, and there's a list of revisions, so that I don't have to go through and take the old one and the new one. I mean, I probably should, but at least they're giving me some clue. Do I even need to do that work? Okay, so I'm going through each of these, and now I think I'm finally following the plan. And then Ms. Walmsley was good enough to point out, well, wait a second. Item 21 does not match the Thrun summary. So there are things in what Thrun says, we revised, what you're being asked to vote on are things that we revised 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and here's why we revised them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay? So I think I got it. And then there's stuff on the Thrun summary that says you're going to be voting on this that does not match the listing in 21. So there are things that Thrun, so I'm doing all this work reading through, and then I look, well, wait, we're not even, so, until 5 minutes ago, I'm like, well, so now I'm scrounging around to find something. And there's stuff on here that's not on here. You know what I mean? There's stuff added to here that Thrun has not summarized. So now I'm told, well, no, Mr. Powers, you can't rely on what we got at the last meeting. I'm a hard copy guy, okay? I'm not, I still get a Detroit News and a Macomb Daily delivered to my house in hard copy. So now, it's my fault because I didn't look at the electronic copy, so is a suggestion that this has been superseded by the electronic email? Because I thought I could rely on this for tonight, but now, so if I print out the entire email, it's gonna be different from this? And I still don't understand, one of the items here is 3101, and I'm still looking through this thing. It's not numbered, and I don't have 3101. At least I don't see it, and I don't know why it goes from 4,000 to 3,000 to 5,000. I mean, this is almost like, it's almost sadistic. You know, you're supposed, I was taught as a writer, you're supposed to make your audience, you make it interesting and fun and easy for the audience to follow what it is you're writing. This looks like it was done by the Marquis de Sade. This is like, how much pain can I inflict on my audience to try and, make this as hard as possible for them? So now we go to 5,800, then I'm back to 2,500, and I'm not gonna go on, I know, but just please somebody, I don't know where 3101 is. So then I go, now I'm told that Troon reorganize this, so I got 3,100, then let's go to 3,110, then 3,115, 3,115. So I'm just, Mr. Maynard, could we make this better next time? I mean, is there a reason why it has to be this difficult? I mean, and if there was a reason for organizing it this way, can somebody tell me? Because I'm not following the culture of this district. If Mr. Janzarek is teaching school as a superintendent by saying, okay, we start out kids with 3,000, then we go to 5,000, we go back to 2,000, we go back to 1,000, then we go back to 5,000, but look to what Thrun was saying, but don't look to Thrun. I mean, maybe I'm just, maybe the Clintondale I went to is not the Clintondale I'm going to today, because this doesn't make any sense to me, and then these papers aren't even numbered. So you can say, well, Mr. Powers, that's fine, go back and put here, take a pencil, have somebody write them down. I've done that before and copy them. So I'm being asked, I don't know if I'm gonna be asked eventually to 3101, so where do I go? Ms. Zantini, do I go online? Is that even the right version? Is that line been superseded? Do I go to the board packet? Why don't I get a hard copy packet anymore? Do I have to pay to print it off? Do I get reimbursed for that? I mean, this is not what I call a user-friendly thing, but if I'm wrong, tell me. So I'm gonna vote in favor of the motion to remove 21, and if this does raise its head again, could somebody please put it in some sort of a presentable form so that I don't have to spend 18 hours trying to work on something and find out that it was a colossal waste of my time? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. I think we're very clear that,
Madam President.
Question or discussion?
Discussion.
Okay, trustee Maynard, the chair recognizes trustee Maynard.
Thank you. I think we're all past the beating of the dead horse, but it has to be beaten so that we all have an understanding of what we want presented to us for every agenda, not just this agenda. So, Madam President, I've been hearing this whole discussion. So I would ask you to not only amend your motion to take it off, but to add to it that when it returns, number one, the blue copy, and you know what I mean by the blue
Yep.
copy. The blue copy is provided to the board. Number two, that you personally review the agenda, so the numbers matched on the agenda match in the packet. Number three, that the corresponding minutes and any discussion you can remember for each are provided to the board. And number four, the summary as well. I think that will go a long way. It will help us have a discussion on each item. We can therefore we would then be able to have a discussion on each item. And because it's your motion, so I'm just suggesting that, so why you ruminate on that. The treasurer made a point. Instructions for implementation is one of the three things. And if memory serves me, having done this for a year and a half on the committee and done the original with Mrs. Van Sweden, the instructions for implementation are how we upload the approved changes to Thrun. So because sometimes some of these policies will say, A, B, and C, and then you gotta pick one. So, and if you pick B, you gotta come down over to page 3 and pick either B1, B2, or B3. So instructions for implementation aren't us, it's the final version on how through knows exactly what we decided and what direction we decided to go. So that's most likely sitting in an email, in Mrs. Walmsley's email, or on her desktop, I would imagine, because I think she's uploaded all of the changes since, because Mrs. Van Sweden didn't get to it, so I think you took over and uploaded everything there. So I think, just so my fellow board members understand that, that's what I understand is the instructions for implementation. So, Madam President, hearing my fellow board members, I'm glad we're taking this item off, and I would ask you to consider my additions to that motion, so that we can have a fair, free, and thorough, but fast, as fast as we can be, with this discussion next time it comes aboard.
Thank you, Mr. Maynard. I am amenable to change my motion, not only to remove item number 21, board policy updates and new policies, but also to include in the future that the blue copy is included along with the review number or the review sheet, and to include the correspondence that it's provided, as well as the summary. Does that satisfy?
That satisfies me. If that satisfies the rest of the board, I'm ecstatic to move this item forward.
Perfect.
Move on.
Any further discussion, board members? Hearing and seeing none, Madam Secretary, would you please take roll call?
Okay, I'm wondering who made was it Karen Maynard who made the first? Kaminsky, okay, thank
Yep.
you. Ms. Kaminsky,
Votes yes.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Zantini,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Trustee, Treasurer Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Board members, I need to make the motion to remove approval of the minutes for the August 18th regular board meeting minutes. There were several policy violations, and I am motioning to remove them from the agenda. Is there support?
Support.
Is there discussion? Yes, Mr. Powers.
Isn't this what Russia did with Trotsky? They just wiped him out and wiped all memory of him? I mean, if it happened, it happened. We can't change history because it didn't go the way we wanted it to go. So if it happened, it's got to be in the minutes. And I'm not sure what specifically is being asked. Are we just going to renounce them entirely and wipe the slate clean? Is somebody go back to the drawing board? Is there a particular item or two or three? And what is the suggestion that something was not done correctly? If it has to do with something that I did, I can defend what I did as being correct. If it's something that the chairman did and it's incorrect, there was a procedural error in but the record has to contain the procedural error. You don't correct the error by going back and treating it as though it didn't happen. It still happened. So I'm not exactly sure the motion is well-founded. I made a motion under Robert's Rules of Order. There was some suggestion that there was a policy on the motion. I looked it up. The policy has nothing to do with my motion. So to the extent that I did anything wrong with my motion, I can justify that it was a well-founded, well-brought motion under Robert's Rules of Order and that nothing in the policy prevented that. There were points of order that were lodged that weren't ruled upon. There were questions that were called that, be that as it may, you know, we're human beings. We're all gonna make mistakes. You know what I mean? Not one of us here, you know, knows every 563 pages of Robert's Rules, and if you do, then, you know, that's very sad. But, so I'm not, it's a highly extraordinary motion. I'm not sure what the point of it is. If there's a correction, like, you know, somebody's name is Smith and you spelled it Brown, S-M-I-T-H, and you spelled it S-M-Y-T-H, no, that's fine. Or if it said something happened that didn't happen, you know, it says that we talked about, you know, the dress code for the fifth graders and we didn't, well, yeah, that's how you correct the minutes. You don't, I'm not, so I don't know what's being asked, what kind of corporate action the board is being asked to do. And to the extent that there is corporate action, why? And is it correcting a mistake of fact, where there's something on there that says something happened when it didn't in fact happen? Or is it something happened, but we don't like that it happened, and so we just want to strike it from the record? Because that ain't how it works, folks. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
The chair recognizes trustee Maynard.
I apologize, but I need to motion for a recess for 7 to 8 minutes. I have to run and take care of a medical need. I have to take a couple of pills that are required.
Second.
There's a privileged motion. The motion is in recess for 5 minutes? 10 minutes?
10.
10
I gotta
minutes.
run to my car.
The board will return at 8:45.
Is there somebody to let me in so I can run to my car?
I'll walk up there. Yes,
No.
8:45, return. Is it?
I feel like
I apologize. 8:41. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Me too. Me too.
we don't like the mistakes, so
I'm sorry. Let's go out there and, since we got 10 minutes anyway. Okay, I'll put this on pause. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, no, I don't. I didn't put it in my bag. No, I don't have it in my bag.
Every policy that's listed here is in the packet. I can't. Every policy is.
So Teresa. I didn't exam first day of school today.
Oh, Mick.
You okay? Good.
He feels so much better now. My husband's so funny.
Temperature goes up, it follows with a headache, and if I get the headache, it's horrible.
Sorry, but anyway,
My husband is funny.
Let the record reflect that recess has ended, and we are now going into session at 8:45. We are on discussion. The president has made a motion to have the minutes of the August 18th, 2025 regular board minutes removed off of this agenda. And I will be maybe a little bit clearer, to be included in our next board meeting with an addition to August 18th, 2025 regular board minutes amended. So both will be reflected in that next meeting, if that clarifies maybe
Thank you.
Mr. Powers a little bit.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Is there a support for my motion?
Support.
Supported by Ms. Wilson. Is there discussion, board members? Hearing and seeing none. Madam Secretary, would you please take roll call?
President Kaminsky,
Votes yes.
Vice President Wilson,
Yes.
Trustee Zantini,
Yes.
Trustee Wilson,
Yes.
Trustee Maynard,
Yes.
Treasurer Powers,
Yes.
Secretary Valerio Nauk, yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Approval of the bills. The
Whoa, Madam President. Madam President, I offer, I thought I asked. Am I recognized? I apologize.
Yes, the chair recognizes trustee Maynard.
Okay, two things. The last piece of business was I asked for I don't know if we're going to call it discussion or an understanding of why we're all switched around up here so the public knows, number one. And then number two, if that is added, then the correct motion would be to approve the agenda as amended.
Thank you.
Yep, and I will make that motion when the time comes.
So, Mr. Maynard, you would like to add, I guess it would be a discussion as to why our seating arrangements have changed. Is there support for Mr. Maynard's motion?
Madam Chairman, may I be recognized? for
You are
discussion?
recognized, Mr. Powers.
A point of order. He can't, and I like Barry a lot, but there's no second. So since if the chair is ruling
We
there's
don't
no
have-
second, then there's no point in discussion. So Madam Chair, are you ruling that there's no second?
There is no
I
second.
have a point of order.
Okay.
Your point of order, Mr. Powers.
There were a number of motions raised as a group, and I had asked that they be parsed out before we get to the approval of the agenda item, I believe. So when the chair goes to the approval of the agenda, I'd like to back up a little bit, because according to my notes, Mr. Maynard had two motions. The first one had something to do with special ed, or there was a policy 401 or something, you referred to something, I'm not sure what it was, but I don't know if you were adding something about special ed to the agenda? That Ms. Wilmsey had like something called, I'm not sure what it was, I tried to write it down. And then the second motion you had was about the seating arrangement. So, are we returning to that, or, because I don't think the motion about the special ed was seconded and voted on either, so.
Madam President.
The chair recognizes trustee Maynard.
I don't recall making anything about special education. My motion was the only other motion outside of the seating was to have and the employee retention policy be taken off. But since we have taken off all of 21, that would satisfy my particular motion.
I'm sorry, I don't know why I wrote down special ed.
That's okay. And then, Madam Chair, I would put my motion on and I don't have a second, so.
Correct. So there's a motion before the board to have a discussion as to why the seating arrangement has changed. Is there support for Mr. Maynard's motion?
Second.
Mr. Powers, discussion.
So, Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Maynard.
So the purpose of this is, as everybody knows, we've changed yet again. And I would like the president just to tell the public why we've changed, why we put Ken over here, left, right, and center. We got an email at 3 o'clock today. I don't have any problem, my seat's the same. I don't have any problem if I need to switch with Mr. Wilson. I don't have any problem if Diane sits here and I sit next to Diane. Look, I don't have any problem. But when we make something like this, because the last time we did something like this, it was a very large problem. It was done without people knowing about it, and it caused an even larger problem. And I just want to make sure that we're upfront and we're transparent, and we just tell everybody, as trivial as this may be to people watching TV or sitting in the audience, why we did it, and moving forward. Like, it doesn't bother me who sits next to me. I've known Diane for over 20 years. Doesn't bother me. We get along great. Miss Wilson and I are new friends. We get along great. When Lisa sat here, we got along great. If I sat next to Barry, we giggled a little bit too much in June or in early January. But other than that, I mean, it doesn't bother me. But I just think, as the motion maker, just why do we do it again for the fourth time? So that's all I got.
Vice President Wilson?
Is there a discussion during this time period, or is it just that it goes to you to state why it was changed?
This is the discussion portion.
Okay.
I don't know if it would satisfy Mr. Maynard and Mr. Powers, to the chair to make a statement during the discussion, if that would satisfy your, or if we want to put it on as an agendized item.
I'm fine, and I don't speak for my seconder, but I'm fine with you just making a statement and telling everybody.
Yeah.
Because, again, it's the fourth time.
May I be recognized?
The chair recognize, one moment, Trustee Maynard, are you finished with?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Treasurer Powers?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There's a status to the chairs in the custom of the public proceedings of our public bodies throughout the state, throughout the country. And it recognizes the rank of the officers and the rank of the non-officer trustees. And it's a matter of etiquette and manners as opposed to substance. But the whole reason for Robert's Rules of Order is to be respectful and fair and follow proper etiquette. So I don't think it's, because it's technical, I don't think it's unimportant. So the status is that, I know we live in an egalitarian society, but there are people who earn certain positions and earn certain rankings, either because they were voted in by the public or because they were voted in by their peers. And so I think it's disrespectful not to acknowledge that for those who have earned those positions. And I'm not just speaking for myself, but I'm speaking for others. And so the ranking is the chair is the highest ranking, number one. The vice chair is the second in prestige. In terms of officers, the third is the secretary, and the fourth is the treasurer. And then the fifth through the seventh are the trustees, the non-officer trustees by rank also, which rank is normally determined, unless there's another way, a better way to do it, it's by seniority, months or years on the board. So it's seniority. Now, This has nothing to do with the position of the superintendent to be seated next to the chair. The superintendent, certainly makes perfect sense for him to be seated to the right of the chair. But that should not upset the apple cart for the, his chair is really, it's inconsequential. His seating position is inconsequential to the ranking of the others. So the first position of prestige would be to the right of Mr. Janzarek, which would be Ms. Wilson. And then you go to the left, and then you go back to the right, and so on and so forth. So then the next position of authority and ranking would be the secretary being Ms. Valerio Nauk, so she would be to the immediate left, as it's now reconstituted with Mr. Janzarek here, to the immediate left of the chair. And then you go back to the right, and then the next ranking member would be the treasurer, who would be seated then to the right of the vice president. So that's how it was before. I was always seated next to Ms. Wilson, and notwithstanding Mr. Janzarek is inserted in between the chair and the vice chair, that shouldn't upset the rest of it. And then after me, it would be Mr. Maynard. So technically, Mr. Maynard is sitting in my seat, Ms. Nauk is sitting in Vice President Wilson's seat, and Vice President Wilson is seated in Ms. Nauk's seat. So if I were to wave my magic wand, we would just play musical chairs and get it done, and then go on from there. Now, if there's a reason to vary from that protocol, which is how it had been set up previous to tonight, other than to insert Mr. Janzarek, then I don't know why Mr. Maynard is occupying my seat, and therefore, since I'm a fourth ranking and he's fifth ranking, but he's sitting in the fourth ranking seat and I'm sitting in the other seat, although I'm actually physically sitting where I would be, but technically he's now asserting prominence. Nothing against you, Mr. Maynard, you know what I mean? Just in terms of ranking, now you're sitting in, the chair of the treasurer. So again, if there's not a legitimate reason to do that, then it looks like there's maybe some reason that we don't know about that might be arbitrary, capricious, or illegitimate. And, if somebody doesn't want to sit next to me or something, I mean, maybe the best thing would be to hash that out, or maybe this is just a clerical thing, but it continues to be a source of some consternation. I know that a number of people were insulted last time, and people were asking for apologies, and they didn't get them. And now it was restored to honor those people who were objecting, and now it's been undone again, inviting more requests for apologies and objections. So again, it's just another instance of, spending time on stuff that, I don't know, it shouldn't be particularly controversial, but it all of a sudden has become that again, and I don't know why. So I appreciate Mr. Maynard bringing it up. And I agree that the public might want to know why the change was made, because the change was not just to insert Mr. Janzarek, which is perfectly acceptable, I endorse 100%, is more integral, closer to the chair. But then, why were the other changes made, and I haven't heard an explanation for that either. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Vice President Wilson.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm a little confused here. Are we looking to add this to the agenda to be a discussion, or are we discussing it now?
We are having a discussion to this motion. I did insert that if Mr. Maynard and Mr. Powers would like the president to just answer the questions, I'd be happy to do so. So if that satisfies.
Thank you.
Yep.
Madam President,
Yes, Trustee Maynard.
I'll reiterate to you that I said 5 minutes ago, or 7 minutes ago, that I'm fine with just a statement.
Yeah.
And I don't speak for my seconder, but I'm fine with just a statement, so everybody understands why you did what you did at 3 o'clock.
Thank you.
I
believe
apologize for cutting my brother, Mr. Wilson, off.
Mr. Powers, I believe you seconded it. Are you amenable to the chair making a statement, or do you want this as a agenda item, which we will require a vote, and then we will place it on the agenda?
Well, I think Vice President Wilson's point is well taken. We've de facto added it to the agenda, so I think Ms. Wilson makes, the Vice President makes a good point. I guess to follow protocol, it should be added to the agenda, and then if it gets added to the agenda, then we can ask for the corporate action being a request that the president, perhaps enlighten the public and us if the president is so inclined to do so. I don't think the president has any obligation to do that, even if we vote that you do so. I don't think we can force you to do anything that you don't want to do. But if my other members of the board don't care about skipping that, procedural point, then I certainly don't have any objection to that. But I thank Vice President Wilson for raising it. I think it's a very good point.
So as I understand it, Mr. Powers, you don't care either way. So my job then is to rule as to if this is going to be a discussion item for everyone to partake in, or if I could just clearly make a statement.
Right, I mean, unless my brothers and sisters object to not placing on the agenda first, it doesn't matter to me.
Board members, I am interested as the chair. The chair recognizes trustee Zantini.
I think of what I'm picking up is that there are questions and there are concerns. So I would say put it on the agenda. If you're going to talk about something, then you talk about it. There's a beginning and a middle and the end. Again, transparency, honesty. This is what we all aspire to do. And that would bring that all into the fold. So put it on the agenda. That's just my opinion.
Any further discussion, board members?
Point of order.
Your point, Mr. Powers?
So I think we have Mr. Maynard's motion, which I seconded,
Correct.
which is to get the corporate action done. And then we have Ms. Zantini's motion, but I don't know if Ms. Zantini's motion supersedes Mr. Maynard's motion. Thinking aloud, I have my own motion, which is, can we just switch the seats? My motion would be to put it back to how it was at the last meeting, the only exception being that everybody that used to sit to the right of the chair ratchets one seat to the right down in respect of the chair's decision to put the superintendent there, which I think is wholly righteous and helpful and prudent. And then we just take another minute break and we switch the seats back to how they were. Maybe that's, that would be my motion, but I guess that's two motions removed from Mr. Maynard's motion, so. And maybe I need a motion to put that on the agenda for tonight too, so.
All right,
I mean, I might as well get, instead of talking about why, maybe we could just get to the point. Does anybody object to us getting up and going back to how it was?
I will just add to the discussion. As president of the Clintondale Community Schools, I believe it is my right to assign, reassign. And as much as I don't relish the idea of having to do this 3 times, I felt that I wanted my vice president to my left, my superintendent to my right, while I completely respect the office. I felt this seating arrangement suited me. And so, as president, being the chair, that's what I decided to do.
Does the chair have any objection to Mr. Maynard and me switching? Would that be all right?
well, Mr. Maynard has an objection to it. I like sitting next to Diane.
As the chair,
Seriously, I do.
as the chair, it is my right to make a seating, and I can listen, I'm.
Don't fault me for asking. I didn't know that was gonna be a
No.
problem.
No.
Is there a problem with me sitting next to Vice President Wilson? Is that the issue?
The issue is, Mr. Powers, is currently I am the seated chair of this board, and it is my decision. And so that is my decision.
No, but anybody's questioning that. They're just wondering why. What's the basis for that decision? I think we're talking about.
I don't think I have to share that with you, why.
No.
The chair recognizes Secretary Valerio No.
Thank you. And with all due respect, what you're saying right now, that you respect each of our office, I find that to be highly offensive because I don't believe you're telling the truth on that. And I will stand by that. And I'm sorry that I have to say it out loud, but to give the last minute notice that everything is changing after I raised a point, I feel that this is totally personal, and I did not appreciate it. And I will leave it at that.
And I believe those who've been disrespected by their ranks in seating being lowered not to match their ranks in law we're entitled to an apology.
Are we,
Yeah, or at least an explanation. I mean, not an explanation and not an apology, that's unacceptable.
The chair recognizes trustee Zantini.
Yeah, I can respect that the president has a right to make decisions, but not to answer someone, to me, there's something wrong with that. There should be, I think we should feel comfortable enough to explain why, not just because I can. I think that's, you're remiss in giving an investigation or to investigate, to understand that other people are telling you that something else is bigger than that's what's going on here. So let's just be honest instead of cat and mouse. And that's how things do get worked out, is through discussion. It's through reasoning. It's through understanding one another. It's being honest. It's being upfront. Or is it just that we just shove everything underneath the rug, or we don't discuss it, or whatever? And it seems that that is what's happening, and it has happened many, many times, not just this subject matter, but many others. I'm not saying there's always a perfect solution. Someone's going to be angry, someone's going to be happy. But you talk things through. You talk about the truth and get to the bottom of the truth. And when we start doing that, then we will collectively work together as a team in unison for the same goal of what we all had said that we're sitting in these seats for. But to deny an explanation, I think it's a travesty.
The chair recognizes trustee Wilson.
no, ma'am, I have nothing to say.
Okay.
Thank you for recognizing me, ma'am. Wonderful.
Madam President.
The chair recognizes trustee Maynard.
Madam President, as you know, when I sat in your center chair, I had to make allowances for different reasons, which I don't need to go into. But I think at this point, going back to the way it has always been prior to us having an issue, being the newest trustee is on the end to my left, the second newest trustee is next to that person, the third trustee is next to that person, the treasurer sits next to the third trustee, the secretary sits to the right of the president, the vice president sits next to the treasurer, and the president sits in the middle, and the superintendent and professional staff sit over on this side where Mrs. Walmsley and Mrs. Wilson are at. I think it might be time that we go back to that. It's your decision, but as you know, you did me a solid when I sat in that center chair, and we understood that. And I think that it's something that I would ask you not to do it again. Either go back to the way it had been in Clintondale. I don't know, maybe Dr. Blasius can tell us how long it's been like that. I don't remember, but it's been there forever. So maybe the answer is to go back and, put it that way and do that. I don't know. Maybe there's something else we have to talk about. I don't know. But you are right. You do have certain authority to sit people, but you also have to respect tradition that we've had before. So my point in putting this on there is I just wanted everybody to know why we moved again. And in your judgment, you think this is fine. Okay, that's your judgment. So, may not like it, particularly probably want a little more, but I'm an adult. I got the answer to my question. It wasn't necessarily the answer I was hoping for, and it's not necessarily the solution that I would have chosen, but nonetheless. So, Madam Chair, I'm going to leave it at that. everybody's got a lot of stuff, and it's 9:10, and we haven't hired a teacher yet, or accepted a resignation, or done anything else. So, I mean, you know, if you're gonna do it again, just maybe a little more than 3 o'clock, and have a little more discussion with everybody, as to what it is. If the solution is, you know, the solution is Mrs. Noak takes her seat back over here, and Mr. Powers takes his seat, takes my seat over there, and Miss Wilson and I go, you know, Miss Wilson goes to where Lisa Noak is, and I go to where Barry Powers is, fine. But I just don't want to do it again. So I will respect,
I'm sorry.
thank you, I will respect the chairman's position, having held it before, and knowing that it wasn't pleasant. And also thanking the chairman, because she did help me when I was there, when she had all right to sit next to me. You know, and knowing full well, everybody knew how, when we had to move around and, you know, some things there, it wasn't easy. But at that point, I mean, if you wanna, I guess if you wanna think about a different way that accommodates everybody else, that's your business. So I'm gonna leave it at that, because
Madam
if
Chairman?
the biggest deal,
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
okay,
I thought you finished.
if the biggest deal is that I need to move my seat, then I need to move my seat then. I told you at the start of this, I don't care. I'll make life as easy as possible for anybody. And Madam President, I know, I'll leave it at that, and that's it. I'll leave it at that.
Madam Chairman?
The chair recognizes Treasurer Powers.
Thank you. Let's go back to what started this. We had an empty seat. We had a new board member come in. The question is, somebody should think about welcoming Ms. Zontini to the board, and also what would be the best seat that would acknowledge and honor her for that. If she's the most junior member, you give her the most junior seat. If she gets time served for seniority. And then that turned into a situation where one other board member, upon seeing that there was going to be a change, mentioned that the reason for the change was that one board member did not want to sit next to another board member because of race.
Point of order.
Your point of order, or Vice President Wilson.
What Mr. Powers is stating has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So that is my point of order.
Thank you. Is discussion portion for this motion finished? Do I need to call the vote to add this as a agenda item?
Are you sustaining the objection, or are you overruling it? And I'd like the basis for the decision. Because if you sustain it, you're taking away my right to the floor, and I've been recognized. And I started talking, and I was interrupted. If you overrule the point of order, then the floor returns to me and I continue. If you sustain it, then you're taking away from me my right to be heard. And there must be a legitimate reason for that.
I believe that Vice President Wilson has a valid point as far as what you were talking about is not to the motion that's on the floor. So my ruling is discussion to the motion, and once we've exhausted the discussion, then we place this item on the agenda. That's what Mr. Maynard had intended, and I believe that you supported.
I intended for you to just make a statement.
Am I allowed to talk or
Okay.
no? And what was, I was about to give the history to get to a point, and I've been cut off. So I haven't been able, you don't know what point I was gonna make.
Thank you, Vice President Wilson, for your point of order. I will let Treasurer Powers resume discussion.
Thank you. Also that night, one member said out loud, in the presence of some members of the public and other members of the board, this was before the meeting was convened, before the meeting started. That member said, knowing how you are, I don't want to sit next to you. So, now that it all comes together, and now I'm seeing, that happened, whenever Ms. Zontini got appointed, April, May, whatever. Now I'm seeing in September, this is all coming to fruition now. And I've heard not once but twice now that Vice President Wilson has some sort of a personality, I haven't heard it from Vice President Wilson. Nobody said anything to me about it, but I've heard that, I did hear that statement, which I don't understand. And then I heard another statement that, which is hearsay, that Vice President Wilson may have some animus to me because of some personal characteristic of mine, some immutable thing I was born with, I guess, as opposed to my engaging in offensive personality. I don't know. So I think Ms. Zontini makes an excellent point by saying, let's get to the heart of this thing. Because if you try to push it under the rug, that just creates more speculation, more tension, more hard feelings, whereas if people just call it what it is and say, here's why because I get a sense that the chair is protecting somebody by saying the real reason for the change is something that is not going to be disclosed. And perhaps if that were just disclosed, then we could work it out. Now I'm perceiving, and I'm guessing, because I'm only left with guesswork because I don't know. I shouldn't have to guess, but if Vice President Wilson has a problem with me such that she doesn't want to sit next to me, and that's why this decision, part of what's motivated the decision, then wouldn't the way to correct that would be to bring that out? I'm here. You can say it in front of the world. This is an open meeting. Let the sun shine in. I'll stand by anything of my conduct that has been, and maybe there's a way that I could reassure Ms. Vice President Wilson, if that is an issue, that perhaps there's another way. Perhaps we don't need to bury it in terms of a seating chart. And if it is an issue, this isn't going to resolve it. It's just going to continue to fester. Might as well deal with it. I don't know if we need to bring in a psychiatrist or we need to go to counsel. I don't know. But let's have the respect to our fellow members to let them. We're all adults here, And if I have a problem with Zontini, I'll tell it to her face to face. I'll tell it to her publicly, and she'll do the same thing to me. Mr. Maynard and I have had some very lively discussions about each other. I think that's healthy. We work it out. Some of my best friends are litigators that I went head to head with, and we hated each other. Now we're best of friends, which is what I would hope Vice President Wilson and I could become if that is an issue.
Point of order, why
maybe
is
it's
he
not even an
assuming
issue.
that I am the person that this is directed to? That is unfair.
The chair,
Could I just ask you, do you have a problem with me? Is that part of the seating chart arrangement, Vice President?
Madam President,
Vice
thank you.
President Wilson, what is your point of order?
My point of order is Treasurer Powers is assuming and stating my name as the reason why the seating arrangement has changed. There has been nothing alluded to that. So I think it is unfair that he is stating and even asking me if I have a problem. I don't owe him an explanation. So that is my point of order. He is putting my name out there as the reason why this has all changed.
I'm just asking a question.
Chair.
I don't know.
Madam
Mr.
President.
I have no idea.
Mr. Powers, Ms. Vice President Wilson is clarifying her point of order. Let her finish her statement, and I will rule, and then.
Thank you, Madam President. And also, Treasurer Powers is speaking out of turn and directing a question towards me. I don't owe him an explanation or anything. And I think that's inappropriate with his behavior, how he's addressing a question to me. I am addressing to you, Madam President. I do apologize that we are at this point. But he cannot assume that with all the other people on this desk, that it is me. So that's why my point of order. He is misspeaking without any true facts.
Thank you, Vice President Wilson.
Madam Chairman, I was finished, so you don't need to rule on that point of order.
Thank you.
I yield the floor to whomever the chair
Oh,
recommends.
wait a minute.
Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chair. You have to
Rule.
rule on the point of order. You have to do that. And whether Mr. Powers is finished or not is not material to it. You have to rule on it, because what was brought forward was a board member of this board said another member wasn't doing something according to our policies, procedures, laws, whatever else you want to roll into that. So you have to rule on that particular subject, one way or the other. And I would encourage you to do that. Now, I've asked for a point of order, and you have to rule whether my point of order is out of order or not, and then you should rule whether or not Mrs. Wilson's point of, or Ms. Wilson, excuse me, as point of order is out of order.
Mr. Maynard, your point of order is not out of order, and Vice President Wilson, your point of order is not out of order. What the chair is trying to move forward is this motion, and that has been supported. We still have resignations and approvals. I hear the discussion, so it is my sentiment, we put it on an agenda item. I don't think any statement that I make is going to satisfy anybody on the board. Trustee Zantini, I see your hands up for discussion. Go ahead.
Oh.
The chair recognizes you.
Okay. I think, and I think we all know, that the reason Mr. Power, before he was, cut off, that he was bringing it together full circle, because there is something that's not being talked about. It is something that's not being worked on, and it's being just shoved under the rug, and that, well, be adults about it and just go on with it. So once we listened and let him speak to finish what his thought process was, you can see he was just, and it correlated together. It correlated together even for myself. But then whenever something comes up, and it does connect, there's a connection there. It's like a road connecting. It's not going, the road's not going completely in a different direction. It's coming together. Someone has to object to that, to stifle that talk, to hide that talk, to make it to say, in other words, it didn't happen. So whenever we bring up something of truths that need to come out to the public, to the taxpayers, and to one another, we're just going to say, well, you're not talking on the subject. But Mr. Powers had proven his point, that it all came together, including me. But right away, we won't talk about what happened then, because, well, that's in the past. That's in the past. No apologies given. I was the brunt of it. I was accused of something that it wasn't true. It wasn't factual. It was against me personally, my integrity of who I am. But nothing was said. Nothing was done. It's just, it's okay. It's okay, it happened to you. But Mr. Powers brought it to light. And what happened? Like that. We can't talk about that. It's not on the agenda. So we're going to pick and choose what we can talk about, when we can talk about it, depending who the person is. That is not honesty. It is not transparency. It's again, what, China? It came together. The man put the puzzle together. But no, stop your talk, cut you off. What was done to me
Sorry,
was
point of
unfair.
information.
There's my proof right there.
Your point of-
That's my proof.
Point of information.
Hit
Your
it with a point of order to stop the woman and
President-
talk
President-
over the woman,
President-
like happened
The chair
before again and again.
recognizes Vice President
Thank you.
Wilson for a point of order.
Thank you, Madam President. Mrs. Zantini said he put the puzzle together. Can you ask her to explain what puzzle was put together?
Madam Chair.
Where's the floor, Jerry?
Madam Chair,
The chair recognizes trustee Maynard.
I'm gonna say point of order, because my point of order, there's two things that happen when somebody says a point of order. No matter who's talking, the person who says point of order gets the floor.
You are
Number
correct.
one. Number two, a point of order has to be brought forward about a policy or a procedure or something that's not being done right. For example, if, I don't like, I get called a name up here, and, it's not true, well, that's against the rules. So I believe Mr. Powers has numbers 42A or 63B, I can't remember what he told me this afternoon in the Robert's Rules of Order book, but
I have a point of order on.
my
gentleman's
point of order is that
I have a
the
point
point
of
of
order,
order-
Madam Chairman, on the gentleman's point of order.
Okay.
the point of
The
order on
gentleman's
Ms.
point of
Wilson,
order is out of order. That's my point of order.
the point of
My
order
point
on
of
Ms.
order-
Wilson is out of order.
Intervene, it supersedes your point of order,
Fine.
Mr. Maynard. And you know why, and we discussed this. May I be heard, Madam Chairman, to describe my point of order?
So now I have 3 point of orders that I haven't even ruled on.
I will withdraw.
Thank you, Vice President Wilson.
I'll withdraw.
Thank you, trustee Maynard. Treasurer Powers, make your point of order.
Robert's Rules of Order, 12th edition, incorporated in our bylaws. Chapter 8, incidental motions. Section 23, point of order. Rule 23:5, timeliness requirement for a point of order. The general rule is that if a question or order is to be raised, it must be raised promptly at the time the breach occurs. For example, if the chair is stating the question on a motion that has not been seconded or on a motion that is not in order in the existing parliamentary situation, the time to raise these points of order is when the chair states the motion. After debate on such a motion has begun, no matter how clear it is that the chair should not have stated the question on the motion, a point of order is too late. Madam Chairman, I had the floor. I was speaking. The motion had been called. We were debating the motion. Vice President Wilson raised a point of order, and you ruled on the point of order, and your ruling and the point of order were both out of order. The ruling should have been Vice President Wilson, under Rule 23:5, after the debate has begun, you may not raise a point of order. So that point of order was out of order. Mr. Maynard's point of order was out of order, and I still have the floor. Now, I think Ms. Zontini has the floor most proximately, because you had the floor, and you were interrupted by Vice President Wilson's second point of order, which has not been ruled upon. And if Ms. Trustee Maynard insists that it be ruled upon, the ruling should be the point of order is not well taken because it's been waived, it's not timely, under Rule 23:5 of Robert's Rules of Order, which govern this body and this deliberation and this whole process. Ms. Zontini is correct. This has become a sham. This is embarrassing. This is a shame that we have 7 adults here, sitting here, and somebody doesn't want to sit next to somebody else, and nobody wants to mention that, and we're sweeping it under the rug, and we're shutting down free speech. We're allowing hecklers' vetoes to violate free speech. That's a violation of our amendment. Political speech goes to the core of the First Amendment. We are the government. Yes, we are a humble, lowly, grassroots part of the government. We're just a school district. It doesn't get any lower than that, but we're the government nonetheless, and our obligation is to speak on political issues and processes. That's at the core of the First Amendment, and shame on anybody who's going to thwart that. The points of order should be overruled. Ms. Zontini should have the floor, and then when Ms. Zontini is ready to yield, I will resume the floor.
Mr. Powers, I would like to share with you something that I have gone to our attorneys about. The past 2 weeks, I have a lot of questions about policy. And as I have stated previously in this meeting, some of these policies never made it into our binder. One of the policies I do recall seeing in one of the original policy books that I had was that of Robert's Rules. But in this policy manual, I do not see that Robert's Rules. So I posed the question to our attorney, Timothy Gardner, asking about Robert's Rules. My understanding has always been that a board has the discretion, but is not obligated to operate under Robert's Rules of Order or any other parliamentary authority. In this instance, the board would have to opt in to Robert's Rules of Orders in order for it to apply. I am trying my best to run these meetings with the policy book that we currently have and not break policy. So the motion on the floor is for a discussion concerning the seating arrangement. Mr. Powers, you second the motion. Is there any other discussion
On the motion.
on the motion so that we could call a vote and add it to our agenda so we can at least get through these teachers that need to be approved and the pro-care agreement and discussion of check reimbursement, and then we can have our discussion on the seating arrangement. We are at 9:30. Is there any further discussion?
I would ask the chair point me to the policies and procedures that says that Robert's rules do not apply.
There is no mention of said policy. In our previous manual, it was in the bylaw section of the book. It is no longer in the book.
So
It was-
what
it
will
was
govern
not-
parliamentary procedure at these meetings? Arbitrariness and capriciousness?
I have to go by,
Whoever speaks the loudest?
Mr. Powers, I have to go by the policies that are in the book. And I'm trying to give grace to the board members so that we can move things forward.
Yes, ma'am.
I put it to the chair. What governs parliamentary procedure at these meetings?
Our
If
policies,
it's not Robert's Rules of Order,
Our
which is applicable in every local town hall across the nation, all the way through to the State Bar of Michigan, to the state legislatures, to the federal government. So if we're not gonna follow these rules, is it left to rules of the rules of arbitrariness and capriciousness? I don't understand. How are we gonna govern ourselves at these meetings, and what standards do we have?
Secretary Valero, no, you are.
Thank you for letting me have the floor. I'm going to say this real quickly. First of all, I understand your point, Mr. Powers. You're absolutely right. We got to know what we've been following. All of us on this board, I don't even think we could even point to anything in that big policy book to know what we're being followed by. So if we can't find it in there and we need to find a quick answer, I would think the best thing to have would be Robert's Rules. Now, having said that, I agree with the Chairman that we need to go on and have a vote because we do need to get going forward. So let's have this vote on this, on whether we're going to be discussing this, and then we can discuss this 10 minutes later and go through why we're not going through with Robert's Rule. Because this is basically what we're doing. Yeah, and I agree with you. This is a shame. 7 people on the board, and we can't even get through the agenda.
Thank you.
Is that a motion to call the question? Because I'll second it.
Motion before the floor is to call the question. And then if motion passes, we will vote on discussion of the seating arrangement. Madam Secretary, please take the roll.
Point of order. May I be heard?
Mr. Powers, your point of order.
Could the chair please state the motion that we're voting on?
What we are voting now is call to question, stops debate. We need a majority of 5 If the motion passes, then we will automatically go to the vote for discussion of the seating arrangement to be placed on the agenda.
The motion, the question that's being called is to have the chair consider whether to disclose the rationale behind the seating chart arrangement, not to put it on the agenda. So I respectfully take exception to that. So my understanding, unless Mr. Maynard is amending his motion, is the motion is as it originally stands, which is to ask that the chair entertain a request to explain the seating chart, the rationale behind the seating chart. Not to put on the agenda whether he can make a motion to ask the chair to do so. I think that there was a consensus that that need not happen.
Madam Secretary, can you articulate the motion made by Mr. Maynard?
Mr. Maynard?
Yeah.
Mr. Powers? Could you second it? We're going for the original. I believe we're doing the original. You originally,
No.
What, my question is, what is the question being called? That's all.
Mr. Powers disagrees with the chair that Mr. Maynard's motion was originally to put a discussion item on the agenda, and I believe Mr. Powers second that motion. So, Mr. Maynard, can you please clarify for me, was your motion, as I recalled it, it was a discussion item, and then later I added in, I'm willing to state why I did what I did, but I recognize there was a motion and a second on the floor. So
Madam Chairman.
I asked for clarification from Mr. Maynard, so I can rule on your point of order, Mr. Powers, Treasurer Powers.
Madam President, if you're asking for clarification on the motion, I'm going to respectfully suggest that you're out of order, because the motion is to call the question, which was presented by Mrs. Noak and seconded by me, which has no debate and has no anything resulted to it. It's 5 out of 7. If it fails, we continue, and then we immediately go in to the next vote. So respectfully, no.
So, Mr. Powers, you are overruled. The call to question is an automatic, no, you need a support for a call.
Mrs. Noak said, let's take the vote.
Okay,
And
thank
I
you.
said, if that's a motion to call the question, I support it.
Whose motion is it? Who seconded it?
Mrs. Noak,
So Secretary
Wait.
Noak made the
you make the
motion
motion?
to call the question.
Lisa,
well, I'm now confused as who made the first motion and who made it second. Was it Mr. Powers that seconded? Call the, so okay, I'm Lisa Valerio now, yes. Chairman Maynard?
yes.
Wait, who's the moving party?
Apparently I am.
Mr. Maynard made the motion, there hasn't been a second.
Mr.
Mr. Maynard
Maynard.
characterizing Ms. Valerio Noak's comments does not make her comments a motion.
Then Mrs.
She has been asked whether
Valerio-
she has a motion, she has not said yes. It's your
Okay.
motion, I thought. Did you say call the question? I never heard those words come out of her mouth, call the question.
I did not.
I didn't say that.
All right,
I
so what are we
said-
talking about? Come on, let's be fair here, people. Come on. She didn't call the question, Jerry. Jeez, let's just get on with it.
You know,
This-
point of order, Madam Chair, I'm not going to sit here.
Point of order.
I'm not going to
Mr.
sit here and be disrespected by a board member like that, period.
Are you saying that she said call the question, Mr. Maynard?
She sat back, and so, you know what, I'm not allowed to respond until I'm recognized.
Mr. Maynard, Trustee Maynard, make your point of order.
The point of order is that board members should not be disrespectful to each other, and we've gone so far up until the last point, and then it came through. That's my point of order. So if you can't control order, Madam Chair, I'll start looking for something else.
Mr. Maynard, your point is valid. I believe I heard a call to question. I believe I heard you supported Ms. Valeria Noak. Ms. Valeria Noak, is that not the case?
No, I didn't say clearly
Okay.
that, I said we should start voting, I didn't say call to question.
Okay, all right.
That's
So-
all that I said. So if I was misunderstood, I'm sorry.
Okay,
That's where I got confused, because I didn't know I had to call on myself, and I did not make that call to order, to call to question. Thank you.
thank you.
I support.
So, Mr. Maynard, you're making the call to question, Secretary, or,
Wait, nobody's called the question yet.
did I not hear you?
I will call the question.
Mr. Maynard is making the motion, call to question. Vice President Wilson supported the motion. Madam Secretary, please take the roll.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Zantini,
No.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Trustee Powers,
No.
Secretary Valerio Nauk, no. President Kaminsky.
Votes yes. It is not a majority or a two-thirds vote. We resume discussion on the motion Mr. Maynard made to include what I thought was a discussion on the seating chart, and Mr. Powers supported that motion. Mr. Maynard, am I articulating that motion correctly?
I believe that's what it is, that we have a discussion on the cheating.
Okay. The cheating chart? The
Seating
cheating chart.
Excuse me.
Yes, yes. So is there any further discussion, board members, on adding an agenda item to discuss as to why I changed the seating chart, what will be placed after our discussion of presentation of or the discussion on reimbursement processes at Clintondale Community Schools. Is there any further discussion?
May I be heard?
The chair recognizes Treasurer Powers.
Under Robert's rules, the chair is to state the motion before the vote is taken. Robert's rules is of indefinite meaning as far as the chair's last ruling. So I have no idea what the process is, what the parliamentary procedure is. We're in a situation that is lawless. We have no law. We have no rules. We have no policies. Now, if there is some semblance of American parliamentary procedure that is at play here and that does have some acknowledgement, some prominence, then first question is, what is the motion? Mr. Maynard made a motion to have the chair address the controversy of the seating chart change, which was hatched and implemented less than 10 hours ago, without notice, without it being on the agenda, without a vote, as a part of administrative presidential fiat. Vice President Wilson, I don't know if I'm allowed to refer to the vice president or not, because when I've done so in the past, that's shut me down. So maybe I shouldn't say that. So one of the board members said, is this a motion to put it on the agenda, or is this just a motion to be for corporate action other than putting it on the agenda? And I complimented her. I said that was a very well-taken point. It's a good point. But I said if nobody has any objection, yeah, that would be the proper procedure. First we put it on the agenda, and then we deal with the substantive motion. But I said, but if we can just cut through it all and skip that step, we can do that. And there was no objection, and there was no motion or objection to Mr. Maynard's motion for corporate action. So as I understand it, the motion is to have the chair address the gentleman's question, the gentleman's concerns for his own benefit, for the benefit of the board, and for the benefit of the public. So when the chair articulates the motion just now, I thought everything was fine because you said Mr. Maynard's motion was to have the chair respond to the gentleman's question. But then you restated it again, you said, so therefore it's a motion to put it on the agenda. I'm like, no, those are two different things. So I don't think the gentleman ever moved to put it on the agenda. Nor, I think the board by consensus basically waived any right, that basically said, yeah, it's on the agenda, we're talking about it right now. So that's an important distinction if we're gonna follow procedure and process. So I would ask that the chair state the motion, but you don't have to do anything you want. Apparently, the chair has said you can do whatever you want now because you're the president, you're the chair. So it's autocratic. So we have no margin of standards by which to govern our conduct or to govern these proceedings other than if it feels good to the chair at the moment, at the expense of our First Amendment rights. So this is a serious problem. But if the motion is to have the chair articulate a response, then, and that's the motion I believe I seconded. And my discussion on that is that if this body is to have any legitimacy from this night forward, if the chair, if the president is going to have any legitimacy as a legally constituted constitutional, we all take oath about the Constitution. If there's going to be any legitimacy whatsoever, the chair owes it to the public to explain each and everything that motivated this decision. If there were 20 subsidiary reasons and 6 main reasons, we're entitled to hear them all. And the chair is obviously protecting somebody for some reason who doesn't have the guts to call another board member out. And if the chair is going to foment that, we're all lost. Because now you're feeding a cancer that's going to grow and grow and grow. And it's only going to get worse next time. And it's only going to get worse the next time. We've got to make the hard decisions. If there's a personality conflict, if there's an underlying issue, if the superintendent has a problem, if it's politics, if it's culture, if it's society, that have the guts to say what's going on here. Don't say, I'm going to sweep it under the rug, we're not going to file. Oh, guess what, I talked to the Thrun lawyer. No, you make the decision. The Thrun lawyer doesn't make the decision. You hire whatever experts and consultants you want, but it's your decision. Don't pass it off on Thrun. Because I can give you about 17 different things about what I have issues with Thrun. So, have the guts to explain why it is I'm sitting here in a position of subordination when I'm entitled to be sitting over there in the position that I earned. My board members voted me in as treasurer. I'm not sitting in the treasurer spot right now. The treasurer sits next to the vice president. If the vice president says to the chairman, I don't want to, then the chairman says to the vice president, well, let me talk to Mr. Powers. Get my point of view. She says she doesn't want to sit next to you. What do you have to say? You don't just kowtow to whoever the one you like the most, or whoever says it the most persuasively, or who happens to push whatever nerve there is of yours that's going to bear fruit. So I don't know why every single one of us doesn't resign tonight, because this thing has become an entire sham. We have no laws, no order, no policies, no procedures, no justification, no transparency. This has become a joke.
Madam President.
The chair recognizes Trustee Wilson.
Madam President, I had a chance to sit and listen to the conversation, and I would like to ask you, Madam President, is it in writing somewhere where there's a seating arrangement? Because I spoke with the lawyer, and I have not found any literature, any rule, any law that states where anyone is supposed to sit. I've looked, because, I don't want to go into old history, because we're wasting your time and we're wasting the people's time. Sitting next to someone, that's it. If the president makes a decision, I fully understand. I can sit next to anyone up here. Being a superintendent, we had great conversations. I really, I can work with anyone, but once again, I spent 20 years in the military. I work with multitude of races, multitude of people. So we listen to these things. So I went back to find how the previous boards did. You know, Mr. Scott sat in one seat, Jared sat to his left. Mr. Maynard was president, but I noticed that Mr. Powers sat to your left. And I was so curious that why? Because common sense, the president, the vice president, and if she would like her superintendent to sit next to her, I would think that would help the president make certain decisions in the district, because we're talking about the district. We're talking about kids in the district and policy. And Madam President, you may want the superintendent next to you because he will be able to, I do believe that Mr. Maynard moved the superintendent next to him.
You are correct.
Thank you, sir. But Mr. Powers sat next to you, Mr. Maynard. And after I researched and found out, Mr. Powers did not want to move his seat, because Ms. Zontini was voted in as vice president. And if I'm not misspoken, I'm sorry, Ms. Kaminsky was voted in.
Thank you.
But I'm pretty sure, Ms. Kaminsky, they asked you to remain in your seat.
You are correct,
Oh,
trustee Wilson.
oh, see, I'm not here for TV. I'm not here for TV. If you want to set a seating arrangement, I fully understand, because I understand hierarchy. But these games that we play to conspire against the president or whatever someone's doing, we do not know. Like I've heard several times, we have people to hire. Ms. Wilson and myself, we were moved. See, that's okay. But Mr. Powers says the guts to come and say something to someone. Time and place. Time and place is not here. If Mr. Powers would like to stay after, I can explain to Mr. Powers everything that he wants to know. But that's a man to a man. If he's got enough guts to stay here with me, and we can talk about it. So he don't have to call anybody out. We're here to do the business of the school. Now, all this hand waving, you talk, okay, I got it. See, it's on camera. So we're okay. But these games that we're playing tonight, listen, guys, I'm cut out for this. I'll be here till 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm okay. I understand Robert's rules, and I understand what you said, Madam President. But the seating arrangement, if you make a decision, let's go with it. Because on previous boards, for example, Mike Scott, everyone sat to his left, 1 through 7. So I would imagine Mike Scott as president most likely made those seating arrangements. Mr. Maynard, Madam President, can you ask Mr. Maynard, did he make the seating arrangement when he was president? I don't know. I do not know.
Through the chair, Mr. Maynard, would you like to answer that question?
I made the seating arrangement in accordance with wishes from my board members.
Yes, sir, that is right. You made the seating arrangements. I'm sorry, you made the seating arrangements. Once again, I'm sorry, sir.
In accordance with the wishes of my
The
board
wishes of your board members.
members. Yes.
But we sit here and listen tonight at this rhetoric about seating arrangements. It does not matter who we sit next to. We have a job to do. But Mr. Powers says there's no laws, no rules. We took an oath. He's right. He's very right. We took an oath. So I hope we can get on with the business of the district. Now, they're not, Madam President, they're not. They are here to wear you down. So we can sit and play this game all night, but the seating arrangement is very minuscule. It's very, very, but once again, if Mr. Powers would like to stay here, we can talk man to man, because I got a lot of guts. Thank you, Madam President.
I believe I've responded to Mr. Maynard and Mr. Powers. I clearly articulated that I'm the president, and that was my decision. I saw Mr. Powers, and then I saw Ms. Zantini. The chair recognizes Mr. Powers.
Anybody who says that I ever raised the seating chart issues in any way before the MASD appointed Ms. Zantini to the vacancy is a liar. That never happened. So I don't know if anybody here said that.
No.
I never raised it until Ms. Zantini came in and we thought, well, let's welcome her, let's give her a seat. Now that we're thinking about it, I said, why don't we go with this chart? That was in April. So I sat where Mr. Maynard wanted me to sit. And before, when Mr. Maynard was the chairman and Ms. Kaminsky was vice chair and I was then treasurer, still treasurer, Mr. Maynard decided he wanted me to sit in a certain place and he wanted Ms. Kaminsky to sit in a certain place. And I did not quarrel with him about it. That is true. Now, whether Mr. Maynard is suggesting, he took a poll of every single member and was, everybody was weighed in where they wanted to sit in this, I have no idea what, but again, it was not something that I ever volunteered. So to the extent anybody's suggesting that, that's a lie. Second, Robert's Rules, 36, decorum and debate. Now I hear my brother calling me out, he's challenging me to hang around after school and meet him in the parking lot. And we're gonna be man to man, we're gonna have courage, okay? So hang on, so I want to read this.
Trustee-
In a debate,
Trustee
a member
Wilson-
must confine himself.
Trustee Wilson has a point of order. I will listen to the point of order, Mr. Powers.
Ma'am, that was never said. Mr. Powers is implying that we have a after-school scrap. That was never said. I said, he can stay here and we can talk about it,
I
man
have
to
the floor.
man.
That's-
Excuse me.
Well, the rule,
Mr.
state the point of order,
Excuse me.
rule on the point of order, I have the floor.
Mr.
May I finish?
You please finish your point of order.
He's not speaking to a point of order, Madam Chairman. He's responding to my
Excuse me.
midstream discussion.
Excuse me. Point of order.
And this is called a heckler's veto. It's against the First Amendment. I have the right to talk. If the government shuts me down because you're afraid of how it's going to bother him,
I am
that
calling-
violates my First Amendment rights.
I am calling for a privileged 10-minute recess, and we will reconvene at 10:10 p.m.
Thank you. It's a good movie.
Young man.
Um,
I have a second. I have a second with you real quick.
yeah, let's go outside.
No, just sit here, just sit here.
No, we get microphones.
I'll be right out in 5 minutes.
I love your body.
I said 10:10. Should I
Man, I
should.
had time for that more.
You said good.
minutes, I thought, and we're 10 minutes and 49 seconds.
Okay.
Whatever, let's roll.
Board is back in session at 10:07 PM.
Madam President,
The chair recognizes trustee Maynard.
Your Honor, I'm sorry,
Oh.
Madam Chairman, I was speaking, I had the floor when there was a
Okay.
ruling by the chair to adjourn, so I think that we resume.
Mr. Powers, continue on. I apologize, Mr. Maynard.
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Well, I was going to refer to Rule 36 of Robert's Rules of Order, decorum and debate, which basically says that you can debate the issues as long as you want, but you should not focus on the personality of the person making the argument and talking about him personally and how he conducts himself and so forth, unless, I guess unless it's a disciplinary motion, but if it's not a disciplinary motion, Robert's Rules basically says that in referring to another member, he should, as much as possible, avoid using his name, rather referring to him as the member who spoke last or in some other way describing him. The officers should always be referred to by their official titles. It's not allowable to arraign the motives of a member, but the nature and consequences of a measure may be condemned in strong terms. It is not the man, but the measure that is the subject of the debate, etc. And then, since we're not operating in Robert's Rules anymore, I looked at the board. So I would if Robert's Rules has any meaning, then I would ask that perhaps the chair remind the gentleman not, to refrain from describing my personality or my identity and argue with my ideas, but don't argue with the personality or the man. And don't call me out to meet him in the playground afterwards to go to fisticuffs. I'd like to think that we're beyond that. But then I looked at the Board Code of Ethics, and I don't see anything in there that says that he has to so restrict himself. So, like I said last time, if we're playing prison rules, we all have to ask ourselves, where's that going to take us? Is that going to elevate us up higher, or is it going to debase us? I would suggest that it's going to debase us. And if we don't have some personal responsibility to maintain ourselves as in an exemplary fashion, then I'm not sure where we're going. So that's all I had to say. And then I don't have any more discussion on the motion. I don't know that we need to call the question. I would just ask suggest that the chair entertain any further discussion, and then we just take a vote after discussion's done. I don't think we need to have a 2/3 vote on calling the question. If people have something to say, let them say it.
I would like to respond to Mr. Powers. I did articulate the letter from, or the email from our attorney. Although Robert's Rules is not in our policy, we still follow OMA, and that is in our policies. So that is my response to Mr. Powers. I saw trustee Zontini, and I saw or trustee Wilson. Trustee Zontini, did you have more discussion?
Yes, ma'am. Just this is through the chair, of course, through the president. My question is, as a trustee, am I allowed to call the attorney? Am I allowed to call Thurm if I have questions? Can the president answer me that question?
I do. There is no policy as to who can and cannot call the attorney. I just want to state for the record, as an attorney, so when we call, when anybody calls, the clock is ticking, and that I'm not in any way preventing anybody to do that, but yes, Ms. Huntington.
Okay, because, I've served on the board with 3 vacancies, and gosh, I don't remember ever trustees calling the attorney and racking up taxpayers' dollars for that. And through the chair again, evidently it was very quite clear because a trustee said that a call was made to the attorney, so therefore it connects that they must have had a conversation about a seating arrangement, which that also connects why this whole thing happened tonight, and then it concludes and connects again what Mr. Powers was saying, why we were talking about it. So it's right there. It's bold, there's your answer right there. Call the attorney, discuss the seating arrangement. Tonight's seating arrangement takes place. Mr. Powers fills in all the gaps, brings in honesty, tells it like it is. What more is there to say? That interconnects everything. It all connects. But I never thought that I would myself, I only can speak for myself, making no judgments on anyone else, to have to think that I should call the attorney as a trustee. I would have never thought that in 23, 24, now 25. You know, we have teachers that don't have a contract, and who's to say how long each trustee, if we all decide to talk to them, and I don't know if they get $500 an hour, $600 an hour. I mean, I just, to take that, I mean, I'm astounded to think that, I know I would have never taken that upon myself, because of the responsibility as a trustee is to use taxpayers' dollars wisely. And again, I would refer to the superintendent or to the president if there was a question, and then they could relate to me and say, well, you know what, that's a good question. I will contact the attorneys for you. And I'll give you that answer in the weekday. But I think that would have been a responsible response as a trustee, guarding the taxpayers' dollars, to go to the person or designated person to relate that question that you had, and then they could follow through to see if the call should be made, or maybe they want to add to the call, or there's something else that they were going to talk to him to begin with, but they would do that, than us just take it upon ourselves. So I just find that quite ironic, and it isn't for cameras. Thank goodness we do have cameras, and we are able to see and let the public watch, because that gives transparency. So, but to indicate in any way, shape, or form that people perform for cameras, and maybe that was taken wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think so. That's not the case. The cameras are pure honesty, and I would hope that anybody watching tonight will continue and tell other residents in the district to watch and listen and put puzzle together piece by piece by piece. And I hope they will. I hope our involvement of people watching and caring about their local government and their district, I really hope, and I to invite anyone that hears my voice is to watch and talk and make phone calls. If you think something's wrong, then report it. If you think that something needs to be shared, talk to our superintendent. He'll listen. He has an open door policy. Thank you.
Yes, the chair recognizes trustee Wilson.
Madam President, I listened to Robert's rules, and I listened to your explanation, and I understand. I understand. And, you know, I listened to Ms. Wilson when she gave a point of order because someone had used her name. I don't understand why people on this board thinks the rules are for other people. Thinks the rules are for, the rules and your ruling is for all of us. All of us. So, you know, I'm not going to waste your time, but I will say, because I think the trustee was speaking about me, because I did say I called the lawyer. But it's unbelievable how people could be 2, 3 years on this board and don't know you can call Brad Banasick. He's the lawyer at the MASB. Am I wrong, Madam President?
You're not, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, so I would never call through him. I would never. But, I had my mentor explained to me in the class we went to. But we have, so I would never, and I would never overstep my boundaries with calling through. But I do call Brad. Me and Brad have a good relationship, and Brad lets us know that he knows a lot about Clintondale. So, and Jared, Mr. Maynard can probably attest to that, madam. So, sometimes board members, we get confused, and that's understandable. Lack of comprehension, that's understandable. I just wanted to clear it that if anyone called through, Madam President, I hope that would be you, or I think the superintendent.
That is
Okay.
correct, Trustee
Yeah.
Maynard,
It's
or
just
Trustee Wilson.
unbelievable how people can be on the board for so long and not know.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can play this all night.
Chair recognizes Trustee Zantini.
Well, clarification helps a lot, doesn't it?
Yes.
If someone just says an attorney, one would logically think that. But if one doesn't clarify, if one does not make themselves clear enough and precise enough, then you could be very easily misconstrued. And I still have the floor?
Yes, you have the floor, Trustee Zantini.
Okay, so that explains that. My questions, my caring about the district, that's never going to waver. It's never going to waver by anyone trying to make me think differently. And I will tell you that discussion again and being honest is where this board has to go in the right direction. And we are not moving in the right direction in that regards. It's just my opinion. Thank you.
Madam President.
The chair recognizes Trustee Wilson.
It's our job to pay attention. It's our job to pay attention. There's no explanation, there's no clarification. I listened to board members, heckler's veto. I still don't know what that is. So I get it, I understand clarification. The next time I speak, I will clarify. I will clarify. But here's the bottom line. We have not started on the business of the district. We have not started, so clarification on what lawyer to call or what lawyer not to call, you should know that as a board member and being on this board for more than a year. Ms. Wilson and myself, we're trying to follow the lead of you. Madam President, I call Mr. Maynard all the time because I have questions and questions. And I'm reading policy, I'm on the policy board. I want to be better at this job. I'm not here just to throw pot shots out, but I'm not here to listen to empty words and rhetoric. If you don't know what I'm talking about, figure it out. But we got to move on. We have to move on. What lawyer? No board member should call through. I think that was said earlier on this board. Let's go. Come on. Comprehension.
Mr. Maynard?
Madam President,
Oh, I apologize.
I am going to call, at this point, I am going to call the question. I think it's time that we just vote, move along. We've said what we needed to say.
Yes, ma'am.
So if someone would second my call to question, Mr. Maynard, thank you. And here we go. Ms. Valerio now, yes, Mr. Maynard.
I'm sorry, was there a second?
Mr.
Yes.
Maynard.
Yes.
I didn't hear it, pardon me.
Oh, he
It would
raised-
help if people would
I
declare the
apologize.
process.
I apologize, I waved my
He
hand. I
raised
should
his
have
hand and
been
I
audible.
recognized it.
I'm sorry, I was reading.
Yep.
I apologize.
Okay, again, Ms. Valerio now, yes, Mr. Maynard.
Yes.
Ms. Zantini.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes. More than a majority of call the question. We now, Madam Secretary, could you please review the minutes to the verbiage of what the motion on the floor is?
The motion on the floor, since we said to move forward, was for you to put on the agenda to have your explanation of why the seating chart was changed.
Madam President,
The chair recognizes Mr. Maynard.
the motion is for you to provide a statement as to why you made the changes.
That's the motion, I seconded.
And that's it.
Yes,
That's the motion.
and I made my statement.
You still
Okay,
We have
I'm
to
sorry.
vote on the motion.
vote on the motion.
Okay, let's move it on the motion.
So that would be Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Powers.
Yes.
Ms. Zantini,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Wilson,
No.
Ms. Kaminsky.
Yes. Motion passes 6.
6-1.
Thank you. So my statement, as I previously stated before, board members, as the chair of this body, I have the authority to make the seating chart.
Point of order.
Mr. Maynard,
Madam Chair,
yes.
that's just been added to the agenda, so I'll make the correct motion for you, which is a motion to approve the agenda as been amended all of these times. And if there is a yes, I shouldn't say anything more.
There's a motion on the floor
To approve the agenda
To approve
as
the-
amended.
approve the agenda as amended.
No. He made a point of order. The chair rules on the point of order. You sustain it or you overrule it. If you overrule it, we go back to the motion. We haven't voted on your motion yet, which I seconded. So I'm not sure what the point of order is, but,
We voted 6-1. The motion passed for her to make a
no,
statement.
that was to call the question.
No,
No, that was 2.
No, I'm sorry. Okay, so you're right. Pardon me.
Yeah.
So we, both motions passed.
Both
And
motions
so that
passed.
you would ask that the chairman respond, and the chairman was responding, and you interrupted her with a point of order, which she was doing what the motion asked her to do, and then you interrupted her. I don't understand what's going on.
The problem is, Mr. Powers, that was a motion to add that to the agenda for her to make that comment. Now, we have to approve the
No,
entire.
your motion was not to add it to the agenda. Your
Oh.
motion was simply to have it.
Then I withdraw then. Okay, I
Yeah.
withdraw it all. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I thought
Yeah.
it was going on the agenda.
Remember, because I said.
Correct.
Vice President Wilson's point was well taken, but
Great.
that's not what we did.
All right, she can make the statement then. My
so
apologies.
I thought I did make the statement within the discussion. Does the board need me to re-articulate the statement that I previously made? Because I stand by that statement, that as the president, I have the right to make the seating chart as I see fit. And yes, I do take under consideration what board members ask or don't ask, but it doesn't mean that I rule on them. This is how I wanted it, and that is my statement.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I motion to approve the agenda as amended.
The motion on the floor is to approve the agenda as amended. Is there support for Mr. Maynard?
Support.
Mr. Wilson supports that. Is there discussion, board members? The chair recognizes trustee Zantini.
Would you explain the motion to me, please?
So we've made several revisions to the original agenda, and that's what that's the motion on the floor, is to approve it with the corrections that we have made. Does that satisfy?
Thank you very much for the clarity.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Any
Madam
further?
Chairman, Who seconded Mr. Wilson's?
Jared.
Jared, okay, thank you.
Mr. Powers, did I see your hand up?
Yes, it's been a little while, and I'm not sure I understood. Item 18, the heading is teacher. And my understanding that a motion was previously made, discussed, and it passed to remove that item?
That is correct.
What, do we know what the basis was for it to be on there and for it to be removed? I'm not sure what the,
She
What the
withdrew,
rationale
she withdrew her approval, or she withdrew. So we don't have to approve her
okay.
as a
thank you.
teacher. So 18 got replaced by what was 19?
Okay.
Are we,
And then, so 19 becomes 18, 20 becomes 19, and 20 is Secretary Valerio Nauk's item.
that is correct,
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Powers. You are welcome.
And 21 is not before us anymore. Okay. Old 21. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
You're welcome. Approval of the bills.
Did we go through the vote yet to amend the agenda?
Oh,
To
no?
approve the agenda.
Yeah,
To approve the
it.
agenda
To
as
approve
amended.
the amendment, we didn't go through that.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, for
You're welcome.
keeping me in check.
All right, Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Ms. Zantini,
Yes.
Mr. Powers.
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Wilson
Yes.
and Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, motion passes 7-0. Now I believe we're on approval of the bills.
Madam Chair, what was the, did we suspend the approval of the minutes till next meeting? Is that what we did on that?
Yes.
We did not remove them both. We removed the August 18th, and then we have to make the August 18th and then the August 18th amended minutes on the next agenda. But we just approved the revised agenda.
Madam Chair,
The chair recognizes trustee Maynard.
motion to approve the recommendation of the superintendent and the board president for the August 13th, 2025 policy committee meeting minutes.
The motion on the floor is to approve the policy minutes of August 13th of 2025. Is there support for Mr. Maynard? Mr. Maynard's motion.
Support.
Mr. Wilson. Is there discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Madam Secretary, would you please take the roll call?
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Zantini,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes. Motion passes. Approval of the bills. The superintendent and the board president recommend the board approve the bills ending August 29th of 2025. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard, is there support for Mr. Maynard's motion? The president will support. Is there discussion on the bills? Hearing and seeing none. Madam Secretary, would you please take roll call?
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky,
Votes yes.
Ms. Zantini,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Abstain.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes, and Ms. Wilson.
Abstain due to a familial relationship.
Motion passes 5 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 abstention. Correspondence, the superintendent and the board president recommend the board accept and receive the following correspondence: Mary Moss, Terry Benke, Tiffany Say, Marissa Paquette, Mary Burris, Mike Jones, Madison Wagner, Caitlin Hewer, Aaron Harris, Melissa Kibbe, Laura Shepard, Dominic Reed. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard makes the motion. Is there support?
Support.
I will acknowledge Secretary Lisa Valerio Noakes' support. Is there discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Madam Secretary, please take roll call.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Zantini.
Yes.
Mr. Maynard.
Yes.
Mr. Powers.
Yes.
Ms. Wilson.
Yes.
And Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, motion passes 7-0. Superintendent report. Mr. Janzarek, Superintendent, the floor is yours.
Honestly, I'm gonna adjust my update a little bit. I'll connect with one of the things in our weekly update, but one of the things I want to mention at first, because I did have a lengthy update this evening. Want to start off by thanking the amazing students at Clintondale Community Schools. From across the school district, they started last week, and things were amazing. I'm often asked, well, do you like your job? And I often say yes, like everyone else. I like about 95% of it. I'll tell you, the 95% that I truly love is the time that I get to go hang out in the schools, hang out in the classrooms, make connections with the students. I get to see them at football games. I get to see them at other activities. That's, for me, is amazing. So I want to thank them. They came back to school ready to go. They came back to school ready to learn. From the elementary school, standing out front, to hear about what's in their backpacks, to hear about who picked out their shoes, to hear about what they were looking forward to. Absolutely amazing. To hear about the excitement, to get to know their teacher a little bit better. For me, I can't say that's the greatest thing. At the secondary level, to walk into the secondary campus. Yes, if we wouldn't have done it, we would have had to do it due to the flood. But because we did it, it was phenomenal. The kids came in ready to go. The kids came in smiling, wanting to know who was in their classrooms, wanting to know who they had lunch with, wanting to know what was going on, wanting to know about the new options that we were offering at the secondary campus for the students through electives, wanting to know what we were offering for dual enrollment, for additional things. I can't tell you, and I can't thank the students enough. Them coming back, smiling faces, them coming back, ready to learn, just eager to go. Just phenomenal for me. My opportunities to walk the halls and hang out with the kids, my goal is to be in every building every week. On the first day of school, I did that ×2. I was in every building twice to walk around. The new secondary campus makes it so in one day I can walk through the main hallway. I can stop in every classroom. I can go upstairs. I can see Mr. Woods in the beginning of the day. I can see Mr. Forlini at the end of the day outside. For me, I can't thank the students enough for that opportunity for me to go hang out with them, and I can't thank them enough for how they came back ready to learn, ready to jump back into the 2025-26 school year. So for me, number one, thank you, students. Phenomenal. I also want to give a quick little update about special education staffing. For over 2 years now, we have been diligent looking for special education staff, psychologists, social workers, speech and language pathologists. We are not going to stop looking for them But I also want to make it clear that we have a duty to our students. If they need additional support through those services and we can't hire someone, it is still our responsibility to meet the needs of those students. So we are going to do whatever we need to do to meet those students' needs. Now, I'll tell you, every day I hear from Mrs. Walmsley about, we've got another resume about a speech and language pathologist or a social worker, we're going to try to get them in. Sometimes they work out, sometimes they don't. But that is something that we are dedicated to do. The students deserve it, and we are not going to stop. You'll notice that one AD today is one of those individuals that we were able to find. And I commend them to do that because we're going to move forward, hopefully, in an opportunity to bring someone else in here to support those students. So, Mrs. Walmsley, I don't get a chance to say this very often, thank you. For over 2 years, trying to beat the bushes to see how many people we can get. I can't thank you enough for this, and it's all for the kids. So thank you. Third thing on my agenda item, Mission Mondays, starting next week. On September 15th, from 5 until 6, I will be at Rainbow Elementary School, and I've got flyers for each one of the board members. I'll pass them down. And this will be on social media tomorrow for those that are still listening this evening. It'll be from 5 to 6. We ask you to RSVP if you can, but if you can't, we understand. The purpose of our Mission Mondays is to hear from the community, to find out what we can do as a district to meet our mission. And our mission, Clintondale Community Schools, exists to educate, inspire, and empower our students to succeed in an ever-changing world. That's our mission. So for me, I'd like the community to come in. I'd like to hear from them. In this first roundabout, we're going to go through and I'm going to be talking with them. And I'll have a quick little presentation, but I'll have an opportunity for them to share feedback with me and then leave with a survey to give me additional feedback of what we can do to better support our students to meet this mission that we have in the district. We will have one each month. There will be a couple months due to the maybe the fall harvest or the holiday extravaganza. We have to move it around a little bit, but look for information on a one Monday every month for an opportunity for us to go out and go to the community to find out what else we can do. So look for this on social media. Please share it with your friends. Another update I have, on Wednesday of this week, right at the administration building, I see C Club members out there in the audience. We will be having, or they will be having, the ribbon cutting for the 6 pickleball courts that are going to be right behind central office over there at 35100 Little Mac. They have done an absolutely amazing job. The new paint on the courts, the nets are going to be going up soon. We're already having traction of individuals from the community asking about it. I can't thank the C Club enough for that. An opportunity for something for not only our students, but also the community. I heard there was discussion about, well, what time is it going to close every night? And we had a staff member say, don't worry, I'll be the one responsible to go over there and close it. I can't wait to take on Mr. Woods. I think the last time he played pickleball, he maybe cheated a little bit, so I'll challenge him for a game here and there. Hearing from the PE teacher, excited about taking the kids out there and trying something new. I'm excited for that to be within our community, to give back a little bit for an opportunity for maybe students, families to learn a little bit, to do an activity together. Rather than sitting around on a tablet or a computer, go out and play pickleball. If you see someone out there in the community, you see someone playing, stop in. Ask them to figure out how to play. I know Dr. Blasius and I, we know one thing, you can't stand in the kitchen, but I could use some lessons for the other kids in terms of it, and the kitchen is the area right around the net. So C Club, Pickleplex ribbon cutting, 4:30 at 35100 Little Mac this Wednesday. I hope to see as many people there as possible. I hope to be able to celebrate with them and the community the opening of that complex. And one last final update for me. I added it in the, my weekly update with all of you. And I just want to publicly say, you know, at the end of the first week, I try to be around at all places. And obviously talk to you about the students and everything, but it's also a time for me to connect with staff members. And to hear the positivity out of the secondary campus from staff members was something that was said a lot about not only the staff, but the community and the students and the administration about their hard work to launch that building. About the hard work. So to hear the positivity of, no, the students are doing what they need to do. They know the areas they're allowed to be in and they're not allowed to be in. To hear the positivity about the students came back ready. All of our resources are under one roof for the secondary campus right now, and they did a phenomenal job. So thank you not only to the students that I mentioned in the beginning, but to the amazing staff. We've got some of them. We've got our detective in the back of the room right now. We've got our building in one of our assistant principals. The work you guys do to build relationships with kids, absolutely amazing. I can't thank you enough for that.
Conclude your report?
That's it.
Okay. Trustee Wilson, the chair recognizes
Yes,
you.
Madam President, I would just like to say thank you to the superintendent. It's good to see how fired up he is. He seems to be really excited. I'm really happy, loved his report. Just a little skeptical on the move with the middle school to the high school, but it sounds like superintendent is real happy with what he's seen the first 2 weeks. Loved your report. I know your whole staff, Ms. Walmsley, everyone in your central office, we appreciate. It's good to see a bright spot. You know, you tolerate things, but thank you very much.
Chair recognizes trustee Maynard.
Mr. Superintendent, thank you for doing the work you do, because I don't think we say thank you enough. But there's two specific instances that I want to thank you for. As you know, I had the opportunity through a mutual friend to plead our case to Secretary McMahon this afternoon in terms of how much that flood actually cost us. And when the call came this weekend that, hey, Jared, we're going to see what you can do, I texted Ken immediately, and Ken had a letter written to me within an hour and a half or 2 hours that I was able to make sure got in the hands of the Secretary of Education, talking about the need of the $1.5 million. He has, he's been diligently working on it. That little sewage discharge, and I'm not calling it little by any means, but it was huge. It was level 3, and it cost $2.5 million worth of damage. And Ken has been going around trying to find the other 1.5. And I have been working with him in terms of getting people to return his phone call, which was elusive at our very local level, which was very annoying. But I think that's been taken care of. And he has contacted all of our state legislatures. He's contacted our county drain commissioner. And he's working through processes to find us $1.5 million. So if we don't find $1.5 million, everybody get your pencils out, because we're gonna have to go over that budget and find $1.5 million. So keep that in the back of your mind. And Ken, I wanna just make sure you know that I appreciated you getting that done. To change I needed on it, you did it very quickly. And I know it was discussed today, because it was brought up by one of my friends who was in the meeting, that particular information, as well as if she has any money left over for tutors and other items that, come on over here, we'll take it. So I'm hoping that will lead to more fruitful discussions on all levels. But just so everybody knows, part of the trigger is disaster funds, which is what we're trying to go after, because that's what that really was. It wasn't little, it was a disaster. And if you didn't see the pictures and you weren't afforded as a board member the opportunity to come look and smell the aroma, it was something is devastating. And if anybody out here has an in with the governor, my understanding is the declaration of emergency is on her desk. So take some time tomorrow, call the governor, and say, why aren't you declaring this an emergency? The $3 million in the school district, what is taking you so long? And sort of nudge her along politely if you have it. That's just one office. I don't have anybody I can reach to for obvious reasons. And the second thing is I asked Mr. Blasius this question, and he didn't have a name. So in honor of the pickleball, do you have a name for your pickleball team? Because it's 2 people, or do you want me to send you a few suggestions, Ken? You know, Dink It Like Ken. I mean, there's a couple we can come up with. ChatGPT does wonders.
Are you challenging me to a game on Wednesday?
No, I said your pickleball team.
Oh, okay.
Save it for the ribbon cutting.
Your pickleball team. You gotta have your name with your name on the shirt. But anyways, enough joking, but thank you very much for everything that you have been done. And thank you for getting our legislatures and our county people. And hopefully, things are now moving at the local level after, you know, significant prodding to get it going. Thank you.
I would like to also sentiment the challenges that the superintendent faces, and I ask the people that are still up on YouTube to make that call to the governor, your congressman, to support that we desperately need these funds so we can do some good things here at Clintondale. And thank you, Ken, for diligently going after everything you can. Public comment regarding business before the board. We encourage you to voice your opinion on topics on the agenda. Please stand, be recognized by the chairperson, and state your name and address before commenting. To provide opportunity for all to participate, board policy limits each individual to 3 minutes. To ensure due process and respect of individual rights, the district maintains a formal process for handling complaints against individuals. A problem involving an individual or individuals or specific incident is best handled through administrative channels. Speakers are asked to express themselves in a civil manner with due respect for the dignity and privacy of others who may be affected by your comments. Speakers should be aware that if your statements violate the rights of others under the law of defamation or invasion of privacy, you may be held legally responsible. Is there anyone wanting to make public comment regarding business before the board? Seeing none. Consent items, there are none. Non-consent items. Number 1, resignation. The superintendent, the director of human resources recommend that the board approve the resignation of Mary Moss, behavioral coach, effective August 31st, 2025. Mrs. Moss has worked in the district for 10 years. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard, is there support?
Support.
Ms. Wilson, is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Maynard.
I just wish Mary good luck in her new position and thank her for her years of service.
Any further discussion, board members? Hearing and seeing none. Madam Secretary, would you please take roll call?
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Zantini,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes, Ms. Wilson,
How do we do this, because I did second?
oh,
Yeah. Yeah,
Sorry, how do we do?
yeah.
did I get the 2 Wilsons?
Yes, you did.
I
Yes.
missed,
No
my
problem.
apologies.
Just want to make sure we get it right.
Yes.
Then I should have said, let's start this over so that I have it
Okay,
clear, I'm sorry.
let's do it. Yeah.
Mr. Maynard,
Yep.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Zantini,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes, and Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, motion passes 7-0. Resignation number 2, the superintendent, director of human resources, recommend that the board approve the resignation of Tara Banky, teacher, effective August 31st, 2025. Mrs. Banky has worked for the district for 20 years. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard, is there support?
Support.
Mr. Wilson, thank you. Is there discussion, board members?
Madam President,
Chair recognizes Mr. Maynard.
I would just like to take this moment to thank Tara Banky. She's served in this district for over 20 years, and she's provided a lot of help and thoughtful and leadership, as well as positive experience for our students. So I thank her and I wish her well.
Any further discussion, board members? Hearing and seeing none, Madam Secretary, please take roll call.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Zantini,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, motion passes 7-0. Resignation, the superintendent, the director of human resources recommend that the board approve the resignation of Tiffany Tsai, teacher, effective August 22nd of 2025. Mrs. Tsai has worked for the district for 8 years. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard makes the motion. Is there support?
Support.
Ms. Wilson supports the motion. Is there discussion, board members? Hearing and seeing none, Madam Secretary, please take roll call.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Zantini,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, motion passes 7-0. Resignation, the superintendent, the director of human resources recommend the board approve the resignation of Marissa Paquette, teacher, effective August 31st, 2025. Mrs. Paquette has worked for the district for 10 years. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard makes the motion. Is there support?
Support.
Ms. Wilson supports the motion. Board members, is there any discussion?
Madam President,
Yes, Mr. Maynard.
I just want to thank Marissa for her years of service to the district and wish her well in her new employment.
Board members, is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, Madam Secretary, please take roll call.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Zantini,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, motion passes 7-0. Resignation. The superintendent and the director of human resources recommend the board approve the resignation of Mary Burris, teacher, effective August 25th of 2025. Mrs. Burris has worked for the district for 2 years. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard makes the motion.
Support.
Mr. Wilson supports. Board members, is there discussion?
Madam Chair,
Chair recognizes Mr. Maynard.
I just want to take this moment to thank Mary for her 2 years of service and for what she did as a teacher here at Clintondale, and wish her the best of luck.
Board members, is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Madam Secretary, please take roll call.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Zantini,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, the motion passes 7-0. Resignation. The superintendent, the director of human resources recommend the board approve the resignation of Mike Jones, teacher, effective August 31st of 2025. Mr. Jones has worked for the district for 8 years. Board members, is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard makes the motion.
Support.
Mr. Wilson supports. Board members, is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Madam Secretary, please take roll call.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Zantini,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
and Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, motion passes 7-0. Resignation. The superintendent, the director of human resources recommend the board approve the resignation of Madison Wagner, nurse, effective August 31st of 2025. Ms. Wagner has worked for the district for 2 years. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard makes the motion. Is there support?
Support.
Mr. Wilson supports. Board members, is there discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, the chair recognizes Mr. Maynard.
I just want to take this second to wish Ms. Wagner the best in her next endeavors and thank her for her service.
Board members, Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Madam Secretary, please take the roll call.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Santini,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nelk, yes, Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
and Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, motion passes 7-0. Resignation. The Superintendent and the Director of Human Resources recommend the Board approve the resignation of Caitlin Hewer, social worker, effective September 12th of 2025. Ms. Hewer has worked for the district for 7 months. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard? Is there support?
Support.
Mr. Wilson? Board members, is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Madam Secretary, please take roll call.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Ms. Santini,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nelk, yes, Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
and Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, motion passes 7-0. Resignation. The Superintendent and Director of Human Resources recommend the Board approve the resignation of Erin Harris, effective September 12th of 2025. Mrs. Harris has worked for the district for 13 years. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard makes the motion. Is there support?
Support.
Mr. Wilson supports. Board members, is there any discussion?
Madam President,
Yes, the chair recognizes Mr. Maynard.
I want to take a moment to thank Erin Harris for her service to Clintondale. She was one of the teachers that embraced our change when we started the Early Childhood Center. And she embraced that change, and she was excited to see a full team, a full building at McGlennon. And as a kindergarten teacher, she did very well. I think I stopped in once to do a reading. But I wanted just to say thank you for your 13 years of service, and we wish you well, whatever school district you've landed in.
Board members, is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Madam Secretary, please take the roll call.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Santini,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nelk, yes, Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
and Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, the motion passes 7-0. Resignation. The Superintendent and the Director of Human Resources recommend the Board approve the resignation of Dominic Reed, Counselor, effective September the 18th of 2025. Mr. Reed has worked for the district for 5 years. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard makes the motion. Is there support?
Support.
Ms. Wilson supports the motion. Board members, is there any discussion?
Madam President, I have a question for you and then a comment after my question. In Mr. Reed's resignation letter, he indicates, if I have the right person, that he still wants to serve as the middle school track coach. Do I have the right person, or am I on the wrong person?
It's the right
It's
person,
the right person?
Mr. Maynard.
Okay. Will we be allowing him to continue as the middle school track coach, or will we be asking him for resignation on that as well?
Ms. Walmsley, are you able to answer that question through the chair?
The position, the coaching position is Mr. Reed's until he resigns. We're gonna allow him to coach.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then I would just like to say, I wish him the best of luck. This young man got a great position, like literally less than 500 feet from his house. He can walk to work. And of course, probably got some, a little help on the other end, but I wish him the best of luck. He's been with Clintondale for 5 years, and I guess it looks like he'll still be coaching track for us, but we wish him the best of luck.
Board members, is there any other discussion? Hearing and seeing none, Madam Secretary, please take roll call.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Santini,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nelk, yes, Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, the motion passes 7-0. Resignation, the Superintendent, Director of Human Resources recommend the Board approve the resignation of Melissa Kibbe, Instructional Assistant, effective August 19th of 2025. Mrs. Kibbe has worked for the district for 3 years. Board members, is there a motion on the floor?
Motion.
Ms. Wilson makes the motion. Is there support?
Support.
Mr. Wilson supports. Board members, is there discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Mr. Maynard.
In her resignation letter to the board, which we received in, she states that she is relocating closer to her family. So I just wanted to wish her the best of luck in her new position. It's gonna be helpful being closer to family. So, Melissa, I wish you best of luck, and, and that's that.
Board members, is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, Madam Secretary, please take roll call.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Zantini?
Yes.
Mr. Maynard?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes, and Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, the motion passes 7-0. Resignation, the Superintendent, the Director of Human Resources recommend the Board approve the resignation of Laura Shepard, Instructional Assistant, effective August 19th of 2025. Mrs. Shepard has worked to the district for 1 year. Is there a motion on the floor?
Motion.
Ms. Wilson, is there support?
Support.
Mr. Wilson. Board members, is there discussion? Hearing and seeing none, Madam Secretary, would you please take roll call?
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Zantini?
Yes.
Mr. Maynard?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes, and Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, motion passes. Teacher. The Superintendent and the Director of Human Resources recommend the Board approve Aria Collins as a special education resource room teacher for the 25-26 school year, contingent upon approved fingerprints, record check, and physical. The rate of pay will be $39,664, step 1 of the BA salary schedule. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard makes the motion. Is there support?
Support.
Mr. Wilson supports.
Madam
Board-
President,
Yes, Mr. Maynard, the chair recognizes you.
thank you. I have a question through the chair to the HR director. We say contingent upon approved fingerprints, record check, and physical. This individual worked for us last year. Is there a reason we have to get her fingerprinted and background checked again this year? I don't know, I just want to know.
She worked for EduStaff last year, so she didn't have to
Okay.
get a physical. She works for Clintondale this year. She
Okay.
needs to get a physical.
All right, so there is a reason. Okay, I wasn't sure. Thank you very much.
Board members, is there any other discussion? The chair recognizes Treasurer Powers.
Yes, if the superintendent or Ms. Walmsley would care to answer, could you just give us a summary of what the special education resource room teacher, what the scope of that position is?
She's, you good?
Yes.
She's
yes.
good. She's working to support students with IEPs. So students that are in the special education classrooms, whether that's in a classroom where they're being pulled out to get services or she's going in to support kids. But her role is to work as a special education teacher.
So she supports the other teachers that the students have, or no?
Students.
I'm sorry?
Students.
Yeah, so students, these students that she serves, they have other teachers for their
Yes.
curriculum, and then she supports those teachers? She's like a supplemental teacher, or does she teach something in her own right?
She's supporting the kids to meet their IEP goals, and when, in meeting those IEP goals, she's working to support the individual classroom curriculum.
And does that time that she spends with them, is that outside of the time that they're otherwise spending with their teachers?
So depending on the student, would depend on the amount of time. An IEP will dictate, and an IEP team will determine how much time each student needs, depending on the areas of services they have.
Thank you.
Board members, is there any other discussion? Hearing and seeing none, Madam Secretary, please take roll call.
Mr. Maynard?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Santini?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nelk? Yes. Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
And Ms. Kaminsky?
Votes yes, the motion passes 7-0. Welcome to Clintondale, Aria Collins. Teacher, the superintendent and director of human resources recommend that the board approve Faith Davis as elementary teacher for the 25-26 school year, contingent upon approved fingerprints, records check, and physical. The rate of pay is $39,664. Step 1 of the BA salary schedule. Is there a motion on the floor?
Motion.
Mr. Wilson makes the motion. Is there support?
Support.
Mr. Maynard supports. Board members, is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, Madam Secretary, please take roll call.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Maynard?
Yes.
Ms. Santini?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nelk? Yes. Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
And Ms. Kaminsky?
Votes yes, the motion passes 7-0. Faith Davis, welcome to Clintondale. Teacher, the superintendent and the director of human resources recommend the board approve Lily Demers as elementary teacher for the 25-26 school year, contingent upon approved fingerprints, records check, and physical. The rate of pay is $39,664, step 1 of the BA salary schedule. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard makes the motion.
Support.
Mr. Wilson supports the motion. Is there discussion, board members? Yes, Mr. Maynard, the floor recognizes you.
The floor or the chair?
The chair.
Okay. I read all of these applications, and I just want to read from her cover letter. I'm particularly drawn to your school district because of its commitment to academic excellence and its focus on fostering a nurturing and inclusive environment for all students. I think we've got a good one here, and I just wanted to say that because she gets what we're trying to do, everybody together. And her focus on academic excellence is what we insist on the board here. So I wish her best of luck.
Board members, is there further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Madam Secretary, please take roll call.
Mr. Maynard?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Santini?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nelk? Yes. Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky?
Votes yes, motion passes. Lily Davis, welcome to Clintondale.
Lily Demers.
Oh, Demers, I apologize. Thank you, Mr. It is very late. Teacher, superintendent and the director of human resources recommend that the board approve Nicole Hope as elementary teacher for the 25-26 school year, contingent upon approved fingerprints, records check, and physical. The rate of pay is $39,664, step 1 of the BA salary schedule. Is there a motion on the floor?
Motion.
Mr. Wilson makes the motion. Is there support?
Support.
Mr. Maynard supports the motion. Board members, is there any discussion?
Madam,
Yes, the chair recognizes Mr. Maynard.
I almost said Madam Floor there.
Again, it's late, Mr. Maynard.
I know. This was another excellent applicant. My hat's off to the
Committee.
HR staff, as well as to Dr. Helmler, Rashida Shack, and Heather Halpin for interviewing and bringing this candidate forward. I did mention to Ken that on top of her resume, her teaching profile link doesn't work. I'm hoping I can see that because, and I'll say why, this is in her cover letter. Further, my commitment to being an educator extends beyond learning objectives as I model and teach life skills such as critical thinking, compassion, and viewpoint diversity with my students. Critical thinking and compassion and viewpoint diversity. I'm looking forward to see how she does in the classroom, and I'm really hoping this is really good. You all three, everybody gets it, but for this particular one, this is a very good hire in my opinion, and I thank them for doing it. Thank you.
Board members, further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, Madam Secretary, please take roll call.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Ms. Zantini,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, motion passes 7-0. Nicole Hope, welcome to Clintondale. Teacher, the superintendent and the director of human resources recommend that the board approve Rebecca Eastman as elementary teacher for the 25-26 school year, contingent upon approved fingerprints, records check, and physical. The rate of pay will be $58,339, step 9 of the BA salary schedule. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard makes the motion. Is there support?
Support.
Ms. Wilson supports. Board members, is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Mr. Maynard.
I'm sorry, I'm trying not to keep everybody here too late, but this is another outstanding applicant by the HR team, not that they all aren't, but this is another one. She states in her letter that she strives to set high expectations for all of her students, and to achieve these expectations, I try to involve parents in their children's learning. I keep communication with parents open and schedule involvement for them in the classroom. And another important factor is that she involves technology and creates an active and engaging environment. I think this is going to be something that our third grade students at McGlennon are excited about. And after meeting with the HR director today to ask a couple of questions, what I'm further excited about is this applicant has the ability, because she's been teaching for a while, has the ability to mentor the two other teachers that are teaching third grade at McGlennon. So I think another, again, well done, another good job.
Board members, is there further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, Madam Secretary, please take roll call.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Zantini,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. I'm sorry, Ms.
Ms.
Kaminsky.
Votes yes, motion passes. Rebecca Eastman, welcome to Clintondale. Teacher, the superintendent, director of human resources recommend that the board approve Justin Lupenick as Great Start Readiness Teacher for the 25-26 school year, contingent upon approved fingerprints, records check, and physical. The rate of pay will be $39,664, step 1 of the BA salary schedule. Is there a motion on the floor?
Motion.
Ms. Wilson makes the motion.
Support.
Mr. Wilson supports the motion. Is there discussion, board members? Hearing and seeing none, Madam Secretary, please take roll call.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Zantini,
Yes.
Mr. Maynard,
Oh, yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes, and Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes. Justin Lupenick, welcome to Clintondale. Teacher, speech and language pathologist. It is recommended by the superintendent and the director of special education that the board approve Sama Dawood as speech and language pathologist, contingent upon approved physical, records check, and fingerprints. The rate of pay will be $43,105 per step 1 of the MA salary schedule. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard makes the motion. Is there support?
Support.
Mr. Milson supports the motion. Board members, is there discussion?
Madam President.
The chair recognizes Mr. Maynard.
Just two questions, because I don't know what it is. Modified barium swallow impairment. I'm assuming that means he knows how to stop kids from swallowing something, or am I understanding what that is, Ken? Felicia to Ken?
Mr. Janzarek, are you okay with answering?
Speech and language pathologist, so they're the individuals assisting students that have an IEP for speech and language
Okay.
disabilities.
All right, thank you. And I appreciate that. The second thing is, we learn something new every day. This is like the third time I've learned something new at this meeting. It's amazing. The second thing is it says that the language is, under languages, he's bilingual. I'm sure he has will have a lot of work, but is it something in the future that we might be considering maybe a couple of, high schoolers who want to take Arabic or Chaldean on an independent study, that he might be used in that factor, or is that just not possible with his current position?
I will defer that to Mrs. Walmsley if she is able to answer that question.
Sure, it's a female.
Oh, thank you. I apologize.
Her caseload is, gonna keep her very busy.
Okay, so not right now, but sometime in the future. If it-
Possibly.
Okay. And the last question through the chair to the superintendent is this hire, I'm sorry, I'll wait.
May I see this, please? Excuse me. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
That's okay. The hire is, and I think this is for the board as well, the speech and language pathologist. The more we hire of these folks, the sooner the next item becomes obsolete. So when Ken has to, when we're talking about we have to provide services, this is one thing that he's got ready to roll, to provide services. And, I'm glad we have the next item up, but hopefully we find more speech and language pathologists so we can do with the other one. So that's my questions. Thank you for entertaining them.
Board members, is there further discussion? The chair recognizes Mr. Powers.
May I hold on to this for a minute?
Well, I need to do the roll, so give me it back for a minute.
No, I want to discuss.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm following along, and I had item 18, new item, thank you, Brother Wilson. Item 18 was Mr. Lepenick, and then I have the pro-care next on the agenda, and then I see the Sama Dawood, and then I remembered Mr. Maynard made a motion at the outset that I thought had something to do with this, and I said a special ed. Was this the motion you made to add to the agenda? Because it's not on my agenda.
This item was added to the agenda to follow in sequential order. Mr. Maynard made the motion, Mr. Powers approved it, and was added, it passed 7-0.
My confusion was that I asked you if you made a motion about something having to do with special ed, and it sounds like this is recommended by the director of special ed, so I assume this is what you meant. So when you said no, you had nothing to do with special ed, that was my confusion.
Well, Mr. Powers, as you fully know, that, we all do make mistakes. And now that this is brought to attention, yes, it has to do with special ed, but I don't think.
So this is your motion?
Yeah, I don't think
Okay,
it
all right.
referenced special ed.
So this is new 19?
Yeah, but rest
It's-
assured.
The
I'll
pro-care is
ready
gonna be
next time.
20? Is that right?
It's hiring of a teacher. She's a special ed teacher, but it was the hiring of a teacher.
So this is new item 19 on our agenda?
Yes.
That is
As amended?
correct,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. Board members, is there further discussion?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wallace.
Hearing and seeing none. Madam Secretary, please take roll call.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
and Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Zantini,
Yes,
Mr. Powers,
Yes,
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes, Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
and Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes. Motion passes. Welcome to Clintondale, Sama DeWood. ProCare Client Service Agreement. The Superintendent and the Director of Special Education recommend the Board approve the Client Services Agreement with ProCare Therapy for the 25-26 school year. ProCare Therapy will provide speech and language, social work, and psychiatric services to our special education students in the event the district is unable to hire qualified persons to provide services. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard makes the motion. Is there support? President will support the motion. Is there discussion, board members?
Madam President,
The chair recognizes Mr. Maynard.
To explain to my fellow board members and the general public why I made the motion here is these services we are required to provide. If we don't have the staff, we're still required to provide them. And right now, we don't have the staff to do it. And Mr. Janzarek, I believe, called every one of us, I'm not sure. But, he presented this to me in the manner that he needs to have the services. And he's absolutely right. We didn't have these services, and we had to do what was called compensatory services all summer long. So this, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Superintendent, through the chair, of course, that this document satisfies our legal obligations, and it keeps us, what's the word I want to say? It keeps us in line with all the regulations and rules that we have to follow.
The chair will recognize.
This
Superintendent.
document doesn't, but what it allows us to do is it allows us to hire the individual staff members to be compliant with the school, with the state of Michigan. So this allows us to hire individuals when we are unable to hire a speech and language pathologist, a social worker, or a psychologist, and we continually come up short of hiring one. We can utilize this company to bring in individuals within those services, within those really high needs areas, bring them in to support our students and do what we agreed to do within their IEPs. It does not mean it has to be permanent. If we had a window of time where we were needing someone, they could fulfill that window of time. You are accurate. It does not have to be the entire year. With every contract, there's ways ins and out of it. If we are able to hire individuals, we can just back out of using their services for a time being and then pick back up when needed.
Thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Maynard, does that answer your questions?
Yes, because it allows us the avenue to keep ourselves. We're not stopping trying to look for these people, but we have to provide the services. And what we're really looking for is, we're panning for gold in the Yukon, trying to find gold, and that speech pathologist and these people are the gold. So we're trying forever to find them and keep them. And hopefully, we get through, get a contract where the starting wage is a little better, which is also gonna help us. So I just applaud the superintendent for doing, as I said to him on the phone, this is your job, do it. And he's done it, so I appreciate him finding the solution to get the work done.
The chair recognizes Treasurer Powers.
If I may, Madam Chairman, put a two-pronged question to the superintendent, if he's so pleased. I'd like to know what the term is of this contract. In other words, the beginning date of the mutual obligation, Clintondale Community Schools on the one hand and Procare Therapy on the other hand, when that begins or when it began and then when it ends for this contract, and what is the cost to the district of this contract?
Superintendent, are you able to answer the questions for Mr. Powers?
Start at the beginning of the school year, ends at the end of the school year. Cost of the contract depends on the services. School psychologist is rather expensive. Right now, we're not utilizing them for any school psychologist. We're utilizing the ISD for support right now. Speech and language pathologists right now are in high demand. They have an hourly rate. I can get you a copy of that hourly rate, as well as that for a social worker. In terms of the cost of the contract, I don't have an exact amount because it's going to depend on how much services we use. If we only use them to fill in holes and gaps here and there, we may be hiring someone to just for 2 weeks at a time to fill in a gap so we're compliant with the state. So I don't have the exact amount of the contract. It's not like a teacher contract where we say we're going to pay him $39,664. We're going to pay this individual an hourly rate. That hourly rate will be a limited number of hours, and all of those hours are then approved by the special education director.
Do we have any history with this Procare Therapy?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So are they like a Kelly Services type place that provides leased employees, so to speak, for us, whereas they could take care of the payroll, and so they pay them, but those employees report to work here, in other words.
That is correct, Mr. Powers.
So it's not, we're not contracting directly with the educator, but by the same token, it's not just a recruiter, it's not just a liaison to connect one candidate for employment with us as an employer.
Correct.
Okay. And do we know how many personnel that might fall within that umbrella, or is it too speculative to tell for the coming year?
It's really too early to tell.
Yeah.
Obviously, with the number of resignations that we receive, education's at an all-time unique situation where individuals can really move from district to district. When I started teaching, that didn't happen. You didn't honor years. You weren't able to leave one district and go to the other. If you had 10 years in of service in one district, and so, for example, for me, if I had 7 years teaching in Waterford, at that time, if I left to go to Clarkston, I started back at 1. Right now, where we're at in education, you have the ability to move anywhere. So I don't know the number right now. The number was higher up until you just approved the new speech and language pathologist. So at one point, I think we were trying to get 2 speech and language pathologists through ProCare. Now we're down to 1 because we hired this individual. We're going to continue to post, we're going to continue to put things out there to limit the number of individuals we utilize from ProCare and try to hire as many people to the CEA to support our students as possible.
Thank you.
Board members, is there further discussion? Madam Secretary, please take roll call.
Mr. Maynard?
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky?
Votes yes?
Ms. Santini?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes, and Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Is that to pass around? Okay. So, board members, we are at the point on the agenda where that was added, discussion concerning the reimbursement procedures. Secretary Valerio Noak had some isolated questions. Superintendent, are you prepared to answer some of these questions?
I'm prepared to answer the first one because that was the one I received ahead of time. And here's a policy for reimbursement and check request process from our business office. So that would be, question 1 was, what is the process for reimbursement? That is the process there. You see a reimbursement process. I do not have the answer to what to do if it's not done correctly, but I will get that and I will put it in my weekly update for you. I will also answer number 3, are we complying with state laws? I will get that and put that in my weekly update as well.
Board members, question number 1 has been passed out and given to the board members. The superintendent has stated that he will update the board members concerning question number 2 and number 3. Is there any other further discussion concerning the reimbursement process? Mr. Maynard, the chair recognizes you.
Mr. Superintendent, as you understand it, can you repeat question 3?
Are we complying with state laws regarding reimbursement?
Okay. If we were not complying with state law, we would receive a mark in the audit. Is that correct?
That is accurate, sir.
Okay. And the audit does multiple tests, including a test on certain policies and procedures as to who knows, who issues, who approves, how does it work, and goes through the second line. I am not aware of anything in the last audit regarding reimbursement, having an issue with it. However, I understand why we need to take a look at this, so I'm looking forward to your answers in the weekly report on 2 and 3. As indicated to you, I have found errors, as I indicated to you, and I would like to know how it is fixed and addressed. And the other thing that I have one question on this, if I may be so inclined, is in your weekly report, if you would please tell everybody if it's an activity fund, does it get released immediately? If it's an employee reimbursement, does it go on their check, or do they get a separate check, or do they get a separate EFT? And if they get a separate EFT, are they 1099'd? And then the third thing is, the third's not germane, so I don't want to start anything. But if my board members would allow that, I would like to know the answer to those two
Would you mind
questions.
saying what you mean by EFT on?
EFT is electronic funds transfer. You know,
No,
yeah, sorry. So I would just like to know those particular items that's for me. Thank you.
Madam President,
The chair recognizes Secretary Valerian Oak.
I would like to ask, and not exactly what I had hoped. I wanted to have all my questions answered tonight, but I understand if you're not prepared. But one of the things I'd like to ask, if we're going to be putting on this shopping list of what we want in the updated report, can you please define for me what it means to pull a check? What does that actually mean? And to be honest, I'm being a little bit tough on this topic, because to me, this is really important. This is part of the heart of what, the most important thing that we're responsible for right after the children. We take care of the children, and we make sure that the money is well spent. And I just don't want to have anything looks odd. I want our audits to be clear and perfect.
Madam President.
Ms. Secretary, are you finished with
I'm
your?
done.
Okay, thank you.
First, can I?
Thank you.
Yes,
Just so I
please.
have it accurate.
Yes.
The first question was, you wanted the
I'm
first
sorry?
thing, you wanted the first thing answered, which was, I was trying to type everything.
The process,
Right.
process of pulling the check, I believe was the first question.
Oh, okay, I just wanted to be sure, the first thing was that you answered it, the policy, and I will be going through it, and if I have any other questions, I am gonna bring them up. Second, you already said that you knew what second to, but I do wanna know, what it means for, to have a check pulled. What does that physically mean? Did it get paid? Is it not being paid? What?
And then I think the rest was financial clarity. She's questioning, okay. The chair recognizes Mr. Maynard.
I've been kind of calm tonight by some standards, but to refer to my request as a shopping list, I'm going to.
Well, I mean, you added things on, and I'm sorry I put it that way.
Okay, I'll take the apology, but I don't want to be interrupted. There's a reason I put this item on the agenda, because we have to understand that there's laws to follow, there's policies in the book, and then there's this policy that's not in our book. This is just the tip of the iceberg. What is our interview policy? What is the policy for, what happens when, Ken, wins the lottery, okay? They're called administrative policies. Now, I've never in my life seen the book of administrative policies that I've served on this board, and I would absolutely like to see that book. But this, for me, the reason I put it on here is because it's a discussion about one of those policies, and whatever else is being followed that's not in a procedure manual, but is considered a policy, we should know. And it's not a shopping list. It's multiple questions on this topic that myself had after the last item that came forward. And then had a few on this bill run that I got my answers on before the meeting. So I'll take the apology, but it wasn't a shopping list. It was just adding so I can have more clarity behind what I feel I need when I'm reading this. So thank you.
Board members, is there any other discussion? The chair recognizes Treasurer Powers.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've been completely lost on the shopping list. I have no idea what that portends. Can somebody, we're talking about the expenses that the district is paying.
Madam President,
And as I understand, obviously, we pay a lot of expenses. We pay, heating and, utilities, But I thought the subject of tonight's inquiry was employee or staff reimbursement requests, not necessarily limited to mileage requests. And then when we have a approval of the expenses process, I share the secretary's concerns, and I applaud Trustee Maynard for, when there were any questions in the past, we just need more information about this, we get any number of items, 1 through 20, 1 through 100 or whatever, and I remember at a finance committee meeting, I said, some people are wondering why these line items don't show up about, we have to be paying, let's say, the utility bill, and then somebody explained, I think, the finance director said, well, that's all lumped into this, and we said, can we get a breakdown of that, and I don't believe we ever got that, but, and then it was also represented to me at last meeting that there was one expense report, but it was only limited to mileage. And that's account name 08589, and it was expense report 1298. And that was the subject of some discussion. So that gives us some insight into the process. But I specifically asked, is this $532 still in our treasury? Has that not yet been issued? And the chairman specifically said, no, that's still in our treasury. So that, for example, is one. So I guess if we say pull a check or question an item or we went further, does that mean that there's a freeze then? That money then does not get, issued to the creditor? Employees of ours are creditors. Every day they work, we owe them money. They're unsecured creditors. And if they incur a detriment on our behalf, we're an additional creditor. We owe them that money. If they're doing it within the scope of employment. So, so I think a couple of us were confused because, Mr. Maynard, you would do that, and then do those, we're pulling a check, it's not really a check, because the check hasn't been issued. So when we pull those, does that mean it's subject to some further inquiry, and then it eventually has to make its way back to the board? Because it hasn't, when it's pulled, is it excised from the motion? Or have we already moved, the motion is we have approved the expense, but it's not subject to anything. It's just somebody's gonna look further at it, but it's kind of closing the barn door after the horse has run out. You know what I mean? So I think that might have been, I don't wanna speak for Secretary Valerian now, but I certainly didn't see anything in there that meant to insult the gentleman, calling it a shopping list. I don't think that's not a derogatory term, but maybe I missed the tone or so to the extent it's a shopping list, we applaud you I applaud you for doing that.
The chair recognizes you, Mr. Maynard.
thank you. Having sat in the president's position before, having been on the finance committee now 2 years, this policy has changed. Because I want to address three things. First, the shopping comment was made in response for me asking for a couple of other things in addition to what was asked. Mrs. Noak promptly apologized. I took her apology, and I'm moving forward. No harm, no foul. Water under the bridge, wiped up the spilt milk, whatever you want to call it.
And the reason I ask is because
Wait,
one of these expense reports deals with
Mr. Powers.
shopping trips.
Mr. Powers.
I wasn't sure what that.
No, I understand where you were coming from. I just
Okay,
wanted to
okay.
clarify that. So the reason I asked the question is because I want the superintendent, in his weekly report, I would like him to, I shouldn't say want, because it takes 4 people to want something. Inside of it, there's 3 types of checks. One, there's a check that comes on an activity fund. In other words, an activity fund is like the students who go out and raise money for homecoming. That money, that check, ding, the minute they request it. The second type of reimbursement is for employees. And the reason I asked the way I did ask it was because the employee gets the reimbursement on their next check. It programs into their check, boom, see you later, alligator. And there's some questions about the $1,500 and, that were not just raised last meeting, but that I found out this afternoon that I may have been right, that they have to be 1099 at the end of the year because of how they did it. So I wanted to hear the superintendent in the weekly report talk about that. The rest of the checks, I believe they either sit on or Sherry waits for us to approve. And the term pulling a check, so when you get this, pardon me while I dig it out, when you get this bill run right here, okay, what was done when Barry and I first got on the board was that if I had a problem with check number 126142, I would send it over to Sherry and say, Sherry, please pull all the paperwork on check 126142. And then it would be up to my responsibility to get my butt in there before the meeting and look at the paperwork and say, okay, or come to the meeting and say, I got a problem with that check. So what we changed, because, you know, Mr. Powers is a busy man, Mr. Maynard is a busy man, Ms. Kaminsky is incredibly busy, Mrs. Noak was incredibly busy on the last board, as well as Mrs. Zontini and Mr. Jones. We all couldn't get there all the time. So we were able to send these check numbers, pulling a check in to the business office, and then an email would be responded back saying 126142, Blue Water Industrial Products, Felicia, we needed to have high-low, we are out of fuel for this high-low, this is where we operate it. And then I would see, as president, I would see everybody's requests that went in, and then I would ask, as I asked in multiple meetings, Ms. Kaminsky, are you satisfied with your answers? She would tell me yes or no, and if she wanted something pulled further with further research, we would pull it. You know, so that type of stuff is what calls pull the check, is from my understanding, having sat in the center chair and having worked with the previous president. So I hope that helps, but that's kind of the process as I have understand it. And I hope I still understand it correctly, because I have been out of this out of this research loop so much. And I applaud the superintendent, because what the superintendent didn't put in that report is that the superintendent is going to be notifying us when there is a potential conflict on this particular item with these bills. So he's taking it upon himself to notifying us in advance. So those are the reasons. I mean, you know, that's just my stuff on that particular item and why I thought it was necessary.
Does that, yes, the
Yeah,
chair.
if I may put a follow-up question or two to the superintendent, or to the chairman, or whoever wants to help me out. Can we have, I know there was a request that Ms. DeRosette appear to enlighten the board. And my only question was, putting it on the agenda is one thing, but compelling a staff member to appear, to be cross-examined, you know, at a public meeting, you know, without any advanced questions and things like that, you know, I mean, we want to get to the information, but we don't want to, you know, we want to be respectful of the process, you know. And so I've always felt it goes from the board to the superintendent, and then if we want to do something concerning a person who is in the organizational chart under the superintendent, which is everybody other than us and the superintendent himself, the proper protocol would be to go through the superintendent. So I would never pick up the phone and call Lee, you know, and say, Lee, what's going on? You know, if it had to do with CCS, right? I would go through the chain of command. I would call Ken and say, Ken, I have a quick question. You know, if you could talk to whomever it is and maybe get back to me, you know, it's called privity. My privity would be the superintendent. I'm not in privity with your under persons, your staffers. If he says, well, Barry, as far as I'm concerned, you can just call Lee and ask her directly, and, you know, that's fine. I mean, we don't have to be so rigid, but I want to respect that. So I don't know that we have the power to compel Ms. De Rosette to appear, or I don't know if that's even efficient. I suppose it would be, we could request of the superintendent with notice, that at the next meeting, he be prepared to answer these general questions, and then would he be amenable to certain follow-up questions, we could even put them in writing and submit them that way, like a Q&A person does at a lecture. Then there's a process to it. And then if the superintendent determines that it be Presley De Rosette to assist him or act as his surrogate to entertain that, that's up to him, or both. But, so again, I'm not sure we could compel, and I don't know why we would need to if we have him here to answer those questions and he feels he's either has, superior knowledge or he can so inform himself to get prepared. So if perhaps that, maybe we should have that separate. And I don't know, if it's your motion, Ms. Valerio, now, so is there a unique requirement that you want to have Ms. De Rosette? I don't speak for you, but I did second your motion to be on the agenda, which I found out there's no such process for that, so that was another waste of time. But be that as it may, it is before the board right now. Is it still your request that we're gonna have Ms. De Rosette be here, or is that somehow falling out of the process?
My request is that I'm to the point where I just want to have clarity and transparency on how everything is done. Whether I get it from Mr. Zanzarek or whether I get it from our CFO, does not matter to me at this point.
Okay,
So I'm glad that you brought that up.
to turn my attention back to, and address, thank you, Ms. Valero, to address Mr. Janzarek supplementally, let me get to the substance, Mr. Janzarek, and then I'll come back to the process. The substance is that we were provided with just two things. I have kind of Exhibit A, which is a blank form, which is entitled Clintondale Community Schools Official Travel Expense Report. I somehow I got that, and then I have what I'll call Exhibit B. The Exhibit A is just one page. So Exhibit B was something I also was provided, I think, with the rest of the board members. There's a 5-page grouping of papers, and the heading, it says Clintondale Community Schools Office Travel Expense Report, dated June 16th. The first page appears to have the signature of the applicant or the employee, and then there appears to be central office reviewer. There's a signature there, and then if I can read handwriting, I'm no forensic document examiner, but it looks like it says Presley De Rosette in the bottom right-hand corner. And then for the remaining 4 pages, the second one just has the central office reviewer. The third has the applicant, the employee, and the central office reviewer. The fourth, both applicant and central office reviewer, and the fifth, both applicant and central office reviewer. So there's that. Now, this seems broader in scope. The Exhibit A, it's entitled Office Travel Expense Report. Seems to me that if I travel on the job, anything having to do with that travel, for expenses I had to incur, I'm gonna put that on the list and ask to be reimbursed for those, if they are things I would not otherwise have paid for in my own livelihood to care for myself and my family. But then there's something here that seems to be just a mileage. The second one, B, says month-day mileage, number of miles, purpose, location. Then it says expensive includes receipt, so I guess that's more than so is Exhibit A your new form boilerplate? Is that what that is? As opposed to B, which is what was submitted on, I guess it's dated June 16th of 25? I don't know if it was Sister Zontini who asked for that. I can't remember if that was, I can't remember the genesis of that.
I don't know the difference between the two of them. I can get the
Okay,
answer.
and I don't even know how that came in, how this was, I mean, I know that you did a superintendent report dated August 22, where you explained checks 1298 and 1299 and some others. And then there's then a heading on the page 3 that says, below is the information that was requested from the board meeting regarding the mileage reimbursement. So that seems limited just to mileage. So I just have a couple of quick questions about Exhibit B. It says mileage .365 on, this is on the form, this is the boilerplate form. This is the printed before it's filled in, by the employee. What does that .365 refer to?
I don't know.
Okay. And then, I'm gonna make the assumption that, underneath the applicant's signature is a signature, and then underneath and to the left is another signature. I'm gonna make the assumption that the one directly underneath is yours, and the one to the right is Ms. DeRosette?
Yeah, I signed these because she's the employee that works for me, so in
Okay.
terms of travel, and like I explained the last time, you want me to elaborate or no?
No, I just asked you if those
Yeah,
are your
that's my
signatures.
signature.
I just asked if those are signatures. Okay. And then, so, does it matter that the employee didn't sign every page?
Think they signed the front one?
Well, they signed, well, from what I have, they signed the first one, the third one, well, there's something filled in. I can't say if anything was signed, but under employee signature, the first one has a name, handwritten, the second one does not, third page does, the fourth page does, the fifth page does. I don't see Ms. DeRosette's name other than on the first page, but yours is the only one that's on every page. So what does that portend, what is the protocol on that? Is there, are we to take anything from that? Does that, it doesn't seem to be the picture of consistency, I guess is why I have questions. Either you have everybody sign everything, or you don't have anybody sign anything. Why
It was
would you-
brought to me,
Yeah,
so I signed it, based on the travel that employee had for the year, and that was for the entire year. I would imagine there's probably information on there that was missing, as we asked her to go back and fill it out. So based on my interaction with that employee, I signed the bottom ones of each of those forms to then get processed and move forward.
okay, so the first one was certified as the 168. The second page was for 4550, but it was not certified for that amount. Does that need to be certified for that money to be paid?
I signed as the mileage and the travel that employee. In terms of certifying it, I don't know. I signed off as that employee works directly with me, and that was a travel that they did.
I'm sorry, when you say there's a boilerplate here, I certify, and there's a line there, you're saying you don't understand what that means?
I said I don't sign that portion of it. I signed off as their supervisor of the travel that they did.
So did you approve this even though it hadn't been certified by the employee?
I signed off as their supervisor for that, yes.
Well, how do you know that this is true if it wasn't certified?
How do we certify, if someone turns in their mileage, how do I certify that, if I wasn't with them in the car?
So they don't have to sign it at all then, the applicant? They just have to hand it in and then you'll sign it and that's all that needs to be done?
I mean, I can go through the process. I feel like I would rather not answer any more questions right now, as I'm not sure, like I asked we're just go there.
I'm just trying to get a handle on what the protocol is.
And I believe the superintendent answered that was going to be addressed in the weekly report as to what the process, that process is. Ms.
Well,
Valerio?
I thank the chairman for answering the question for the superintendent, but respectfully, I didn't put the question to the chairman, I put the question to the superintendent. I'd like to continue with.
I'll
with
continue
my-
to
with
take
my
notes
discussion.
down in terms of questions to answer in my weekly update.
So what does it portend that Ms. DeRosette signed the first page, but no others? So you get back to us on that? Is that, you're typing it in with the idea?
Yes, sir.
You're refusing to answer that right now?
It's not refusing to answer, but we keep asking
I mean,
questions.
are you faulting me for asking this question, don't I? Isn't that part of my job? Shouldn't I be, aren't I supposed to be doing this? Go ahead, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, I don't wanna argue with you, but you're making it sound like I'm being unreasonable, I'm just trying to do my job, Mr. Superintendent.
And I'm trying to answer the questions that you're posing for me.
I thought that's what we approved to do, but You know, again,
If he's,
I'm just trying to understand. One person signs one page, you sign everything, nobody else signs everything. So for the next guy that wants to do it, what am I supposed to do to get paid? Do I have to sign every page, and do I have to have you sign everything, and does Ms. Dorette have to sign everything? Because there was some suggestion at the last meeting that this went through some 2 levels of internal office investigation and approval. I'm not sure what those 2 levels are. Was that one level Ms. DeRosette, and the other level was Mr. Janzarek? But does Ms. DeRosette signing the first of this staple page mean that she endorses it all? And if that's the case, why did you sign all of them? Or am I to understand from her not signing the other 4 that she had some objection to the other 4? The suggestion was made that this went through 2 levels of approval. I'm not sure it does. Does this show us that it went through 2 levels of approval?
It went through me approving it. What it did from there, it goes from me in terms of the supervisor and then off to the business office. Now, what it happens from there in terms of additional information, additional things, I signed off, like I said, those are the miles.
When you say signed up, we're talking, you approved it. You said that this is money that the district owes the employee. That's what when you say I signed off. Is that what we're talking about?
I signed off, like I said before, of approving that the employee traveled those miles while on the job. That was what my signature at the bottom means. Like, she turned it in, I reviewed it, there's items in there that go back to the entire school year. I signed off as the supervisor that she did that travel.
Okay, so let's say that you said to an employee, I want you to go to McDonald's and buy lunch for 5 people. Everybody wants a cheeseburger. So she goes to the McDonald's and buys a cheeseburger and comes back and delivers 1 cheeseburger. Then she makes 4 more trips to the McDonald's to buy 4 additional cheeseburgers for each one. She makes a special trip for each one of the cheeseburgers. Do we pay her for each one of those trips, or does somebody intervene and say, wait a second, you need to understand there was a better way to do this? You could have just driven to the McDonald's and bought 5. Did you understand that? And if that person says, no, I thought I had to make 5 separate trips, would you correct that person?
Yes.
And would you try to save the district that
Yes.
money? Okay, so when we see something like that here, should we accept that that's a sound business practice? That's money well spent in the districts? If somebody makes 3 trips to the same store the same day to get stuff that they could have done on 1 trip, doesn't it have to be in a good and workmanlike manner? And if somebody's doing something, irresponsible, would that be irresponsible in your mind, or would that be something that you would endorse?
If they made a trip to go somewhere to pick something up and they got there and it was wrong, and then they had to come back to the office, and then they had to go back, and I'm just giving you an example, I'm not talking about cheeseburgers, but let's say they had to go pick up a plaque of some kind, they got there and it was wrong, and then they had to come back, and then they had to go there again to check on it, and then they had to come back. There could be a situation where an individual made several trips to one spot. I shared with you in the beginning of my weekly update that I made a trip to every building twice on the first day of school. Did I have a different reason for going to each one of those places? Yes. But on that sheet, it was asked to be filled out for the year because we denied the $1,500. I did not ride with her in the car. I have no reason to think what she turned in was wrong. I did not ride with her. I went through the information. Are there areas where she traveled to the same spot in multiple days? Yes, but I was not there. I cannot justify, I cannot go back and say, prove it to me that you didn't have to go back there multiple days.
What's the connection between this and the $1,500?
We discussed last time at the last meeting that the $1,500 was a request for the travel for the year. It wasn't in her contract, so I said, no, I can't go forward with approving something approving something for someone if it's not in their contract. So as a result of that, the employee was then directed to go back and fill out her mileage for the year. For me personally, if you asked me to fill out mileage for even last month, I would struggle. I would have to go back and look at my calendar. Okay, on this day, I was asked to go do something. On this day, I went here and there. The connection is the employee wanted $1,500. It wasn't in their contract. I had to say no. I can't just sign off on it. But what was said was then is please go back and fill out a mileage sheet to get reimbursed for the mileage that you drove.
Thank you. Can board members direct somebody under you without your approval to perform a task in the board member's discretion should be performed in the judgment of that board member? Because I see here Lisa Valerio Now's name is mentioned twice. There's 2 references to Jared. I don't know if that's our Jared. So can I just call Lee and tell her to go run and, get me something to help me prepare for the meeting and then just run it by the district? Or does that have to go through you, or how does?
I don't think that was
go? I
for.
mean, is the chairman right now running things through? Because that's the prerogative of the chair? She's telling people to do something and the district is reimbursing people? Because I didn't know that was within the prerogative of us as separate board members, who at least the policy, I think, is still in place, says that we don't act independently, we only act through corporate action by way of a majority of 7 vote. So did you have any question about the references to Jared or Manning or Valerio now?
Did you, you asked me like 5 questions there.
Yeah, I mean,
So I need that-
what is
we
the
need to be able to
protocol on those issues?
What
And I can break it down for you if you want. Do you want me to break it down? Okay. Please, if you can answer it as, in a gestalt fashion, that's fine.
Mr. Powers, are you okay if I give?
I know, I'd like the superintendent.
I'm just
if he's
waiting.
willing. Yeah,
I'm waiting.
And I'm waiting too.
Okay.
So
In terms of directing Lee Walmsley to go do something, no, I would not consider that a situation where a board member would call Lee Walmsley and say, please go run around. In terms of the administrative assistant, did a board member ask for something to be done as the administrative assistant? I do believe you can see on there clearly, yes, they were asked to go do something. Now, if it's multiple board members on there, I'm not quite sure. In terms of things going through the chair, you asked me, does the chair go through me to get things accomplished? The answer is yes, 100%. I currently work with Mrs. Kaminsky to get those types of activities done, and I do not know of any situation where she is acting as one, telling anyone other than me in terms of what to do or not to do.
did you know that Jared, on a date that's not put in there, there's no date in there, so somebody named Jared apparently ordered this person to drive either on 2 separate days, 8 miles each day, or two 8-mile trips, round trip, I guess. Mount Clemens, and you approve that, right?
I do believe that was a travel to a trophy or an awards place. Yes, I was aware of that.
And did Jared get your pre-approval to do that, or did you know he was asking the employee to do that? What's the protocol for that?
I can get back to you on the protocol for that, but acting as a chair and the board president, I do believe in that situation, he was asking the administrative assistant to go pick up plaques or medals or something for, I believe, some board members that were no longer going to be on the board. Maybe Mr. Jones and Mrs. Zontini. So I do believe there was travel that was asked to go do that. Did he tell her, you say the words direct? I don't know if he directed. I would imagine he probably called and said, Teresa, we're getting these plaques done. Can you pick them up? And in that situation, acting as the chair, working with the administrative assistant, he's asking her to pick up plaques for a board meeting.
Did Presley De Rosette told you that she refused to sign approvals of pages 2 through 5 of this exhibit 1 through 5? Did she ever say, I'll sign the first one, but I'm not going to sign the other?
No.
So she never objected to this to your knowledge? Any part of
I
this?
don't know if, did she sign to approve it? I signed to approve my central office reviewer.
All I can tell you is her name appears here,
Okay.
if I can read it.
I'm not gonna
It
speak
doesn't-
for, I'm not gonna
But what does
speak
that
for her.
portend, how do you read that? Do you read
I'm
that?
not gonna speak for her in terms of why she signed or where she signed. I can answer why I signed it.
Is her approval by signature required at all?
I do believe it needs to be someone within the business office.
In addition to you?
So I don't sign all of them, no. The only reason I signed that one is because it was for the administrative assistant to the superintendent and the Board of Education. I normally do not sign any of those.
Do you read this as her not signing the last 4 pages, as her not approving the last 4 pages?
Like I said, I am not speaking for her.
So we would have to have her appear before us to answer that. Is that, do you have any
I
problem?
can answer, I can get the question answered for you.
Now, did anybody else in the office have concerns about the approval of this report?
I talked with people about it, yes.
How many employees objected?
Objected? I don't know how many employees objected.
Did at least one object and say, I can't approve that, I don't think that's right?
They had questions, yes,
Okay.
but because we were
Was there any
going,
others?
can I answer? I mean, I was trying to answer the question about what you had asked.
Well, you're answering a question I didn't ask. My question was, did one, at least one, and you said yes. My next question is, were there more than one?
Not that I know of.
Okay, and then as to the one who objected, now go ahead and say what you wanted to say.
I said I agreed to it because the travel that she did. The employee that objected was not comfortable because we went back over the course of the whole year.
You understand that we rely on the administration to do the due diligence so that when we get what Mr. Maynard referred to as the bill run,
Yes.
we can't, Judge Fiken said, you can't chase every rat down every rat hole. Obviously, if we're gonna have to look at every one of these chits or reimbursed reports, and I hope by saying chit, I'm not gonna be accused of anything improper, it's a real word. But, if we have to do this work, then what are we paying the administration for? You know, I mean, it's like, that's the whole idea. It's like, I don't think we should be bothered with this level of detail, but when we see something like this, wouldn't you have concern, wouldn't you have suspicions if you were us, that looking at this doesn't
I
seem
did,
competent?
because there
Yeah.
is a mention of coming to my house twice.
But I'm asking whether.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you
Would it
were
be
asking
reasonable
me.
if you were sitting in our position to question this, that this looks maybe as phony as a $3 bill perhaps? Did that occur to you at all, that this looked a little phony when you looked at it?
Based on the travel of that individual, no. Based on the amount of travel that she does for the role in her, what she does in her role, no. I did not question that she traveled that much. If I question that she made those travels, then yes, absolutely. But within that role, I can guarantee that there's lots of items on there that were not put because she was asked to go back for the entire year to fill it out.
Is there an internal investigation being conducted right now into the sufficiency of this report?
Would you like me to?
I asked you a question and you answered my question with a question. Was there a reason you chose not to answer my question?
No. There is not a current investigation, but if you'd like me to add that to the list, I will.
Do you know if there's an external, do you know if there's any other investigations that are being conducted on this, to your knowledge?
I know of no investigations on this topic.
Do you think there should be one? Do you think it's warranted under the circumstances?
If you are asking me to do one, I will conduct one.
What happened to the $532 that was requested?
That would be reimbursed to the employee on their next paycheck.
Did that happen?
Yes,
When did that happen?
on their next paycheck after that, so whatever,
So that would have been before the end of July.
correct,
And you were at the last meeting.
correct,
And you recall my question to the chairman, was this money still in the treasury?
correct,
And she said yes.
correct,
And that was incorrect.
correct,
That money had already gone to the employee.
correct.
So I was either lied to or the person who answered it was incompetent. Correct?
I can't answer that like that, I'm sorry.
So the information given to me by the chairman was false.
Correct.
Was it knowingly false, do you know?
I do not believe it was knowingly false because we had a conversation about it after.
Did it surprise you that she answered the question that way?
No.
Why not?
No reason.
Did it occur to you that she was giving me bad information?
When she said it, did I realize the information was not accurate?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you were here, but you did nothing to disabuse me of having that information. You didn't say, may I respectfully correct the chairman, Mr. Powers is giving me bad information? It wasn't that important to you that I get the right information?
I do believe on multiple times I've been told that in situations I have to be asked upon in terms of to give information. That I've actually been stopped before when trying to give information and being told that, no, that is not your time to share that information, so.
So you couldn't have sent an email out to the entire board the next day clarifying that? That was not within your purview?
Was it within my purview?
And would that not have been a prudent thing to do instead of letting a board member, the treasurer, labor under a falsehood? That didn't seem to be something that would be prudent for you to correct? You were happy to just let me labor under that ignorance.
I'm not answering that question, I'm sorry.
Why didn't you help me out? Why didn't you say, if you were being lied to right now, and I knew you were being lied to, don't you think I would have said, wait, Ken, that person's not being honest with you?
Do you have other questions for me to add to my weekly
No,
report?
I just don't know why you wouldn't have spoken up. Why?
I just shared with you why I wasn't speaking up.
Is there something sensitive about this employee that makes you feel like you're walking on eggshells, or you're particularly vulnerable in having your judgment exercised so it's not independent, because you're worried that this employee might have some connection to the board or might have some other issues that you might treat this employee differently than you might treat other employees?
No, sir.
So it's never occurred to you that she's married to one of the board members? That's never
Has it
come to your
occurred to me
realization?
that she's
Has that ever
married
come
to
to your
him?
realization?
Yes, like I know they're married. But if you're asking me if I made a decision because they're married, the answer is no.
Do you remember when Vice President Wilson at the last meeting said that there have been 2 levels of approval and that we're not supposed to micromanage the superintendent? There weren't 2 levels of approval, right? For this, you've already established that there weren't. There was something less than 2 levels of approval.
Well, I told you, I signed off on the first level of approval for
And you
the
didn't
employee.
disabuse us of that either. You didn't join and say, well, no, hang it, there really weren't 2 levels of approval. You let that go through too as well, right? Do you know what it means to tell the truth and the whole truth and to be candid? That means that if you know something's not true, you have a duty to correct it. It's called a fiduciary duty. That an executive owes its employer, an executive employee.
Mr. Powers?
Would you feel bad if somebody lied to you and I knew it was a lie and I let you continue to labor under the belief that that was true even though it was a lie? Would you respect me for doing that to you?
I had a conversation about this the next day. Should you have been notified of it, I'll take responsibility that I should have put it in the weekly update that was paid out.
Do you know that the annual IRS reimbursement rate per mile was 60 cents in '24 and 70 cents in '25?
I don't function within that. I signed off on her actual travel. I did not look over to look at the amount, Mr. Powers. I looked at her travel purposes of what she was doing.
There aren't years put down here, but I think you answered. This is for 24, 25. 11/24, there was a reimbursement at 70 cents a mile. The way I read this, that's 10% more than the IRS allows. If it's 60 cents in '24 and 70 cents in '25, this was,
I thought it was 67 and 70, so I
Maybe
believe
it's
it's a
67.
3-cent difference.
is our policy to pay more than the IRS allows us to take as a deduction?
No?
So we do tend to use that guideline as our own guideline. So is it okay if somebody steals, what's the difference if I steal 3 cents or I steal $3,000? What's the difference?
The difference between 3 cents and 3,000.
So it's okay to steal 3 cents for the district.
I'm not saying
It's not okay to steal 3,000, but it's okay to steal 3 cents?
I'm not saying that, sir. You asked me the difference between 3 cents and 3,000. I told you the difference.
Don't you have an obligation to make sure that the district does not pay out money that it does not owe?
You're correct, I do.
And you didn't do that here, did you?
Like I said, I approved her travel. I approved the travel that she did within her job. Did I look over the amount that she had put down in there? No, Mr. Powers, I did not. I was not interested in looking in that information. I approved only what she had put down there for where she was going.
Have you ever not approved anything she's asked for?
She's never asked for anything in terms of mileage before, I believe. I think the only other time was maybe for a conference. And I don't even know if I signed that one. I don't know, off the record, but have I had to tell her no about approving things? There haven't been moments to say no. I haven't been asked to approve anything.
There's things on here for in-district board delivery. I used to get a board package delivered to my house. And I don't get that anymore. I haven't got one in a while. Did you know that?
I was delivering them in the beginning of my term. After then, went on to Mrs. Wilson to deliver them.
Is there a reason for that I don't get a hard copy anymore?
Not
Did
that I
anybody, you have no reason to dispute that what I'm telling you, nobody even
No.
bothered to notify me from the district to say, this is not gonna happen anymore. It just stopped. Nobody even bothered to explain to me, I guess just too bad, I'm just not getting it anymore. Okay, so, do I get it delivered, do I have a mailbox in the district?
Yes, you
In
do.
the district office? Is that being filled up with packets of meetings that I haven't, nobody's ever told me to stop by and get it? Am I still getting hard copies delivered to my mailbox?
Madam President, point of order, I think.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Vice President Wilson, I will hear your point of
It
order.
appears to me that Mr. Powers is getting off topic, questioning the superintendent whether or not his mailbox is full. We're supposed to be on the topic of the expenses.
I believe we're on the topic of discussion of getting information pertaining to Secretary Valerio Noakes' request for information. So I believe your point of order is valid. This is to be a discussion to gather information for our superintendent on the process. So, Mr. Powers, do you have any questions for the superintendent so that he can get back to us in a timely fashion concerning the process of the reimbursement?
A point of order is made, there is to be a rationale for the point of order, and then there's to be a ruling on the point of order. Instead of ruling on the point of order, the chair is putting a question to me. It's not my responsibility to rule on the point of order or answer questions while the point of order is up for ruling, pending ruling. There's been no ruling. Now, we're not following any rules of order, so I guess chairman doesn't feel necessary to do that, so I'm not, I guess it's a free-for-all. So, I don't know if the chair's gonna rule on it, or do we not follow that, or?
The Vice
I
President.
don't know. Yeah, apparently the rule is we do whatever the chairman wants to do because you're the chairman, so the rule is there are no rules.
The Vice President asked for a point of order. She makes a valid point. My ruling is this discussion was to be on the process of reimbursement check.
So do I still have the floor or no? Are you stopping me from exercising my First Amendment right to do my job?
You may add to the discussion if it's in regards to the reimbursement process, the questions pertaining to the reimbursement process. And
Wait, what,
and the-
do
and
you
the-
mean to tell
the
me that the
superintendent-
delivery of board packets for which there has been a reimbursement request submitted, not certified, not applied for properly, but yet the gentleman approved be paid, I can't question him as to whether he actually has a reason to believe that this was a fraudulent entry because there was in fact no delivery of a package that she got paid to do, and now you're sustaining a point of order saying that's not a relevant question? Madam Chairman, are you serious? Are we really to be insulted like this? To have our intelligence insulted? She put in for delivery of board packets. I didn't get a packet. Who did she deliver them to? Did she deliver them to anybody? But I'm not allowed to ask that question because the vice chairman doesn't like it, and the chairman likes the vice chairman and doesn't like the treasurer. So I guess whatever the vice chairman objects and balks when the treasurer talks, I guess the treasurer is just dumb plumb out of luck. That seems to be the precedent that we're setting here tonight. So maybe when somebody else is the chairman, we can have this done the right way.
Those mileage sheets go up until June. Board packets were delivered up until June. They didn't get stopped being delivered until July. So the board packet in there, when it says delivered board packets, you were receiving board packets up until June, until our administrative assistant was no longer working during that time. During the month of July and August, no, there has been no documentation given to me to sign off on delivering of board packets. So, no, I did not sign off on her delivering board packets when she wasn't doing it. I signed off for last school year, which ended in the end of June. That mileage sheet goes until the end of June.
Why don't we get board packets anymore? Am I the only one, or do all the board members not get board packets?
There are 2 board members.
I'm asking the superintendent. Thank you.
I stopped delivering board packets. When the individual stopped also, I don't want to speak to the situation, but when someone else was responsible for doing the board agenda,
So that's just a benefit. I don't get a hard copy packet anymore? I'm not entitled to that?
if you'd like a hard copy packet, I will personally deliver one to you.
If I print one off at my office from the email, do I get reimbursed for the paper to do that? Or is that my obligation as a board member to incur that expense?
I guess I'd have to talk with the chair and the other board members about that, but like I said, I'd be more than happy to personally deliver one again.
Did you ever get any gifts from this applicant?
Like, what are you referring to? Like a Christmas
Do you want me
gift?
to bring out a dictionary to look up the
Like,
word gift? Do
I'm
you
asking
understand the
you-
word gift?
Mr. Powers, I don't see how this is relevant to the reimbursement
Oh, you'll see.
process.
You'll see. Is the superintendent refusing to answer my question?
I'm asked you if you're referring to like a Christmas gift, because I also got her a Christmas
Do
gift.
you want me to look up the word gift in the dictionary and explain it to you?
I'm good with
Have you ever
it.
gotten any gifts from her?
I received a Christmas gift, and I may have received some candy for my birthday one year.
Did you ever get a shirt from her, a board shirt, a Clintondale
I
shirt?
do believe I got the same one that everyone else on the board did.
Okay,
Yes.
I never got that, and I would have
Okay.
accepted it if it were offered to me. Do
Okay.
you remember when she said that as a token of her expression, she bought those as gifts for the board members at the meeting? Do you remember that?
I don't remember those words.
Was that a true statement?
Like
If
I
she said that, would that have been true?
Like I said, I do not remember that being said.
If she had said that, would that have been true?
I didn't ask if she purchased them, so I wouldn't know.
In fact, those shirts were paid for by the district, were they not?
I believe, I don't know,
Did you direct her to do that?
no.
Did she ask you whether she could take credit for giving gifts to the board that she said were gifts from her when in fact she didn't pay for those gifts?
Did I rephrase the question? I'm sorry?
How did those shirts get to the board members?
And bags? As gifts, I believe on
Is
a
that
board
how we're gonna play
appreciation?
this? Is that
No,
what prison rules have come to? In bags? You really want, I'm
You-
not supposed to be insulted by that? In bags?
Like they
No,
were
all right,
bought-
I'll put it to you so you can understand it, Mr. Superintendent. Did you tell this applicant to use the treasury of this district to buy board members gifts?
I do believe the individual had it.
That's a
with-
yes or no question.
I did not direct, no. The
All right, how did
individ-
that come to happen, other than in bags?
The
How did the money get to the vendor of the shirts so that the shirts got into the bags of my fellow board members? Not me.
The individual went to the business office, I believe, I could be wrong, because I'll be honest, that is not something that that's not one of my strong suits in terms of thinking ahead for things like Board Appreciation Month, and I apologize for that. But I believe the individual went to see what could be done for Board Appreciation Month.
And the buck stops with you, right? Especially when it comes to money, right?
Well, I said that they are okay.
I mean, that was your decision to expend that money for board gifts, not hers, correct?
I did not sign anything saying approve.
Whose
The-
decision was it, Mr. Superintendent?
It's gonna end up being mine.
Where do you get the authority to give gifts to the board?
It was Board Appreciation Month. The individual went to see what could be done within there.
Do you know that the Constitution forbids the district monies to be expended for gifts to anybody? You didn't know that? You didn't know there was litigation on Mr. Broadnax for the board having done that very thing? That's not, that comes as, you didn't know that in January or February?
Did I know that he got in trouble for giving gifts to them?
That there was a lawsuit because the board gave money to him that it was not constitutionally empowered to give.
Yes, I was aware of that.
So, do you give other gifts out to people without us, without board approval? Is that happening on a continuing basis?
No, sir.
Don't you remember when I asked the outside accountant whether we could please have water at our meetings? Could we please have water delivered, even if it's tap water? Put in reusable glasses, and she said, no, there's no money in the budget for that. We gotta bring on water. You remember that? But yet there's money to give us gifts in terms of shirts, which was never offered to me and which I never accepted. And you don't recall her saying these are gifts out of these are personal gifts from me to the board? You don't remember that happening? If she had said that, would that have been a disciplinable offense?
It would have been a red flag, and I would have looked into it, yes.
Do you intend to undertake an investigation into this?
After this conversation, yes.
I don't have anything further.
I believe this will conclude the discussion portion of the reimbursement.
Madam President.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Didn't do it deliberately.
Yeah, no. Trustee Santini, the chair recognizes
Guide
you.
me through this if you feel that I'm not staying on topic, okay?
Thank you.
Madam President? Okay, we all acknowledge the MASB and how helpful they have been. So I just want to read something from one of their things. Recognition that a school district may be the largest business in town and that the board is responsible for ensuring that business is well managed. In the past, I recall someone saying that I considered the school a business, and it wasn't, because, well, it led people to believe that I didn't care about children actually getting educated here, and it was just a business, that it's not a business. Well, you know, isn't it funny that the MASB is what I just read about well-managed business? And again, it bears repeating. It is the largest business that is responsible for ensuring the business is well-managed. And that's what we're talking about tonight. And that's on topic so far, right? So far I'm good? Okay. So that clarifies when I called it a business. I even have the MSB to back me up on that. That's interesting, isn't it? Okay, my next question is, again, keep me on toe if I'm, getting off that agenda. Gosh, I don't want to do that. I know that maybe you all can't see them, but I'm going to show them to my colleague here. I received these. These look like the copies that you got through our website from the administration?
No,
No? Okay.
unless I'm wrong.
Okay, all right. Well,
It doesn't look like
what
this, it
Mr.
just
Maynard
looks
just looked like, showed me that, and he vouched for it, but anyway, these are the copies, and I can send them down that I got. And I believe it came from the administration, because it came off our school website, okay? This is what my question is. If we are indeed using these, or one of these, I have to be corrected because I don't know. I'm just asking the question. Then why is this one totally different than this? Now, here's the odd question. Recently, somebody referred that to me and said that they have not used this one in 2 years. Is that true? Can I get an answer from our superintendent or whomever knows that correct information?
Through the chair, Mr. Janzarek, can you answer trustee Zantini's question? And if you're not able to answer the question, update that as well.
I don't have an answer for that. I typically don't fill the forms out even myself. I have my administrative assistant fill out my mileage when I come back with my travel, and then I sign it. So in terms of the one in your left hand and the ones in your right hand, I can't speak to whether it was 2 years gap or difference or not.
Okay, well then why would this be sent to me as an example that you use them then? In saying what you just said, then why was I given these and not a blank copy of this? Because this has got me the impression, the reason it was sent to me in my email, that this is what you're using. So wouldn't I have the right to be a little confused right now, and I'm asking this, I think, a
That was
pertinent
the one that
question?
I asked the business office for that information in your right hand, and that is why I sent it.
Okay, so then we have verification that the business office, not yourself, but the business offices are saying that these two forms that I received on the Clintondale website are the correct ones. Would I be right in saying that? Okay, then why is this one still using? Wouldn't there be a communication between the different units and legislative bodies to say to an individual, we're not using this form anymore? I don't know if this really shows continuity. You know, I was told at the last meeting that there was a double level of protection. And that, boy, oh boy, that was supposed to make me feel, you know what, when I went home, double protection. It's like wearing 2 boots in the rain, okay? Well, sometimes it can be a good thing, okay? But now we find out tonight that there isn't 2 levels, because when you go over these, again, one is not signed by the person of submission. Yours are all signed intact, but our CFO only signs 1. That doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't she sign off on all of them, where she only clearly has it once? The applicant has one that was submitted. I'm not an attorney, but I would think if I'm submitting a form, it has to be signed by the applicant, because it says, I certify that this information to be true. Well, if someone doesn't sign that, then how can that certification, it's not really allowing that person to say, you better believe I'm certifying this, and it's to be true, but it's blank. The person that submitted it never signed it. And that fell through the cracks too. Then what fell through the cracks is that the superintendent signs all of them, but the CFO conveniently only signs 1. Boy, curiosity kills the cat, they say. So that was my point. Another point that, and not to beat a dead horse, that Mr. Powers went over, in fact, Mr. Maynard agreed with me about the IRS mileage. And he said, and I'm not going to quote him, exactly, but he said, yes, I agree with Mrs. Zontini, because if any of these documents are with 25 or 24, there should be an adjustment, because in 24, the IRS puts it at 60 cents a mile, and in 25, 70. And he shaking his head that what I'm saying is true. Is this the right time that I can ask the question? Is that we clearly know by looking at these documents that they were 24 and 25, yet they were paid out at the current rate of 2025 in the IRS for 70 cents. If I'm incorrect, please stop me at any time. Okay? When are we going to see that? And when we do see that, if it's a reduction, just like Mr. Maynard said that he felt I was correct in what I said, is that going to be taken out of that individual's check? Is there going to be a deduction? But more importantly, are we going to be able to see that deduction as board members? I have another question if I'm staying on topic. Correct me and stop me if I'm not. Another thing going over this is, and it was rightfully brought up that there was a trophy, but it has in parentheses, Jared, meaning I'm sure it means, I would assume Mr. Maynard that's sitting to my right. AOC trophy, Jared, I received one of those plaques, so I definitely received one. And I took it very graciously, and it meant a lot from my heart. It really did, okay? I guess what my question is, and I mean no harm or no foul at this, but was that board approved? Because, you know, I had members that came up and said, you got a plaque? They weren't that they were unhappy that I got a plaque, and my associate also got one. But I guess my question would be, unless it's for the CFO, and I understand she could probably respond to me, or whomever is responsible to respond to me, was that approved? I'm not complaining about the plaque. It was lovely. It was absolutely lovely, and I still appreciate it, and I have it prominently hung in my home, okay? My question again is, was it approved by the board, or do these expenditures don't have to be approved? Okay? Now, also I want to say, and again, I'm not trying to pick on Mr. Maynard at all, is it because he was the president that he's able to put an order in such as this? If the answer is yes or no, you can tell me, or who approves it? Is it all presidents can order plaques? Or is it brought through the superintendent's office or the CFO? Is there any protocol on that? That was my question. So, you know, again, I think Mr. Power did an excellent job tonight breaking down everything that I think so many of us have seen, and things that just jumped out from the page. What I also had a question was that on the applicant put in parentheses, and if I can isolate, if I can't isolate, stop me again, tell me that I'm not in the realm. It says a golf outing. Well, what does that mean to me? A golf outing? Does it tell me where the golf outing was? No. What was the reason? It says on here that has to be a purpose, include the names of all others attending, and reason for expenditure. It says it right there on the top. But on this particular one, golf outing. The person go golf out? Well, golfing's fun. You get out in the sun, you meet a lot of nice people, and golf with a friend, a buddy. But where was it? Where was the golf outing? Was it in New Baltimore? Was it in St. Clair Shores? But more importantly, no explanation. What is one to think? A golf outing? Gee, something doesn't seem quite right there. And then again, we see Mr. Maynard's name again, but a Rite Aid. Well, okay, what was purchased at a Rite Aid? Obviously, it was on the same day that the golf outing was. I don't understand that. Rite Aid, golfing outing, we don't know where it's at. We don't even know what the purpose was, but it's written down here. But then it's left blank. Then we have several others that we look that there's not even a date. There's not even a date to explain when it was done. And yet, you know what? The form, again, shows month and day. Well, sometimes people make mistakes, and we all do, because none of us are perfect. But when you're submitting something like this, you know what? I would think you'd want it as pristine and perfect as possible, because you always want to have transparency and to make it very clear. So when the person that's going to disperse funds for these, they have accountability for days, places, reasons for this expenditure. But this is like Swiss cheese. There's so many holes in it. Then we have the 24, as I mentioned, mixed in with 25. It just doesn't add up. And, you know, that's where my question is. And I don't understand. Here's again, no dates. No dates. Not even a ditto, where some people, you know, you write, you don't want, you get tired, you know, writing the same thing. So you put a ditto, and okay, it makes sense. But 1, 2, 3, 4 in one day, 4 trips to the same place. Boy, that must have, I don't understand that one. But again, I wasn't there, but I also didn't approve this either. So I guess that's a question for the person that approved these expenditures, so that when the board comes around and we have to do our due diligently to vote yes or no, again, Swiss hole, Swiss cheese. Then the last page, again, only one day, and the rest, all blank. Not like the top says. It doesn't, on the top of this literature, it says, including names, everything, the reason, the purpose. It doesn't show that. Then you go one further, and you kind of look at things and you think, wow, what a distance to certain locations that you go to, and they're just around the corner. Well, maybe it was a traffic jam, maybe it was just reasonable, who knows, but I don't know that. But I don't understand why there are places that you can go to that are 2.5 miles from here rather than Chesterfield Township. And I have all the documentation. I have the miles from Clintondale leaving to Hobby Lobby to Rite Aid to whatever. And there's so many facilities that are nearby and so close. Why would they all be at a distance? I don't know. I'm not accusing anything. I'm not being accusatory. I'm just asking questions. I'm fact-finding and just asking questions. That's all.
I think I have most of your questions
Okay.
that you were asking about. And rather than trying to pinpoint all of them, I'd be more than happy to add them to my weekly update. Or if you'd like to talk more about it, I'd be more than happy to.
Excuse me, yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, please, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just thought that someone's going to move in where I won't be able to finish
No,
talking.
I haven't
Okay.
recognized
Go ahead,
the
Mr.
vice
Jensrich.
president.
I'm sorry. I do apologize for my interruption. I'm sorry. I didn't
Be
mean
more
that.
than happy. I can give some detail in some of those. I can give detail about the golf outing. I know where the golf outing was. I was there that day. Be more than happy in terms of that, in terms of going to multiple locations in a day. I don't have an answer for that, but I also don't have an answer of why they wouldn't be going to that. I know this individual is asked to travel for their job. I know they're asked to pick things up and to do things. I don't know in terms of if they went to there once or twice in a day, in terms of Hobby Lobby. I can ask, I can find out why did they go to that location, and get that information for you. Be more than happy to.
Right, because, you know, the thing is that one about the Rite Aid and the golf outing, those are really, I'm curious.
Yeah, I can do that
I'm
for you.
curious. But I think what's important, and I you know what, I think I'm speaking for a lot of the taxpayers in this district, is that we get a weekly update and it's thorough and answering questions, but the public need to know these answers. Not just me and the board members getting in the weekly update. They need to be spoken in an open forum, and like we have an open meeting tonight, and that it's being televised. So I think what I'm saying, my suggestion is that even though the weekly update is tremendously helpful, But on matters of the questions that I asked you, those answers should be in an open forum, not just for us board members. Now, I don't know if there's commentary on that or whatever, or I'm asking too much, but that's what really honesty and transparency is about. It's not just a few people to know the answers, but it's for everyone. And that's what we're supposed to be accomplishing here. And I just don't think that that's happening. So, and I guess to finalize is that if we wouldn't have got this approved tonight, we would have not gotten answers or clarity on some things. I mean, that's what we sit here for. That's what we do. This is our work. This is the part of the body of work. But we had to feverishly fight for it? That doesn't make sense to me. It's not using common sense anymore. But when do we ask these questions? When do I get to ask about the 60 cents versus the 70 cents? If I don't have a platform or somewhere I can talk about this, what am I supposed to do? Just say, oh, well, I'll just sign. It's not my money, it's the taxpayers. And it isn't our money, it's their money. So this Swiss roll, or Swiss cheese, I'm sorry, I said that incorrectly. It's late in the evening for all of us. It's Swiss cheese. That's what I'm seeing. Inconsistencies. Someone or some persons not really checking and really delving in and looking at it with just common sense and to say, does this all look right? Is there something wrong? And to finish, what I want to say is, you know, when I started teaching, my mentor said to me, you don't look upon, and in my business we have classrooms going and we had what we call a clinic. And I remember that, it was in the 70s. And she said, don't look at this clinic or even a classroom, what you think is going well. You need to be aware of when you look upon that and you see your students and everything, to look what might be wrong, to find that, to help that student, but correct that mistake, or to help guide them to do it differently. And I think it does apply, and that's why I said this. We aren't just to look at this and just say, we put that rubber stamp on it. We need to look, like my mentor said, look beyond that. Not, is there something there? Is there a need correction? Is there something that's not quite right? Let's not just judge it that it looks perfect. And then we sign it, and then the board votes for it. Thank you.
Vice President Wilson, you had your hand up. The chair recognizes you.
Thank you, and I'll try to be brief on this. I think the longer we talk on this conversation regarding the applicant's expenses, the graver it becomes. And I say that because I've been on this board for 9 months now, and I've seen whether it's mileage or expenses, and we've never scrutinized one like we are doing tonight. And I'm saying this also because I had talked last time about singling out a person. Now, I do understand, and I agree that we must look at the expenses and the log sheet. But I do believe we must do it for everyone and not just one person. We are 9 months into the year, and this has become a problem on the board. But no one has ever said anything or pulled and scrutinized a log sheet at any other point. And we don't know what those log sheets are and how they align to what the applicant has done. Could be better, could be worse, could be the same. So my challenge is, I believe we are digging ourselves in a deep hole with the performance we have had tonight with one person over an approved expense. Now, I got the information from Mr. Jansrick as far as the 2 levels. I did not make that up. That was the question that I had asked, and that was the answer that I received. So I don't know the process of expenses. Oh, I do, because I did one of them. So what I'm saying, what we do for one, we do for all. And I think that's fair to everybody and to keep us honest that what we're doing for the one person, we're doing for all. That would, in my opinion, keep us honest. We have spent over an hour tonight, and I'm not saying anything about we should not be taking this step, because there appears to be kinks in the process that need to be corrected. I'm all for that. I get it. But I don't believe that it would have taken us 9 months this year, or actually before I even got on the board, to arrive at this point. Because I'm assuming these processes, Madam President, have been in place for multiple years, right? So, I'm sorry, yes. So why don't we go and do a full audit for the last several years that majority of you have been on the board? And let's take a look and see what those logs look like. I get it, people say it's the amount that came up that alarmed everybody, no matter that it was for the full year or not for the full year. But the steps that, in my opinion, that we have taken tonight does not paint, in my opinion, this board in a good place. And I'm saying that because there have been a ton of things that have come through on expenses. Am I right, Madam President, if you can refer that to the superintendent?
Well, yep.
However, we get to this point, we're asking about if this is a wife, if this is a sister-in-law. Grave mistakes, in my opinion. What we're saying tonight, in my opinion, is grave mistakes. Because we have given, in my opinion, an applicant an opportunity to go back and say, I was treated differently from others. I was treated differently with the $1,500. I was treated differently. And it's all on camera that she was treated differently. There has been not one scrutinizing, drilling of the superintendent. And again, there are kinks in the process that need to be corrected. Maybe there needs to be a better process on the completion of the document. I'm in alignment with that. But we have looked at nobody else's to compare, but we are today identifying cheese, holes. Did she do this? Did she do that? Why didn't she do this? Why didn't she do that? And I have never, sitting on this board, heard anybody else be scrutinized in the way that the applicant has been scrutinized. I'm sorry, Madam President, Mrs. Blair Noak has her hand up, but I'm continuing to talk here. I'm sorry. So,
My turn.
No,
well, I am still, I do.
She wasn't finished. I will
No,
recognize.
that's fine.
Okay,
I was just making sure that I was being noted.
yes. I won't close the discussion
Okay.
until.
Thank you, Madam President, and I will ask that I do not be interrupted anymore. So what I am saying, we need to take a look to see, and I'm going to pose this question to you, Madam President, to take back to our attorney. We have scrutinized this particular expense report the first time since I've been on the board, and I don't know about previous. And I get that that's a process, we can do that and all that, but I feel that this person was treated differently than all the other expenses that came through. That's my own personal thing, and I'm asking you if you can go back to the Lord, just to make sure we are aligned. It doesn't look like we're treating anybody differently. I'm just looking for the board's protection to ensure that we are fully aligned and that we have not overstepped in any way with what's been said here tonight about the applicant, where we have not performed that in the past. And I would appreciate that and look forward to what they have to say. Thank you.
The chair
Madam
recognizes.
Madam President, I am going to make this brief, and I know I'm the one who brought this topic up. So let me be perfectly clear. I see that my colleagues brought up the logs from the employee. This had nothing to do with her race. This had nothing to do with her as a person, more that she is the wife of one of our members of the board. And because she is, and she's also not only two members of the board she's related to, so we have to make sure, and I am saying this in a way to make sure that we are all on the same page. We have to make sure that because it looks a little bit that people could see things into this, because you guys are family, okay, and hang on, because you are a family, we have to double check everything so that it is up to par. And to say that we never had an audit before, or go back to make sure all audits were ever good, we've had audits before. But I'm particularly worried about the one that's gonna be coming up, because I don't know if this is gonna pass the smell test. That's all I'm saying. And the next time someone says I'm making a decision based on someone's ethnicity, let me be the first to tell you, I have been discriminated against, not only because I'm hearing impaired, but because I'm Italian. So I know all about this, and I get it, but that's not it. And I'm sorry, I'm getting a little cranky and a little tired, and I think really we should start thinking about going home.
I saw Mr. Wilson and then,
Madam President, I do not understand if you ask the superintendent questions, that's where it is. You can say she's the wife of a board member, she's a sister-in-law, that doesn't matter. Ms. Wilson works for somebody. She works for somebody. She doesn't work for me. And the superintendent can tell you, we do not have any conversations. And if I have a question, I go directly to the superintendent, or I go to Madam President, and sometimes Jared. But all records should be checked. If there is a concern, if there's a concern about anything, please check. Please check. My family would not get to this point by cheating, lying, and stealing. So please check. We want that. It does not bother us. So, the superintendent is the approving authority. He can approve Mrs. Wilson or anyone in that office. I have to trust what he says as the leader of the district. I fully understand that. We can talk about race, we can talk about personalities, we can talk about anything. If everyone does their job, the superintendent's job is easy. We fully understand that. But I agree with my sister because, and we like to kick the can down the road, but what's coming out is personal. It's personal. We get that. And that's okay. That's okay. We're so, we're so, Madam President, we're tough. It's okay. So we don't let these things bother us. I spent 20 years in the military. I don't think anybody else will spend a day. So please understand, whatever records, Superintendent, Madam President, the Superintendent, that's good. We want to be transparent. We want to be transparent. And I've been knowing Bob and Lee for some time. What my sister is saying, be transparent with everyone. We're not the only married couple in the district, but I can recall a board member saying, well, even though Mr. Walmsley interviewed his wife, they're good people. They're good people. Yes, they are great people. Mr. Walmsley did a lot for the football field, which was great. And I wanted to say thank you for that. Mrs. Walmsley does a lot for the district. They are permanent. We need to build statues of them. They are good people. And I don't care how long they've been married, nothing comes across my mind that they're doing something wrong. This is why my sister says, be careful, because we are singling out one person, and that's okay. But I appreciate this time, I appreciate this conversation. The one thing I like to say about the logs, I think, Madam President, I think all logs should be filled out to the fullest. All logs should be filled out to the fullest, no matter, I 100% agree, you can't just put golf course, because although I'm a golfer, and you can tell me Maple Lanes, and I understand it. So, from me to you, to whoever is responsible, if we make sure all logs are filled out correctly, not just one person, all people, that would help the superintendent's office, because I question the same thing. And the applicant was told, well, just turn it in like this, nobody look at it. Look where we are today. It's important to fill out all logs. It's important to fill out all logs to the fullest. Because you get people up here who takes things personal. So I appreciate the conversation. Mr. Superintendent, I hope none of this caused you any grief, but whatever the answers, Madam President, I would love to see them. But that's just my 2 cents. My 2 cents is, if anyone in the district has to do any forms, everything need to be, the date, the name, the log, everything needs to be filled out accordingly. Thank you, Madam President.
The chair recognizes, okay, all right, thank you. Vice President Wilson.
I just want to be clear, saying that someone is being singled out is not always about race, but this board goes there. You don't have to be a different color of person to be singled out. If you're being treated differently from other people, you're being singled out. That's just the bottom line. But Madam President, let me ask you this. Is there any that you know of familiar relationship where there's someone that's filling out an expense report and the other person is signing off on the expense report, and there's a family relationship? Do you know of any, or you can pose the question to Mr. Jansrud?
I personally cannot recall a mileage or a reimbursement on my tenure on this board. Mr. Janzarek, I don't know if you want to add that to your line of questions, if there has been before. I don't believe we've ever had board members, at least on my tenure.
Not necessarily board member, but let's say in the district. Is there a family member that's approving another family member's expenses? Do we know of any situation? There may not be. I'm just asking. But I'm going to say this. It was an insult for Valerio Noak to say, well, and I'm paraphrasing, the husband and the sister-in-law are on the board now, and we have to check. Well, what does that really mean? What in the world are we doing with $552? That was an insult. I'm sorry. Yes, again, like I said, Madam President, the more people talk, the deeper it gets. That to me was an accusation that because the husband and the sister-in-law are now on the board who don't have any type of approval process or knowledge into the mileage or any other expenses of the executive assistant to the superintendent, that now there has to be double layer and double layer of check. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, but I do want to.
No, she's, like I
Thank
say,
you, thank you. I'm still talking.
You were talking, and I
Yes,
have not
thank you.
acknowledged her.
No, please.
Secretary Valerio Noak,
Thank you. So, to me, it was an insult, because I would never say to anybody who was in the same situation, We have to do double layer checks because you, sister-in-law, the husband, you're on the board now. That's how I took it. It was an insult. Because that was an accusation that there could be something going on, and we are nowhere near that. And $552, are you serious? $552, I don't even want to say what my salary is. $552, we are going deep into checking and recheck. Again, like I said, I'm all for the superintendent and the board asking questions. But to sit up here and be accusatory, I'm not speaking for my brother, of me, that there could be something fishy. No, don't, Madam
did it to
President.
me.
Madam President, because this is how I took that statement, Madam President.
I understand.
I'm talking to you.
You are talking to me.
And that, in my opinion, makes me reflecting to the community as if something is fishy going on because I'm related to the executive assistant who does not report to me or have anything to do with me. But the most degrading thing is, for me, $500, and I want to say something else, but $52, which to me, no disrespect for people and their salaries, but that's really pennies. Why would I, the person that I am, is a respectful person, the person with dignity, the person has never been in trouble, the person has not even crossed the line, even for my own children, to have that statement attached to me? No, that was poor. And as I said, the more people on this board continue to talk, they're getting knee-deep in a bunch of crap by what they say. And they're letting their true colors come out tonight about, well, this is really the real reason we're going deep into this $552 because you guys are family. So I'm very upset. Because I didn't come on this board for any zoo-type, circus-type to degrade me in front of our public, and I'm trying to be quiet about it, but that really sent me in a different way. Because I've always carried myself very exemplary, whether it's personally or professionally, and I don't even disrespect and say something to accuse somebody of anything, especially when I know stuff has gone on this board. So I would appreciate to not be reflected like that anymore, Madam President, by anybody on this board. I have a problem with that. My reputation is too important, and it's higher than this. No disrespect to the people in the audience, to our children, to the community, to the district, but when it comes to me, no. I know what I stand on. And I'm not going to let nobody on this board disrespect me out into the public and on TV. So that's all I have to say, Madam President. Thank you very much.
First of all,
The chair recognizes.
what I meant to say, and to clarify, and I'm just gonna do this real quickly, to clarify, that anybody who looks at this board, and I'm not saying that anyone is doing anything wrong, I'm just saying that we all need to be very careful and like you said, I agree with you, Vice President. Everyone should have the same rule. I agree. And that's what I said from the beginning. I'm not asking people to do what I wouldn't do. However, when you have two members on the board that are related, someone out in the public may be looking at it in that light. And I'm not saying that I am. I'm not saying that anyone on this board is. And I'm not even sure if there's anyone out as a taxpayer is. But just in case there is, I want to stand up for everyone on this board. Let them all know that let the taxpayers know that we all have integrity and that we all are doing the right thing. And that's why I kept saying I want all the T's crossed, all the I's dotted, and make sure that everything looks right. And if it looks like we're picking on one person, no, we're not. We're picking on the whole district because we want everyone to follow that same rule. And I said that from the beginning, even in the last meeting. So if I have offended you, Vice President, it was not meant to offend you. But, you know, I guess you can twist my words the way you want. But let's be honest, it's late at night and we're all getting a little bit overtired. See, and now you do it to me, and so now you've just put up your finger too. So, just to let you know, I would just,
You still have the floor, Secretary.
and that's fine.
Okay. I believe we all can agree that there needs to be double layers for everybody, that we do the process right, and I believe that's going to be addressed. Is there further discussion?
Well, wait a minute. I was recognized after Ms. Wilson, and you skipped ahead.
No, you're right.
And you went to Ms. Valerio Noak.
You're, Mr. Pop,
Thank you.
Trustee Maynard, the chair recognizes you.
Number one, Madam President, I hope you go back and watch this last exchange. And the reason I hope you go back and watch this last exchange, oh, it is on, I'm sorry, is that there was an item from our last meeting that was required to come back to this meeting. And the conversation bled from what Ms. Valerio Noak was asking for to this entire referendum on the polled check from last meeting. The polled check should have been an item, and then I wouldn't have had a problem with all this conversation, because that should have been on there. We should have gone through check 1580 something, I don't remember what it was. That should have been brought back, and it wasn't. So I'm telling you, that's on you. The motion was to bring it back. That's where all of this discussion should have been focused, on that particular item. Not that anybody said anything wrong. I do thank Mrs. Noak for calling me because my name was on it and listening to what I have to say. And I do thank Mr. Powers, even though he decided to bring it back, asking me what the heck was going on with that, because Lord knows I didn't get a chance to look at it yet. So the question is, I will take the November one first. There were plaques that were given to 2 board members for their service. It's something incredibly nice. It's something I hope continues along the lines. And if I'm not mistaken, and Ken, correct me if I'm wrong, either you or I paid for them. I don't remember going that far back. It's November. But if you could let me know, I'd appreciate it. I'm not sure whose credit card we whipped out on that one. I believe also that day that Ms. Wilson, or Mrs. Wilson, excuse me, I can't get together on that, was told they'd be ready at, 10:30. Okay? Well, they weren't ready at 10:30, so she had to come back to the office and then go back and get them. If something isn't ready at 10:30, something isn't ready at 10:30. Now, should she have called ahead of time and said, hey, are you guys ready? I'm coming. Maybe, maybe not. That's for her and her supervisor. Now the golf outing. Since we want to air it all out, buckle up, lay your seats back, and let's have a good old time with it. Miss Wilson called me. No. As you know, you only said that the point of orders only start when the motion is made, and I'm making my comments, and I sat very quietly during all of
But
yours.
we're here to ask the motion is to ask the superintendent questions. You are answering questions that other board members have put to the superintendent, that the superintendent either answered or couldn't answer or said he'd get back to us on. Now you're answering for him. Nobody's questioning you, Mr.
Powers, my name was
So
brought up by 2 board
I don't know why
members.
you're taking it upon yourself to answer for the superintendent.
Madam Chairman, do I have the floor or not?
Mr. Maynard,
But the question is not the legitimacy of this, the question is what was in the superintendent's mind at the time when he signed this approval? Did he, so if you want to testify, then I should be able to ask you a lot of questions. Did you talk to Ken about this ahead of time? What business was it of yours ordering the applicant to do work?
So,
So
Madam Chair,
I'm
do I
not
have
sure
the floor,
what's
or do
to
I
be
not have
gained.
the floor?
Well,
Because what it sounds like
I
is
thought we're trying to
Mr.
have-
Powers would
I
be the
thought-
first person to jump down people's
According-
throats.
but I
under
thought
First
we're gonna
Amendment
accord
rights,
each other
but it comes
grace
back
to
to
use
it.
my brother's word, we're gonna use grace.
gentlemen, Mr. Maynard has the floor. His name was brought up. He feels obligated to respond.
You want me
To
to
it.
answer for you want me to answer for the superintendent?
No,
Because if he answers, I'll answer for the superintendent too. I'll explain all this.
It
You want
feels,
my testimony on each one of these? I'll be glad to give it to you. Mr. Maynard's gonna be allowed to do that. Remember, Madam Chairman, what Pandora's box you're opening up. Because if he goes on for 15 minutes explaining items 2, 3, and 4, guess what I'm gonna have the right to do? Is take 45 minutes to go over items 1, 13 through 17, and 19 through 24. If we're each gonna give our opinions on how we interpret this. But that's not what we're here for. That's not what Ms. Valeriano's motion was. Ms. Valeriano's motion was to find out, to be enlightened by the superintendent of what our protocol, policy, and so forth is.
the discussion before this board is concerning the reimbursement process and questions
Well, I'd like to ask the superintendent about the Jared entry before the superintendent is coached by Jared, so that he has the right answer tonight. It's obvious that Mr. Maynard is trying to give the information to the superintendent before I can ask him the question. So now you have educated him so that he can satisfactorily answer my question about the Jared entry.
so now I'm being
but my
accused of
question
doing
is not
something
what
that's
he
illegal,
knows.
Madam Chair,
Gentlemen,
which violates the law.
gentlemen.
And I
Well,
insist
why
you
are you
take order.
testifying?
I insist you make order, Madam
But
Chair.
nobody's asked you the question.
Can I, just, gentlemen, the hour is late, and I don't want to infringe on anybody's rights at all. But the question, or the discussion before the board, was to pose these questions through the superintendent so we could have clarity and answers. So, if there is further discussion on the matter,
Yeah, if there are questions of the superintendent, I agree, and I just have 3 questions. If my brother has 3 questions, let him ask questions. But he's here answering questions. That's not, nobody's asking you the question.
I understand that, Mr. Powers.
So what you're trying to say is you're shutting up my free speech rights in favor of Mr. Powers.
The scope is to ask the superintendent questions, but I haven't heard a question from.
And I haven't gotten started yet.
So,
Sounds like you want to explain some of these things that you,
Like I haven't got it started yet, but everybody else who does the same thing to you, you pound your fist, you scream, you yell up and down, you tell everybody that you're repping my First Amendment rights, I got the right to speak. And you do that entire stuff to everybody, and it's on camera the
would the
entire
gentleman
time,
yield
Mr.
to my
Power.
3 questions before the gentleman answers the
No,
question?
I'm not yielding to nothing. Let it be known, Ms. Kaminsky, here and now, that you have stifled my First Amendment right. And guess what? Think Barry, think Jared, because I'm not going to tolerate it no more. We have this whole entire discussion because one of the 2 of you forgot to bring back the check. Forgot to bring back 1589 or 1582, whatever the heck it was. We've got the 2 of this because 2 of you went through and approved something. You got the 2 of this mess because somebody approved something and somebody didn't approve something, and everybody thinks here, one signed one page, one did everything else. We're in this mess because it wasn't done properly. And we go back to the final thing here.
I was told that money's still in the treasury, Mr. Maynard. So I don't know if you're looking at me when you say that.
If I'm gonna get interrupted again, you're gonna find a motion that you're not
Well,
gonna like.
kindly not address your comments to.
I'm not addressing to you, sir.
Mr.
Okay.
Mr. Maynard has the floor.
I think we're supposed to address the chair, Madam Chair.
Please,
I have been addressing the chair. We haven't been addressing you.
Mr.
So the
Maynard,
question-
continue on.
Thank you. The problem we have now is that we've been told one thing. Another thing was supposed to be brought back where this would have fallen on a lot more germane. You sat there, Madam President. You sat there. No other 2 ways about it. Number 2, this is the whole question, so I'm going to ask both of you. And one of you can answer, since we're going to ask questions. If I develop the agenda, and I have errors on the agenda, but I hand the agenda to Ken, and Ken says, great, Felicia's coming in, we'll look over it. and both of you look over it, approve it, and put it on the website, am I to blame? Or the two of you? That's the problem we have here. There was a mistake made, a legitimate mistake. I looked at that, brought up, heck, I found a couple of more. Didn't have to talk to everybody underneath the sun. I didn't feel the need to call anybody. Too bad some board members didn't think to call me, but whatever. But at this point, who do I blame? Who do I have to hold accountable for this? That's the problem. Number one, the finance director signed off. Well, that doesn't make me happy. Number two, my understanding from my own little research on this is that Ken can sign, and then the finance office can sign, or somebody else, like a director of HR, can sign those motions too. So who's supposed to do what? That was the point of Lisa Valerio Noakes' questions. Who is supposed to do what? And why I'm stinking mad, because it's 1 o'clock in the morning, it's not night anymore, it's morning. We're sitting here because the same semblance of mistakes have been made. And the mistake is that the mistakes that may be happening aren't getting caught in the approval process. Yes, the initial person deserves to have something because it wasn't done right to begin with. Then the next person in line signed off on that, John Hancock, hallelujah, see you later. And then Felicia, it came to you. Now, Felicia, God knows I'm the one person on here that doesn't have to help you after January 6th. And I don't think there's a single person in America that would fault me if I just said no. But I have gone through, and even when I was president, I showed you how to do it because I was on my parents' 50th wedding anniversary, and I got complaints about something that somebody's talking to me about, that I had to sit on the grass at Epcot and talk and learn about what person A said and what Ken said and what this person said, and spent hours of my vacation going on and on and on over that, when I should have been sitting in line having wine celebrating my parents' 50th wedding anniversary. The problem, Madam President, is that I'm not confident anymore. I'll give you an example. The fact that we've pulled the policies for the second time because it's not right. You know that I went through that thing with a fine-tooth comb. You know that I had stickies when things had to be changed. I've told you before when things had to be changed. Teresa had to text me and call me, and I had to step out of a work meeting to approve the agenda based on the changes that I asked to be done before the agendas become public. You're in a very difficult job. I have no doubt you're doing it the best that you feel you can do it. If you change a few things, it may become better. I don't know. But what I am right now is I'm ticked off that a report wasn't done correctly. I'm double ticked off, but my name is on the damn report. I'm triple ticked off that some of my board members didn't give me enough courtesy to ask me about it. Now I'm moving on to the approval process, and I'm about as mad as a freaking hornet. I'm gonna blow up like a volcano because we constantly have this problem. And I'm no longer looking at Ken. Felicia, it's gotta be you. You are the last line of defense. You are the one that all of us, well, not all of us, 5 of us, put into that chair. You have to make sure it's right. Okay, I don't care if people in the audience are mad at me. I don't care if I'm gonna get hate mail. I don't care, whatever. My critique is that you have to do better. These mistakes are on you first. And then I'm looking at Ken. Because for the life of me, signing off on that report, whatever, I can't even at this point. We contract with Ken to run everything on the day-to-day operation. And don't feel bad, I looked at the whole memo you put, the rules that you put out about board conduct, and believe you me, all of us are gonna have a little, you'll have to go back and read those rules after this meeting. But the issue is that it's not being followed up. The issue is that information isn't being shared. The issue is that the stuff that comes here needs to be better. For the life of, I'll give you another example. I don't want to point it out, but go back and read the agenda. There are multiple instances where the item we are considering has both passive and active voice in the dang sentence. And it's happened before. So when I say these things, and I'm sorry it has to be at a meeting, maybe I should have talked to you privately, or maybe my sister to my left is correct that it had to be aired out in the front here. But all I can say is my question to you, can you do better? My question to Ken is, absent the board instructing you to make an investigation, I didn't hear a motion on that.
I said I'd do a full investigation on it.
Yeah, but I didn't hear a motion for the board. I heard one member asking it. I didn't hear a motion out of the board. Believe you me, if there was one, I'd be happy to vote yes, but I didn't hear a motion. And correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I zoned out a bit, I don't know. Should there be one? Oh, God, yeah, without question. Look, some of those things, as it was pointed out to my sister to the left here, some of the money was different for each year. So in 2024, you're charging the 25 rate. It's got to be fixed. It has to be adjusted and it has to be done. But I'm not sure that this body politic has instructed you to do that by a motion. So I'm whatever on this. But I just come back to my final point, my final thing here. And out of this last discussion, it is literally one of the things that I would agree with my brother at the other end of the table. Ken, I trust you to do this.
Yep.
I wouldn't have voted to give you another contract, I wouldn't have gone through. I trust you to do this. But if you want me to look at this board packet and highlight everything that was wrong with the board packet for the two of you, please let me know. Okay, I don't know what else to say anymore. And I'm using the board packet as an example of the layers that are supposed to be approved. And for the love of God, somebody brought up, what does designee mean? It means when Jared Maynard's on vacation, trying to enjoy his vacation at Epcot, paying a fortune to take his parents down there as well as the rest of his brethren for their 50th wedding anniversary. The designee is the person that I say, hey, go in and improve the agenda because I can't do it, I'm not there. That's the designee, that's what it means. And the designee that week was Felicia, and Felicia knew how to do it. She knew how to do it based on what I required of it to be done because she was doing it for me. So I guess I'm going to just say it the way I feel, and I'm going to I hold fault with Felicia. I hold fault with Ken. I hold fault with the author of that expense report. I certainly do. And I wish it was organized better. I wish it was calculated better. From the looks of what Mrs. Zontini, now I don't know how Mrs. Zontini got all that and it wasn't dispersed to the whole board for discussion. That's an entirely different topic. But it would look like to me, the two white sheets that you had were Excel files, I'm assuming. So it would look to me that an Excel file would go across date, time, et cetera, number of miles times the amount. And it would look like that would be easy. So I don't know why we use the second mile. Maybe does some of the miles have to be paid for by the state versus the district? Are they does that have anything to do with it? Maybe that's, Mr. Super, through the chair to the superintendent?
Yes.
Does that have anything to do with it? I mean, I don't know. I don't know, is the form a state form, or is this just an old form, or whatever it is?
Just an old form.
Okay, so we've determined that it's an old form. Okay, that's good to know, right? Yeah, okay. So it goes back, it just goes back to this. Before it hits this table, I may never, I may have, I may not have, I may have 50-50 when I sat in Felicia's chair, agreed with what a board member brought forward. But when a board member had questions, you better bet your bottom dollar that I got them answered, and got them answered and answered and answered until it was sufficient. And if we had to put it on the agenda, we put it on the agenda. When we peeled off the agenda and we looked at the work, now I'll be the first person to say, sometimes I didn't check for passive and active voice. Sometimes I did, sometimes I didn't, you know, there. But it's something that we go through this entire line for. And the problem is, we've established that the chain is broken, without a doubt that it's broken. Now, is it broken because Ken is too busy and we need to get Ken a second person? Then I want to know that. Is it broken because Felicia had to run through real quick and do it? Hey, I understand that. There were times where I couldn't come to the office, and I had to have Teresa scan it up and send it to me, and I had to sit there at my desk at work, make the changes that I thought were necessary, and scan it right back and send it to her, and then she would turn around and send it back to me like a couple hours later with all of my changes. I understand it, okay? People have schedules. There's been times where we've discussed things inside of a finance committee that prior to Ms. Wilson being on the committee, but that we need to have extra explanation for. And I had the information, and the other two committee members didn't, so it was incumbent upon me to get the information. Just like you heard me earlier say, I had questions on the people we were hiring and firing. You know, did any one of you bother to ask why we lost so many teachers? It's real cute that we have a former employee recruiting people. I thought that one was cute. And we lost quality teachers because of that. We lost teachers because they're gonna make more money in a different district. Excuse me,
Sorry,
I'm
point of
getting,
order. I don't see where this, I'll wait for you, Madam President, and I'll say what my point of order is.
The chair recognizes
Thank you.
the president, or Vice President Wilson. Please make your point of order.
I believe we're on the agenda item for the expenses. And I believe that Mr. Maynard has kind of jumped all over the conversation. Maybe he's going to bring it back, I don't know, but he's talking about now. Has anybody asked a question about the teachers and the number of resignations that we've had? And I just didn't see how that is aligned to what we are supposed to be talking about, which is the questions that were submitted to Ken from Valerio Noak. And that's why I question, that's why I had a point of order.
Thank you, Vice President Wilson. I believe I've allowed leniency in this discussion because it is a discussion. And all of these pieces, ultimately, I feel come back to that reimbursement process in some ways or means. So I will allow Trustee Maynard to continue.
Can I ask a question or no, on my point of order or no? Or do you make the point and then that ends it?
Trustee
I've-
Maynard has the floor.
Yes, yeah, Trustee Maynard
Point of order is overruled.
has, I've
I'm
overruled it.
just looking for clarification,
Yes,
that's all.
okay, all right. Trustee Maynard, you have the floor.
thank you. I'll take a quick sidestep. If she rules against you, you have to immediately say, I challenge the rule of the chair.
Thank you for that
Okay,
explanation, I
just so you-
appreciate that.
Yeah, but I will take your comment into facts and I'll roll myself in and
Thank
so
you,
we can
Jerry, I
finish. Yeah.
appreciate that.
I'm always amenable.
You can
So,
also appeal to the membership.
Yeah, that's the challenge to the chair, is appeal to the board, whether I was out of line or not.
I mean, under Robert's rules, but if, it's not Robert's rule, I don't know.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, one, we can do better. Two, we have to do better. Three, we need to know where else this is failing at, because it is failing. There's no doubt in my mind it's failing, okay? And I'm hoping it's an aberration. Probably not, okay? And number four, if there was errors, be the first person. I don't know if one board member can ask Ken to do something and then we all do it. I don't know. But at the end of the day, that thing has to be fixed. And from what I see going on, we need to make it clear that you sign every page. We need to make it clear that Ken signs every page. We need to make it clear the second person, like I said, I found out this afternoon that the second person could be Mrs. Walmsley, and then over into the business office. I didn't know that until this afternoon. Thank you for sharing that, Mrs. Walmsley.
Can we date the signatures as well? Because there's no dates on here either.
Correct. And then my final suggestion, and I'm just gonna leave it as a suggestion, is that I turn in a bill every month for my services to the contractors that are the people who contract me. And you better believe, if I even went to the local corner store for them, that mileage is on there and that it's done within the month frame. Now, I understand why we had this problem and why it was a year long. I get it, I understand it, and I agree with many things that were said here tonight. But I think in that policy, if anything comes back out of this policy committee or something, we need to do 30 days. And if you don't have it within the month, you got till the 5th of the next month to turn it in. You'll have to turn mine in on a regular basis, certain day it's in, or poof, you're not gonna get it. It's business, we're running a business. So if the month has 31 days, you'll have to the 5th of the next day. If the 5th of that day falls on a Saturday and a Sunday, well, you get to that Monday, congratulations. But it needs to be in and done. I'm just saying business. So we can do better. I apologize to my board members for being very passionate at 1:15 in the morning. Is it 1:15?
139.
1:39 in the morning. I apologize to you all for being very passionate about this particular issue. And I would just encourage the approval chain to be better, to be very much better. And I have no issues, telling anybody what happened with my name on the side of those items. So with that, Madam President, I'm going to shut up because I think I talked for an hour, so.
The chair recognizes the Treasurer Powers.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Let me give you, Mr. Janzarek, the paper that I'm talking. Would you pass this, please, to Mr. Janzarek? Forgive the handwritten notes on this. I think I refer to this as Exhibit B, and I'm just going to ask you very few pointed questions and then rest. But at the outset, I want to make it very clear to my brother and sister on the board that by looking at this and asking questions, it is in no way a reflection on Brother Maynard or Sister Valerio Nauk. I'm not suggesting that because the name Jared appears in here, or that because the name Lisa Valerio Nauk, or because the name Manning appears in here, I'm not suggesting that Mr. Maynard did anything untoward, Mr. Manning did anything untoward, Ms. Valerio Nauk did anything untoward. I'm not suggesting, so please don't take it that way. And, and I didn't mean to hit a nerve about the shopping list, but, I don't, as far as I know, I don't think you had anything to do with, either of you here present tonight had anything to do with the making of this and presenting it for approval to the district, but, so, I'd like to ask questions without you interpreting them as they're in any way directed at you. They're not, please. Okay, so, I just want to ask Mr. Janser, how much time did you spend reviewing this before you approved it? And I have it before you, so please feel free to look at that, but, I mean, there's a lot of stuff on here, and I don't know, if you just, do you remember?
I don't remember. It was a challenge to try to go back and review all of it as it was over the course of the year. I did review in terms of the board packet. I did not pull out a map and calculate the distances on some of these. I do know with some of them, like the lobby, Hobby Lobby for Mr. Manning, I think that was for his event that we had here after his passing. Things did come up to me, like the golf outing. I was at the golf outing, so it didn't hit a red flag, because, when I look at that, it says golf outing, I look at it with that day, I know what day that is, it was the C Club golf outing, I was there, I know she had to be there. So I went through it in terms of looking at things in terms of information. After I got done reviewing and looking at it, I also thought to myself, based on what is asked of her, I do know that there's probably things missing here. No. It's because we're here.
Do we have anything to steal?
No. So if you asked if I reviewed it, yeah, I did not review the information over here, Mr. Powers. I reviewed the location of where she said she was traveling. Did I have any red flags on where she was traveling? No, because I wasn't with her. I didn't travel with her to Rite Aid. I didn't travel with her to Hobby Lobby. Those were things that she did in here for various reasons, whether it was the fall festival, delivering candies to elementary schools, posting board packets. I'll be honest, I didn't spend time over here looking at this. I spent time here looking at, are these places that she would have or should have traveled to?
And I don't mean to be talking out of both sides of my voice. On both sides, on the one hand, I say the buck stops with you. On the other hand, I would say, isn't this kind of below your pay grade? I mean, shouldn't it be up to Presley or somebody else to be going through this level? I mean, something to consider. Maybe there's somebody else that could take responsibility for this, and then come to you only if there's specific questions. But yeah, if you're spending your time doing this, there's many other holes in the dike that are, and I don't mean anything wrong by saying dike, I'm talking about a hole in a dam. So I hope that doesn't come back to be used against me that I said something wrong. A dike means a hole in a dam, okay? Just like a chit means a reimbursement request. So you guys got me nervous here. Okay, so anyway, there's a lot of holes in the dam that you need to plug in that are much bigger than this one. So that might be something for us as a board to help you with, reconsider and do an investigation. And maybe as the finance chairman, I could raise at the next meeting, of which Brother Maynard and Sister Wilson are our members. Now this is dated June 16th of 25. Do you know when it was actually signed by the applicant? Was it around that time, do you think?
It would be around that time.
And again, it's not, everything I sign in business or in law, I always date it. Okay, so this seems to me to be remarkable that people sign important business documents that have legal, effect, but nobody signs it. So do you remember when you signed this?
It would have been before the end of June.
Okay, so not much longer than when she submitted this. Okay.
I believe it would have had to have been done before June 30th.
Okay, and it's an inquiry, and I know it might sound like I'm being critical, and yes, maybe we're all getting a little bit tired and crabby, and I'll try to bring this to an end. Okay, so, I'm not gonna give you leading questions, I'm not gonna say I assume this is correct, I'm gonna ask you open-ended questions, but if you want, I can ask you leading questions to speed along, but just looking at July 28th, I think, if I could just turn your attention to that. And this was what Ms. Zontini referred to, and kind of got me thinking maybe I should have asked these questions when I first discussed this. So I guess it's it's the second to last page of the reimbursement form. Just, let's go from the bottom up. Are you with me there? I'm just looking at 13 miles Rite Aid on Garfield. parent Jared and parent, as we sit here today, do you know what the purpose for that trip to Rite Aid was, or what CCS purpose did that serve, that task? If you don't know, that's fine, then I'll move on.
I don't know what that was
Okay,
for.
okay. Then the MISD, do you know what she would have done that day? MISD Garfield, 14.5 miles?
Oh, MISD, that's the Michigan Intermediate School District. That would be her going there for various reasons. That would be normal travel for her in terms of doing things within her
Okay.
role.
Did you ever tell her to do things that Jared may have asked her to do for him?
Did I ever direct her to do
Yeah.
things that Jared may have asked to direct
Yeah.
her? No. I
Okay,
think we were both on the same page, and I think Jared even asked, was it his credit card or my credit card to pay for the plaques? I don't think it was mine, I'm pretty sure it was his.
Okay. So she did something for Jared on July 20th, but we don't know whether that
July
served.
20.
I'm sorry, July 20th. We don't know whether that, if we don't know whether it served a CCS purpose, and if it did, we don't know what that purpose was. Is that fair?
I don't have the purpose.
Okay.
I don't have a reason to think it would be anything but a CCS purpose.
And I wouldn't expect you would know exactly what she went to the MISD for that day, but what would have been a typical thing that she would be charged to go to the MISD for?
Her role for, I don't think she was doing ASAP at the time, but she would be doing things in terms of her role as a secretary, her role in terms of what she's doing to support the district. So
Okay.
I know for a while there she was going because she was responsible for the time in and time out attendance. I don't know, I think at that point in time, she was still doing ASAP. That would have been the end of the year rollover for ASAP of getting everything cleaned up to move into next year.
Okay. And then the golf outing, I assume that you made the assumption when you approved this, that was the C Club golf outing,
July 28th, it would have been the C Club golf outing.
right, which is a Clintondale alumni affiliated, charitable organization. My question is, did you send her to the golf outing that day for any CCS purpose? Do you recall
I
that?
do believe I was the one that got a hold of her and said, I need you to come to the golf outing to talk to me and Jared.
Do you know what purpose that furthered, other than you wanted to talk to her for some reason?
There would be information in terms of her role as secretary and her husband's potential role as on the school board. Because I do believe shortly after that was a deadline
For,
to put a name in for a ballot.
oh, okay, all right. You didn't have anything to do with the sympathy card for somebody at the golf outing. Does that ring any bells to you?
Now that you say Rite Aid, might have been a card, but I don't have.
You don't have any independent recollection of that? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And again, Mr. Janzarek, we're here to kind of
Yeah,
enlighten ourselves.
and if I could say
And I'm
something.
pleased by my questions. Like I say, if anything, this should be something that would be delegable to you. And I understand this is sort of out of the ordinary because it was all kind of done in gross, to deal with some other issue. So by asking you these questions, I don't mean any disrespect, and I don't mean to be critical of you. We're all rolling in the same boat here. You know what I mean? And I don't mean to be picking on anybody, but, we have to be accountable to everybody. And whether it's 10 cents or whether it's 10 million, George Bernard Shaw said, Madam, would you sleep with me for 1,000 pounds? And she said, well, yes, of course I would. And then he said, Madam, would you sleep with me for 10 pounds? And she said, well, of course not. What kind of a woman do you think I am? And he said, well, we've already established that. Now we're just haggling over the price.
So.
You get the joke. So my point is, it's really not, it's not whether it's 10 cents or, to us. I think if somebody challenges me when I run for reelection and they said, Mr. Powers, did you look the other way when people were looting from the treasury? And I say, well, yeah, but it was only a couple of dollars. It was only $500, and I make a lot of money, so to me, that's a pittance. I don't think that's gonna cut it. I don't think it's a matter of a degree or amount. I think it's the principle of the thing, and I think we all need to. I don't mean to be overly idealistic. I'm pragmatic as well. And again, you know, and we're singling out somebody, that's like telling a police officer, you know, you're sitting at the side of the highway and 20 people go by at 100 miles an hour and you grab one guy who's going 100 and you give him a ticket. And the guy who's going 100, who the policeman nabs, says, well, what about all those other 90 people that were going 100 miles an hour? You didn't arrest them and give them a ticket. So I'm only doing something wrong if you bring in all those other 90 people, okay? It doesn't work like that. So I'm not suggesting to you that that be how you govern yourself.
So
And,
you have
and I think to the extent somebody else suggests that, they might be mistaken. It's not selective enforcement of what we have here. We have an aberrant situation that we have an obligation to be accountable to the taxpayers. So that's all. So. And I appreciate you staying so long tonight too. So that's all I have.
Can I respond back?
Sure, please,
So
yeah.
I apologize
Yeah.
for my comment about
No.
bringing it in bags. I was referencing because you had mentioned it as being a gift. So when you said, how did you get here?
Yeah, we have to be careful about
So
that stuff, yeah.
I apologize
Yeah.
if you felt my comment back to you was in a negative way. I was just answering in a way in the line of questioning that you were giving, so.
Apology accepted, but not necessary. But thank you for that. But it's not necessary. But thank you for that. I accept it.
Board members,
Thank you.
I believe my consensus is that we can draw to conclusion on discussion and move to general public comment on items not on the agenda.
Madam Chairman, I think that we owe a debt of gratitude to the superintendent. And I want to thank the superintendent. I mean, this is not fun, and nobody likes to be ganged up on, and nobody likes to be surprised or ambushed, but I just want to thank the superintendent for his candor. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Mr. Powers.
General public comment on items not on the agenda. We encourage you to voice your opinion on topics not on the agenda. Please stand and be recognized by the chairperson and state your name and address before commenting. To provide the opportunity for all to participate, board policy limits each individual to 3 minutes to ensure due process and respect of individual rights. The district maintains a formal process for handling complaints against individuals. A problem involving an individual or individuals or specific incident is best handled through administrative channels. Speakers are asked to express themselves in a civil manner with due respect for the dignity and privacy of others who may be affected by your comments. Speakers should be aware that if your statements violate the rights of others under the law of defamation or invasion of privacy, you may be held legally responsible. Is there anybody wanting to make public comment for items not on the agenda? Seeing none.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Mr. Maynard. Is there support? Support. Mr. Wilson supports. Signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Hearing none. Meeting adjourned at 1:54 a.m.